Chapter 368. On the day of March 7th, CE 71, the expected attack arrived. However, the number of enemies was somewhat different from what everyone had expected. Other than 3 MS gun and a submarine carrier, no other enemies came to attack. Margaret, who had always thought that there would be a large number of ZAF troops, was really relieved. Then, to meet the enemy, the two sky overlords piloted by Sei Ito and Mu, as well as the Gundam piloted by Kira, rushed out of the Archangel and fought with the enemy. In this situation where the pilot's skills were completely unequal, it didn't take long for Sei Ito and the other two to annihilate the enemy, ending the battle. This battle didn't involve Carrie, so naturally, she wouldn't attack Aslan's transport and then be stranded on a deserted island with Aslan for a day and a night. This is tantamount to directly breaking the foundation of the initial feelings between Carrie and Aslan. It is entirely possible that it will cause Carrie's feelings to change later on. I wonder if I will get more power of the world. Seito thought to himself as he returned to the Archangel. After all, things like feelings were full of uncertainty. There was no guarantee that the next time Carrie rescued Aslan, she would be corrected by the power of the world. Therefore, how much power of the world he would get was completely uncertain. It was all up to fate. However, since the incident of Karjali being stranded on a deserted island did not happen, Margaro and Bakalu, who had a conflict over whether or not to rescue Karjali, were able to coexist peacefully. At the same time, the Archangel, who was no longer delayed, arrived at the Straits of Malacca a day earlier than the original plan and clashed fiercely with the ZAF garrison there. Fortunately, for unknown reasons, since this morning, the submarine carrier that Aslan led Sarah's team was on had problems and did not participate in the siege of the Archangel. This allowed the Archangel to forcibly break through the defense line of the Strait of Malacca and enter the Pacific Ocean at the cost of many damages. Just like this, after 8 days of water voyage, the Archangel sailed into the southern waters of the Pacific Ocean, where Albu was located on the 22nd of March. At the same time, it was also the most dangerous attack they had encountered since landing on Earth. Their opponents in this battle not only consisted of a large number of ZAF's aerial forces and a small number of Gundams, but also the Gundams piloted by Aslan Sala Squad. Therefore, even with the assistance of Sei Ito, who was an expert in the air, the Gundams piloted by Aslan were not enough. The Archangel was still unable to recover from the pain of being half-destroyed. In the end, it was forced to descend into Albu's waters under the warning of the Albu Naval Defense Force. They watched as the enemy pretended to bombard the surface of the sea around the Archangel and drove away the Zaft army. After the Zaft army retreated, led by 2 frigates of the Ob National Defense Navy Guard. They sailed into a secret port of Ob. I hope there won't be any trouble when the time comes. At this time, Sei Ito, who was leaning against the wall of the garage with his hands crossed in front of his chest, thought to himself, "Major Flag and Captain Sei Ito, please come to the bridge." I repeat, Major Flag and Captain Sei Ito, please come to the bridge. Just then, the ship's internal broadcast suddenly sounded. Hearing the content of the broadcast, Sei Ito and Mu quickly went to the locker room to change into their military uniforms, and then walked to the bridge together. Swoosh, the closed door of the bridge automatically opened. "What's wrong?" Mu, who walked into the bridge first, looked at Maud and asked. "We're going to meet the master of this country together, the representative of Uzmiura Ashar." Maud, who was holding a military cap in her hand, explained to Mu and Sei Ito with a serious face. Mu looked at Maud in front of him in surprise, then turned his gaze to Bakaluru on the side. He waited for confirmation. "Yes." Bakaluru nodded to confirm. "Okay, I see." Mu sighed and nodded. Then Sei Ito, Maud, Bakalu, and Mu tidied up their clothes and went to the Ashar family with Kisaka, who changed back into the Ob military uniform. They were arranged to sit in a spacious banquet hall. As for Kisaka himself, after completing the task of leading the way, he immediately left the banquet hall. No one knew what he was going to do. Shortly after Kisaka left, a man in a dark red suit with a light blue shirt, with long black hair and a thick short beard appeared. The thin and tall man, with a dignified expression, walked into the banquet hall. Representative Nami. Seeing the man walk into the room, Ito and the others immediately got up from their seats and greeted him with a military salute. Hello. Ashar slowly walked to the side of the long rectangular table, pulled out the only remaining chair in the room, and greeted everyone. Sit. Then, Ito and the others sat on the chair together. First of all, thank you for rescuing our ship, but I want to know what you plan to do with Archangel and us. Maud, who was sitting in a dignified manner, looked at Ashar with a serious expression. As all of you know, Aubrey is neutral. Ashar spoke in a steady tone and a slow pace. Yes, Maud confirmed. To the public, we announced that your ship was being pursued by our army and has left the territorial waters, Ashar continued. Yes, Maud responded. The reason you saved us is because your daughter is also on the ship. On the side, Mu, who is the same rank as Maud among, Ito and the others, only one rank lower than Maud in terms of function, suddenly spoke. Do you think the fate of the country and the life of a silly daughter who was spoiled since childhood can be compared? Ashar's tone was still calm as he asked slowly. Forgive me for my indiscretion. Mu apologized. If that was the case, the world would not be so complicated, Ashar said. Then, after a moment of silence, Ashar continued with a serious expression. The matter of Heliopolis, the children of our country who were involved in the war and became volunteer soldiers, the legendary X series who were active on the battlefield. Is it better to only save people and let the ship and the mech be shot down? We have debated for a long time, and even now I don't know if this is the right thing to do. I am very sorry to Heliopolis and the children, although my words are insignificant, but as an individual, I am very sorry. I'm really sorry. Malu lowered her head and said apologetically, Forget it, we are also at fault in this matter. It even involves the internal problems of the country. Ashar said generously, We are maintaining neutrality because we do not want to be enemies with either the natural person or the regulator. However, without power, you would not be able to carry out this will. But if we have power, we will become the target of public criticism. These words seem to be unnecessary for soldiers like you. Umiura, Ashar, said self-deprecatingly at the end. I can understand what Sir Umiura said, but Maud immediately said, but as she spoke, her face turned ugly. Obviously, she thought of something bad. In short, I will say the biggest reason to protect you from being sunk. We need all the battle data of the assault on Gundam, and we hope that the pilot regulator Sir Kiriyamato can provide technical support to our country's Dawn. If you agree, we can also provide a lot of convenience for your ship. Ashar clasped his hands together on the table in front of him and said in a deep voice, Sir Umiura, that. Hearing Ashar's request, Maud hurriedly stood up and wanted to say something, but looking at Ashar's determined face, she had no choice but to swallow the words back into her stomach. After a while, she spoke again. Okay, I agree to your request. Then, Ito, who completed the transaction and had dinner with Umiura Ashar, was sent back to the Archangel. He didn't show any strange behavior to me from the beginning to the end. Is it because he doesn't want to cause any trouble and ruin this deal? Ito Sanari thought to himself as he returned to the Archangel. Schwa, the door was closed again. I object. This country is very dangerous. As soon as the door closed, Bucky Lulu immediately said loudly to Maud, who had just sat behind the desk in the captain's lounge. If you say so, then what should we do? Get off here? Then we swim to Alaska together? Mo looked at Bucky Lulu and asked, I didn't say that. I meant to negotiate the price of repair with them. Bucky Lulu retorted. Of course I know that. Mu said helplessly. Is it really that simple? Although they didn't say anything, they must have been pressured by Zaft. In that case, they're still protecting us. You know very well the reason. Maud looked at Bucky Lulu seriously. Since the captain said so, then I have no right to object. But regarding this matter, please allow me to report it as a problem when we arrive in Alaska, Bucky Lulu said firmly. Then she saluted Maud and turned to leave the captain's lounge. Shortly after Bucky Lulu left, Seito and Mu also left the captain's lounge one after another. Next was a day and night of rest and preparation. Then, in the early morning of the third day, after arriving in Obe, Seito got up early from bed, walked out of the room, and secretly followed the attack Gundam that went to the secret base of Dawn Society, according to the transaction. They came to a huge factory hidden in the mountain. Is this the real core of Dawn Society? Seito, who was hiding in the forest, looked at the gradually closing mountain and thought. Later, Seito, who confirmed the location of the base, immediately jumped off the branch and quickly returned to the Archangel. Morning! Seito greeted Bucky Lulu in front of him. Morning, Lieutenant Seito. Bucky Lulu returned the greeting. What are you doing? Seito looked at the direction Bucky Lulu was heading and asked in confusion. I'm going to take advantage of this time to sort out the internal system of the Archangel, Bucky Lulu explained. The ship's internal system? The main program? Seito raised his eyebrows and said with great interest, No, it's mainly artillery control, radar, and CIC. Bucky Lulu said without any suspicion. Well, I'm free anyway, so I'll just go with you. Ito-san nodded, then stepped forward to Bujalaru's side and naturally reached out to put his arm around her shoulder and said with a smile, Lieutenant Seito, please have some self-respect. Bucky Lulu frowned and took a step back. This again. Seito sighed helplessly, then looked up at Bucky Lulu and said, It seems that if I want to get your feelings, I have to change the way. Bucky Lulu frowned even more when she heard this. Natale. Seito looked at Bucky Lulu in front of him and called out. Bucky Lulu looked at him with a puzzled expression, then pushed her against the corridor wall and kissed her on the lips. No matter how hard Bucky Lulu struggled, Seito didn't let go of her until Seito let her go. It's a very awkward kiss. Is this your first kiss, Natale? Seito stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, looking at Bucky Lulu, who was close at hand. Lieutenant Seito, this is sexual harassment. You will be court-martialed. Bucky Lulu glared at Seito with a flushed face. It doesn't matter. After Seito finished speaking, he kissed Bucky Lulu's red lips again. His tongue flexibly probed into her mouth, chasing after Bucky Lulu's pink tongue that was dodging around in her mouth. After a while, when he felt that Bucky Lulu might not be able to hold her breath, he raised his head and separated, letting her breathe the fresh air. When Bucky Lulu almost recovered, he suddenly kissed her again. This happened several times until Bucky Lulu's eyes were confused. Fortunately, the Archangel was being refurbished. The staff on the ship were basically busy outside. There was almost no one on the ship except for the staff on the bridge, so Seito could flirt with Bucky Lulu here without worrying about being discovered. How do you feel? Great, right? Seito's right hand stroked Bucky Lulu's blushing cheeks and looked at her intoxicated eyes with a chuckle. At the same time, his left hand on Bucky Lulu's shoulder slid down her arm and stopped at Bucky Lulu's buttocks. He patted her buttocks and said, Okay, let's go and sort out the system first. When we're done, we'll have time to play. Feeling the pat on her buttocks, Bucky Lulu finally recovered from the itch and intoxication. She stared at Seito fiercely and scolded, You bastard. I can't help it. You always look so unapproachable, so I had to do this. And do you dare to say that you didn't like the feeling just now? Seito's left hand gently kneaded Bucky Lulu's buttocks and joked. Hearing Seito's words, Bucky Lulu's eyes immediately flashed with confusion, and then she looked shocked. She waved away Seito's left hand that was kneading her buttocks and quickly turned around and walked towards her previous destination. Seeing this, Seito smiled and quickly followed, and then came to the core under the bridge of the Archangel with Bucky Lulu. Chapter 369. What should I do? Looking at the complicated machine in front of him, Seito asked Bucky Lulu next to him. Bring me the data box marked C5. Bucky Lulu said to Seito in a bad tone. Oh, hearing this, Seito immediately looked at a large box on his left hand, took out the part marked C5, and handed it to Bucky Lulu. Bucky Lulu took the square box, pulled out several data wires from the side of the square box, and connected them to the only independent facility in the room, then stood in front of the facility and operated it. Seito, who was more curious about this, leaned over to take a look, but found that it was full of programs that he didn't understand. So Seito, who didn't understand anything after looking at it for a long time, decisively gave up the plan to steal the Battleship Core program here and planned to steal the program in Gundam OS directly from the secret base of Twilight Society before the Archangel set sail. With a decision in mind, Seito immediately put away his disguise and looked at the serious Bucky Lulu with interest. "What are you looking at?" Bucky Lulu, who was very uncomfortable being stared at by Seito, had to stop the work in her hand and looked at Seito with a frown. "You are really beautiful, especially when you are serious. Your heroic appearance is too attractive." Seito praised with a smile. "Thank you for the compliment. However, if you don't want to help, please leave here immediately. Your current appearance has seriously affected my work." Hearing this, Bucky Lulu's face turned slightly red. She said in a rather stiff tone, "However, this room is dim, and there's almost no change in her expression, not to mention that her face is illuminated by the fluorescent light emitted from the screen in front of her, and her green appearance makes it even harder to see that she is blushing." "Okay then." Seito spread his hands and agreed. Then he took a step forward, suddenly reached out and hugged Bucky Lulu's waist, pulled her in his arms, and lowered his head to kiss her. "Hey!" Bucky Lulu, who was attacked suddenly again, instinctively resisted a few times. But soon, she was lost in the feeling of kissing. "All right, I won't disturb your work anymore. See you later." Seito raised his head and let go of the slightly itchy Bucky Lulu. His right hand stroked her cheek, and his thumb gently slid across her red and tender lips as he said softly. Then he let go of Bucky Lulu, whose body was a little soft in his arms. He turned around and walked out of the room, returning to his own room. After a while, Bucky Lulu, who regained her senses, frowned and tidied up her somewhat messy clothes. Her still crimson face was full of complex emotions as she looked out of the door. No one knew what she was thinking. However, from that day onwards, even though Lulu tried her best to avoid Seito, the secret of Seito would always find opportunities to harass her in front of and behind others. He would either sneak up to her and rub her buttocks when no one was paying attention, or kiss her lips fiercely to tease her emotions. This went on for more than a week. Bucky Lulu, who looked a little haggard, finally decided to have a good talk with Seito. So that night, Bucky Lulu took the initiative to come to the door of Seito's room. "Captain Seito, I'm Natale Bucky Lulu. I have something to talk to you about." Seito, who was reading a book in the room, suddenly heard Bucky Lulu's voice from the controller by the door. He put the book on the bed in surprise, got up, walked to the door, and opened it. Schwa! The door shrank into the wall, and then Bucky Lulu in a military uniform appeared in front of Seito. "I didn't expect you to take the initiative to look for me. It's a surprise." Seito looked at the door. Bucky Lulu looked a little haggard, but she still looked like a standard soldier and smiled happily. Then he stepped aside and invited, "Come in." She heard his permission. Bucky Lulu didn't speak and walked silently into Seito's room, standing quietly in the room, waiting for Seito. "Tell me, why are you looking for me?" Seito sat back on the bed and asked Bucky Lulu, who was still standing in the same place. "Captain Seito." Hearing the question, Bucky Lulu raised her head and called with a serious expression. "There are no outsiders here, so you don't need to be so rigid as usual. You could just call me Seito." Seito waved his hand and asked, "Okay, Seito." Bucky Lulu took a deep breath and said, "I want to know what you're going to do to stop harassing me." "Harassment?" Seito repeated with a smile. "Yes," Bucky Lulu said with a serious expression. "Well, that was indeed harassment. It's just that you refused to accept my feelings, so I had to do it. Don't you know it?" Ito-sei said to Bakilialu as he spread his hands. "If you want to pursue me, you can use the normal way, and I will accept it." Bucky Lulu's voice raised, and she said with some emotion, But you always wrap your feelings in this expression and never show your true appearance in front of me, so I can't do anything to you. So instead of letting myself retreat under your unapproachable performance, it's better to take the initiative to break your disguise and let you show your true side in front of me, just like this. Seito stood up from the bed and walked slowly to the flustered Buggy Lulu. He naturally reached out and hugged her waist, then gently lowered his head and kissed Buggy Lulu's red lips. Maybe she was used to Seito's domineering kiss. Buggy Lulu did not resist too much. She just closed her eyes and silently endured the teasing of Seito's tongue into her mouth. After a while, Seito, who was still holding Buggy Lulu, raised his head and looked at Buggy Lulu, whose eyes were still closed, and her face was flushed. He whispered with a smile, "Look, isn't this good? At least I know you like it this way." "You're talking nonsense." Hearing this, Buggy Lulu quickly opened her eyes and said with a flustered expression, "You know whether it's nonsense or not." After that, he lowered his head and kissed Buggy Lulu's red lips again. "Don't kiss anymore, I want to talk to you." When Seito let go of her again, Buggy Lulu hurriedly said. At this time, Buggy Lulu's expression was no longer stiff, but a weak look. "Okay." Seito nodded with a chuckle, then walked back to the bed with Buggy Lulu in his arms and sat down, let Buggy Lulu in his arms sit on his lap, looked at her, and said, "What do you want to say?" "Well, when there are people around, can you not touch me?" Buggy Lulu, who was sitting on Seito's lap, looked a little uncomfortable and whispered, "As long as you can promise to face me like this when there is no one around in the future." Seito looked at Buggy Lulu and teased, "Only when there is no one around." Buggy Lulu said awkwardly, "Well, only when there is no one around." Seito said affirmatively, "Then okay." Buggy Lulu hesitated for a moment and agreed. "That's the way." Seito raised his hand and gently brushed the bangs on Buggy Lulu's forehead, chuckling, "Now that this matter is solved, what else are you going to say to me?" "Well, if you want to be my boyfriend, it's not impossible." Buggy Lulu's face suddenly turned red, and she said in a timid tone, "As long as you can be promoted to a colonel and can change some of your bad habits, at least you have to show a serious military appearance in front of people." "Oh." Seito looked at Buggy Lulu with interest, waiting for her explanation. "I was born in a military family, and I was raised as a soldier from a young age. At the same time, my marriage partner was also limited to the scope of the military. According to my father's point of view, he should at least be a field officer. My father also believes that a soldier should act like a soldier and not be sloppy. So if you want to be my boyfriend, you should at least meet his requirements." At first, Buggy Lulu was still a little shy, but as she talked, her shyness gradually faded, until finally she returned to her usual appearance and said with a serious face, "You're thinking quite far ahead. The relationship hasn't even started yet, and you're already thinking about marriage." When Buggy Lulu finished speaking, Seito immediately opened his mouth and teased her. Buggy Lulu, who was teased, instantly blushed, turned her head to the side in embarrassment, and didn't speak. "But I'm thinking, are you looking for a boyfriend for yourself or for your father?" If you're looking for a boyfriend, then at the very least, the question is whether you like him or not whether he meets your father's requirements. Seito reached out and hugged Buggy Lulu in his arms and said softly, "Now the question is, do you like me or not?" "I don't know." Hearing Seito's inquiry, Buggy Lulu lowered her head and thought for a moment before whispering, "It's good that you don't know. At least it proves that you don't dislike me." After getting Buggy Lulu's answer, Seito said with a happy face, Is that so?" Buggy Lulu asked hesitantly. "Of course, since you don't know, it means that you don't hate me, or you have some inexplicable feelings for me. Even you don't know the existence of feelings. This is the foundation that can develop into liking me. But this foundation needs the two of us to work on it." Seito explained. "Oh," Buggy Lulu responded as if she didn't understand. Have you never been in love before?" Looking at Buggy Lulu's performance, Seito looked at Buggy Lulu in surprise. "I have been on a blind date," Buggy Lulu said quite strongly. "Haha, I understand. Hearing Buggy Lulu's words, Seito immediately laughed and comforted her. Chapter 370. Don't laugh. Looking at Seito's laughing face, Bucky Lulu immediately blushed and shouted angrily, Okay, I won't laugh, I won't laugh. Seeing this, Seito immediately put away his smile and replied while holding back his laughter. Okay, we've finished talking about what needs to be talked about, and I should go back to work. Seeing that things have been talked about, Bucky Lulu's face, which was still a little flushed, became serious and said, It's rare for you to come to my room. You should stay a little longer. It's also a good opportunity for the two of us to get to know each other better in the future. Seito hugged Bucky Lulu's waist tightly, not letting her leave his lap, and looked up at Bucky Lulu. Okay. Bucky Lulu hesitated for a moment, then finally agreed. Later, the two maintained the posture of one hugging and one sitting and gradually chatted. But most of the time, it was Seito asking questions or Bucky Lulu talking about her childhood. Only occasionally when Bucky Lulu asked, Seito would talk about himself, and even if he did, he would hide a lot of things. It's late. I should take over the captain's shift. Bucky Lulu, who felt that it was almost time, whispered to Seito. Okay then. Seito nodded and agreed, then looked at Bucky Lulu and said, But before leaving, let's have a goodbye kiss first. After speaking, without waiting for Bucky Lulu to respond, he kissed her red lips. Okay, go ahead. After a while, Seito let go of Bucky Lulu, stretched out his hand, and patted her buttocks and said softly, Bucky Lulu exhaled a long breath, nodded, and stood up from Seito's lap. She lowered her head and tidied up her wrinkled military uniform. She glanced at Seito, then turned and left his room and disappeared. Phew, I've finally taken down Nader. As long as I can deal with Maul, the Archangel will basically be mine. He looked down at his palm, which still had the warmth of Bucky Lulu's body. But to be honest, Nader is really cute in person. Although there was sudden progress in his relationship with Bucky Lulu, Seito would only tease Bucky Lulu's emotions when no one was around. Usually, neither Ito-sei nor Bucky Lulu showed any difference, so no one noticed that the relationship between the two of them had undergone a qualitative change unknowingly. Just like that, another week passed in the blink of an eye. It was now April 10th, year CE 71. My lord, the things are ready. Please come and receive them. In the evening, Ito-sei received a call from Chun Diren. Where is it? Seito asked simply. I know. Wait for me there. I'll be there soon, Seito said. Yes, my lord, Chun Diren replied. Cluck. The phone was hung up. Then, Seito left the Archangel without notifying anyone and quickly rushed to the location Chun Diren told him. It didn't take long for Seito to arrive near the rendezvous point. He turned over and jumped out of the protective barrier on the side of the road and slid down to the coastline below. Hua hua hua, Seito slid down. The rubble rubbed against the ground, making a series of fine sounds. Then, Ito-sei, who had reached the bottom, tapped his foot and rushed towards the large reefs not far away from where the waves were crashing against. Who is it? Just when Seito arrived at the designated location, Chun Diren mentioned, several men with weapons immediately shouted and several flashlights shone at Seito. It's me. Seito narrowed his eyes and said lightly, My lord. Hearing Seito's voice, Chun Diren's voice immediately came from the depths of the cave, and then a figure gradually walked out from the dark cave. My lord. Chun Diren, who came in front of Seito, said respectfully again, Take me in. Seito nodded indifferently. He ordered, Yes, my lord. Chun Diren responded and waved his hand to disperse the armed guards. Holding a flashlight in his hand, he led Seito into the depths of the cave. We're here. After a while, after passing through a winding passage, Chun Diren stopped and said to Seito beside him, Not bad. Seito looked at the nuclear fuel in front of him that was wrapped in anti-radiation material and piled up in the cave, and said with satisfaction. Then, without caring about Chun Diren's existence, he directly opened the Rubik's Cube world to a position equal to the width and height of the cave and collected the nuclear fuel in front of him into the Rubik's Cube world. Then he turned back to the dumbfounded Chundiran and said, "Continue to collect. The next batch must be delivered before June 10th. "Yes, my lord." Hearing this, Chundiran said respectfully with awe, then looked up at Saito and asked, "Still here?" "Well, still here," Saito confirmed. "I understand, my lord." Chundiran nodded. "Okay, take your people and leave." Saito waved and ordered. "Yes." Chundiran answered respectfully and carefully walked out of the car's cave. He called the guards outside and boarded a hidden speedboat to leave Ob. After Chundiran and the others left, Saito walked out of the cave and returned to the Archangel. Then 2 days passed peacefully, and it was now April 12th. This was the day when the Dawn Society checked the completion of the Gundam OS. In order to express their gratitude for the assistance of the Archangel, they specially invited Maud and Mu, who had the highest military ranks, to visit. However, Maud did not participate because she had to guard the warship. Instead, Mu accompanied Kira to the Dawn Society to check the results. And with Kira, an excellent adjuster and pilot, personally writing the code, the results of the Gundam OS were needless to say. It completely met the expectations of the Dawn Society, making the M1 Gundam, which was originally slow and could only be seen as a toy, finally meet the standards for battlefield use. Looking at Mu and Kira, who returned from the Dawn Society's secret factory, Saito knew that the day to act had arrived. But before he acted, there were still some things that needed to be explained. With a decision in mind, Saito immediately left the corridor of the Archangel and found Bucky Lulu, who was now resting in the room. "What's the matter?" Bucky Lulu looked at Saito, who came into her room, and asked in a low voice while avoiding eye contact. "Can I come to see you if there's nothing?" Looking at Bucky Lulu on the opposite side, Idose slowly stepped forward, reached out, grabbed her hand, and pulled her to sit down on the bed. He looked up at Bucky Lulu, standing in front of him, and smiled. Yes. Bucky Lulu whispered with a faint blush on her face. "Well, by the way, I forgot to ask you last time. Did the underwear I gave you in the Libyan desert fit?" Saito asked with a playful expression. "Fit?" Bucky Lulu's originally light red face immediately turned red. She lowered her head and stammered in a low voice. "That's good. Next time I go out, I'll buy a few more for you." Saito smiled, and Bucky Lulu whispered, "Okay, let's get down to business." After flirting with Bucky Lulu, Saito said to her with a serious expression, "I'm going out to do something tonight. After that, I may be wanted by Aubrey all over the country. I shouldn't be able to return to the Archangel by then, so I'm here today to say goodbye to you. What are you going to do?" Hearing this, Bucky Lulu raised her head and looked at Idose with a serious expression. "Steal some information." Saito didn't think there was anything to hide about his purpose, so he simply told Bucky Lulu. "You." Bucky Lulu heard this and immediately looked at Saito with a vigilant look. She wanted to ask, but she didn't know what to ask. Looking at Bucky Lulu in front of him, Saito reached out and hugged her in front of him. His head rested on Bucky Lulu's chest and abdomen, smelling the faint soap smell from her body, and said softly, "Don't worry, I'm not a spy. And have you ever seen a spy tell his action plan to an outsider?" "Phew." Bucky Lulu let out a long sigh. She knew that Saito was right. No spy would tell his action plan to an outsider, even if the so-called outsider was his family or lover. It's just that she still didn't understand Saito's identity and what he wanted to do. "Don't think so much. My behavior will not affect you, the Atlantic Federation, the Earth Federation, or plant. So you just have to do your job quietly and wait for our next meeting." Saito raised his head from Bucky Lulu's chest and pulled her to sit in his arms and said softly. Then he smiled at the silent Bucky Lulu, and then a slender platinum necklace with jade-colored water droplets at the bottom suddenly appeared in Saito's hand and appeared in front of her eyes. "For you," Saito said as he opened the necklace with both hands and put it around Bucky Lulu's neck. "So beautiful." Saito looked at Bucky Lulu with the necklace around her neck and praised. Then he reached out and lifted Bucky Lulu's head, who was looking down at the necklace, and kissed her gently. Okay, don't think so much. Stay with me quietly for a while. After a while, Ito and Bucky Lulu separated. With one hand on Bucky Lulu's waist and the other hand gently stroking her thigh in black pantyhose, he said softly. Hearing this, Bucky Lulu nodded silently and agreed. In this way, the two stayed in silence for a long time until it was time for Bucky Lulu to change shifts with Margot. Then Ito quietly watched Bucky Lulu tidy up her clothes and watched her walk to the bridge. Next is Margot. After Bucky Lulu completely disappeared in the corridor, Ito turned his head and looked at the passage leading to the captain's lounge on the other side. Chapter 371. Outside the captain's lounge, Ito pressed the small keyboard on the wall on the right side of the door and asked, Malu, are you there? Wait a minute. Soon, Malu's voice came from above. Then, with a soft sound, the door opened automatically. Malu, who was only wearing a white tank top, a short skirt, and black stockings, appeared in front of Ito while wiping her hair with a white towel. Seeing this, Ito didn't say anything else. He rushed into the room and hugged Margaret's waist. He turned around and pushed her against the wall beside the door. Then he kissed her as the door closed automatically. A white towel fell from Malu's palm to the ground. Lieutenant Ito, can you tell me what's wrong? After a while, the lips of the two separated again. Malu, who was pressed against the wall by Ito, frowned, looked at Ito in front of her with a puzzled expression, and asked with concern, I'm going to leave the Great Time battleship for a while. I'm not sure when I'll return to the ship, but it shouldn't be a short time, so I want to see you before I leave and say goodbye to you. Ito looked into Malu's eyes and said softly. Then, without waiting for Malu to ask, he kissed her again. But this time, while kissing, his right hand naturally slid down from Malu's shoulder and pressed on the soft protrusion under her tank top, gently kneading it. The sensitive area on her chest was suddenly attacked, and Malu instinctively let out a low moan. At the same time, her hands pressed against Ito's chest and gently pushed him away. But it was still the same sentence. How could her strength be compared to Ito's? Not to mention that she was in a state of confusion, so the action that seemed to be pushing him away was more provocative. Lieutenant Ito. After a while, Margot, who had regained her freedom, gasped for breath. She looked at Ito, in front of her with a face full of shame and anger. I like to see you like this. You have a different flavor. Ito put his forehead in front of Maui's forehead and looked at her angry eyes and chuckled. Then, he exerted force with his body. Taking 2 steps back, he let go of Maru. Reason. Malu, who had regained her freedom, tugged at Ito's messy singlet and looked at Ito with a frown. Because of some personal reasons. That's why we have to do it. However, I can guarantee that it won't take a long time. It will take about 20 days to a month. So don't worry, we will meet again soon. Ito shrugged and explained. What about Alaska? Malu continued to frown. That. Ito deliberately dragged his voice and looked like he was thinking. Then the next moment, he said with a look of sudden realization, Who cares if I don't appear in Alaska with you at that time? You can just report that I am a deserter. You. Hearing this, Malu looked at Ito angrily and was speechless. Malu, don't be so angry. Being angry hurts your skin. Ito said to Malu with a smile. I'm talking to you about something serious. Malu frowned and said in a deep voice. I know. I'm also talking to you about something serious. Ito said seriously. How about this? I will try to meet you before the Archangel returns to Alaska. What do you think? Can you tell me what you're going to do? Malu looked at Ito and asked seriously. I won't hide it from you. Ito said with the same serious expression. I'm going to secretly invade the Dawn Society. I'm going there to steal something, but I may be wanted by Aubrey later. So, in order to not cause trouble for the Archangel and you, I will leave Aubrey and not return to the Archangel. What are you going to do? Malu looked at Ito suspiciously and asked again. What am I going to do? I don't know. Just think of it as me having a hobby of collecting things. But I can assure you that the things I get will only stay in my own hands. It will not flow into the Earth Union, nor into the hands of plant, or into the hands of any other forces. Absolutely. Seito raised his right hand and pointed his palm at Malu. He said seriously, like an American swearing an oath. Can I trust you? Malu whispered with a rare look of confusion. Absolutely. Seito stepped forward and gently hugged Malu. His right hand slowly slid down her back and said gently, I won't hurt you, Malu. At this time, Seito, who felt the atmosphere was a bit gloomy, lowered his head and suddenly asked Malu in his arms, You don't seem to be wearing underwear. Did the two underwear I gave you not fit? You. Hearing this, the gloomy Malu didn't know where she got the strength from. She pushed Seito away and looked at him angrily and shouted, Get out. Okay, I'll get out. But before I go, I have a gift for you. Seito raised his hands and smiled at Malu as if he was surrendering. Then, with a wave of his right hand, a slender platinum necklace appeared in Seito's hand. The only difference was the style of the pendant, but the rest of the necklace was the same as the one he gave Buggy Lulu. For you. Seito put down his hand, unlocked the necklace in his hand, and smiled at Malu. Looking at the thing in Seito's hand, Malu was silent. She looked at the sparkling necklace in Seito's hand with a complicated expression. Seeing this, Seito didn't hesitate. He took the initiative to step forward to Malu and reached out to help her put on the necklace. A trace of coldness immediately passed from the exposed skin of his chest to Malu's heart and called back Malu, who was in a daze. Thank you. Malu reached out and held the crystal pendant at the bottom of the necklace in her hand and thanked him in a low voice. Okay, I should go. If Aubrey's people ask you tomorrow or the day after, just say you don't know. But I remember that the Archangel will leave the port the day after tomorrow. Seito looked at Malu in front of him and said, Yes. Malu nodded in confirmation. If there is a chance, I will send you off. Seito reached out and gently stroked Malu's cheek. Then he stepped forward and kissed Malu's forehead. He left the captain's lounge and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Can I really trust you? Hearing the sound of the door closing behind her, Malu tightly held the crystal pendant in front of her chest and murmured with a confused expression. On the other side, after leaving the Archangel, Seito didn't immediately attack the Dawn Society's base like he said. Instead, he summoned a large displacement motorcycle in front of him and wandered around the first factory district. He observed the nearby traffic, the landscape, and the specific production projects of the factories, although he had the motorcycle as a means of transportation. However, observing this kind of thing itself was a meticulous work, so when Ito roughly finished observing the first factory area, a night had quietly passed. But it wasn't like he didn't gain anything. At least, after a night of careful inspection, Ito had roughly figured out what was in the first factory area and the detention island. In the future, as long as the time was right, Ito could immediately go to the corresponding location according to his needs and plunder what he needed. Immediately, Ito, who had a clear goal, stopped the motorcycle in a hidden place nearby. He waved his hand and put away the motorcycle. He quickly changed into civilian clothes, took the hover car into the city, and stayed in a hotel. After a day and a night, it was April 14th, CE 71. After nearly a month of rest, the completely new Archangel finally started the thrusters again and slowly drove out of the secret port on the Archangel Island. Then, under the cover of several OB National Defense Naval Guard frigates, it left the OB Sea area. It quickly headed in the direction of Alaska. At the top of a mountain peak, Ito, who watched the Archangel leave, was silent for a moment. He then returned to the hotel in the city and waited again. More than 10 hours later, as the electronic clock in the room rang, Ito, who had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Two lightning-like lights immediately shot out from Ito's pitch-black pupils. After a flash in the dim room, it disappeared into the air like an illusion. It's time, Ito thought to himself. Then, he pushed his right hand on the ground and stood up. He then left the room and quickly rushed toward the Dawn Society's secret base. A moment later, Seito once again arrived outside the Dawn Society's secret factory hidden in the mountain. Then, he spread out his mental power and explored the situation around the mountain. Soon, a place where the thickness of the mountain was moderate and there were no hidden surveillance cameras appeared in Ito Sei's spiritual perception. It's there, Seito thought to himself. In the next moment, Seito, who was originally standing in the same place, immediately rushed there. His super fast movement speed made him look like an illusory shadow. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared on the spot and appeared in front of the mountain not far away. Then, Seito's hands fiercely pressed on the ground. A blue electric light instantly rushed out from Seito's palms and jumped on the ground. ZZ. At this moment, a sound like electric light hitting a metal surface suddenly rang in Seito's ears. Seito stopped the decomposition refining in his hands and looked below his palms. Then, a metal wall appeared in front of Seito's eyes. Looking at the obstacle in front of him, Seito raised his eyebrows. He immediately closed his eyes and recalled the information about special metals that he had obtained from the Dawn Society. After a moment, Seito opened his eyes again. According to the metal molecular arrangement formula recorded in the information, he once again used decomposition refining on the metal on the ground. After about a minute, Seito, who had been using decomposition refining, loosened his right hand. A layer of broken soil suddenly appeared under his palm. Seeing this, Seito immediately rejoiced in his heart. Found it! Then, with the metal molecular arrangement formula, Seito's hands fiercely pressed down. The metal in front of him immediately melted like snow in a fire and turned into a pile of soil to fill the gap. It's connected. At this time, Seito, who had been using decomposition refining, felt the ground in front of his hands suddenly loosened. At the same time, the fine soil around his palms instantly fell down from the gap. Seito, who had been prepared for this, moved his mind and the falling soil instantly disappeared in front of his eyes. Looking at the circular gap with a diameter of 0.5 meters in front of his feet, Seito did not hesitate. He stepped forward and his body immediately fell down. Pada Seito's feet landed steadily on the ground. The impact between his feet and the ground instantly made a soft sound that could not be heard. Then, Seito, who was half squatting on the ground, carefully looked at the environment. In the dark room, a large number of metal parts were neatly placed around the room. The huge room of more than 80 square meters was filled with metal parts. This is a parts warehouse? Seito, who straightened up from the ground, guessed in his heart. Then, Seito walked to the door of the warehouse and used alchemy to carefully create a door on the door. He left the warehouse in a flash and began to search room by room. Not long after, Seito came to a room that looked like a large command room of a satellite launch base. It's here. Seito looked at the huge room in front of him. After confirming that there were no surveillance cameras in the room, he slowly walked to the wide one-piece glass window at the innermost part of the room and looked outside. In an instant, 3 Gundams that looked almost identical to the Assault Gundam, with only a few differences in the details, appeared in front of Seito's eyes. Heretic Gundams. Since the heretics are here, then it must be here. Looking at the 3 heretic Gundams outside the window, Seito thought in his heart. Then, Seito turned around and waved his hand to release the 3 Heliopolis Dawn Society staff members, 2 men and 1 woman. This is Dawn Society? After a short adaptation, the 3 people who regained their ability to observe immediately noticed the difference in their surrounding environment. After a brief observation, they said in surprise, "Yes." Seito confirmed, then said to the 3 people, "This is the core factory of Dawn Society. The development of the Gundam OS was completed here 2 days ago. Now I need you to give me the information of this Gundam OS, the combat data of the Assault Gundam, the data of the Archangel, and so on, no problem, right? I'm not sure if the search password here is the same as what we know, so we can't guarantee success. A middle-aged man among the three people looked at Sei Ito and said, "It's okay, just try your best." Sei Ito also understood the situation and nodded. Chapter 372. That's good. The three of them looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Then, each of them came to a computer and operated it as usual. Great, there are no layers of encryption. At this time, the female staff member among the three suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Seito looked up at the woman and asked in confusion. "I just tried to access the natural OS program data. I didn't expect to be able to retrieve it from the database with only a single layer of authentication. It's completely different from other data that requires multiple layers of authorization verification." The woman immediately replied, "Then, can you pass that layer of authentication?" Seito asked with some expectation. "Yes, this type of authentication is a universal authentication for internal members of the Dawn Society. It's very simple," the woman said with confidence. "That's good. Hurry up and retrieve the data." Seito quickly walked to the woman's side and waved his hand to create a quantum computer and placed it next to her. "Okay." The woman agreed and immediately tapped on the keyboard with both hands. Buzz, however, the expected image did not appear. Instead, a banner with warning words appeared on the screen. "Dawn Society may have canceled our identities." Looking at the warning words that appeared on the screen, the woman's face was a little ugly as she said in a low voice, "Then what do we do?" Seito frowned and asked, "It's okay. I also know the authentication password of 2 people. They didn't die in Heliopolis like us," the woman said with a strange expression. Then, without waiting for Seito to speak, she quickly entered the password. There was a soft beep sound. The password lock on the computer screen disappeared, and then a set of complex data appeared on the screen. "It's done," the woman first whispered to Seito. Then she took the quantum computer on the side, pulled out a data cable to connect the 2 computers together, and copied and stored the natural OS data. Seeing that the woman had solved the difficult problem, Seito immediately walked to the other 2 and asked, "How are you guys?" "No, regardless of whether it's the data of the Archangel. Or is it because the Assault Gundam's battle data is encrypted with multiple layers of encryption? With our current situation, there's no way for us to decipher it." The 2 men shook their heads helplessly. "I understand. You 2 can go back first." Seito nodded. He looked at the 2 of them and said, "All right." The 2 of them looked at each other and nodded. With a wave of his hand, Seito sent the 2 back into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he slowly walked back to the remaining woman's side and waited quietly. "All right." After a while, a beep sound came from the computer, and the woman looked up at Ito-sei and said, "Well, I'll send you back now." Hearing this, Seito didn't beat around the bush. He waved his hand and sent her and the quantum computer into the Rubik's Cube world. It seems that the Assault Gundam's battle data and the Archangel's data can only be obtained in the future. In this case, I'll collect some parts and materials that will be used to repair the Heresy Gundam in the future. Looking at the empty room, Seito secretly said in his mind. Then, Seito didn't stay here any longer. He turned and left the room. Like a locust passing by, he began to plunder everything that caught his eye in the Dawn Society's secret factory. Among them were the 3 red Heresy Gundams that had been installed with the natural OS. However, in order to ensure the inertia of the plot to achieve future goals, the central computer in the Dawn Society's secret factory became the only thing that Seito took a fancy to but didn't take it away. After a long while, Seito, who completed the plundering task, looked at his harvest with satisfaction, then turned and walked back the way he came. According to the inertia of the plot, the green-haired trap nigger should have been killed by Kira. Then, 2 days later, Dole, who might be affected by the world's correction power and replace me to pilot the sky, Overlord, died in battle. Kira self-destructed with Aslan. It's just according to the outside story. Kira, who was blown up, was saved by Roger, a member of the recycling house who stole the secretly manufactured Red Heresy Gundam from Heliopolis. Now that the Heresy Gundam is gone, can he still save Kira? Sei Ito, who was sneaking into the passage, thought in his mind. It seems that I have to go to the Marshall Islands the day after tomorrow to take a look. If Roger doesn't appear then Kira will be saved by me. Then, I'll take Kira and follow the blind mentor to the plant. If Roger appears. Thinking of this, a sneer suddenly appeared on Sei Ito's face. Warning, warning. All combatants, please take note. Immediately take your weapons and conduct a carpet search of the factory. Arrest any unfamiliar person you see immediately. If there is any resistance, kill them on the spot. I repeat, all combatants, please take note. At this moment, a rapid alarm suddenly sounded in the secret factory of the Dawn Codex. Then, a male voice came from the broadcast and said in an urgent tone, "Have I been discovered?" Sei Ito turned his head and looked at the red lights flashing rapidly in the factory space and muttered to himself. Then, without stopping, he quickly rushed back to the passage from which he sneaked in. Stop! Just as Sei Ito was about to reach the warehouse where he broke into the factory, one of the guards who were patrolling carefully noticed the sudden appearance of Sei Ito and shouted to stop him. This is the core of Orb after all. The reaction speed of the guards here is much faster than the base I went to last time. Ito-sei completely ignored the other party's shout and rushed forward without stopping. At the same time, he compared the guard's reaction at this time with the guard who broke into the base last time in his heart. Seeing that Sei Ito was still not listening to the order, the soldiers immediately opened fire at Sei Ito. Fire! A series of rapid gunshots echoed in the empty factory area. Flashing sparks and fleeting lines of fire quickly flew towards Sei Ito. Report: enemy tracks have been found in the mining area. Number 1. Exchanging fire. Among the several armed guards, a man who seemed to be the captain quickly spoke in the walkie-talkie on his shoulder as he fired at Sei Ito. Got it. A man's voice replied from the walkie-talkie. At this time, Sei Ito, who was being shot at by the crowd, flashed and immediately appeared in front of the wall on his left. Then, like a person in the Matrix, he quickly ran along the wall in a way that defied gravity. When he was upside down and his feet were upside down, he appeared right above the heads of the armed guards. Under their astonished gazes, he suddenly fell into the crowd. With a flip of his hand, a dagger appeared in his palm. Using his right forefoot as a support, he quickly completed a 360-degree rotation. A silver-white, circular light instantly flashed in the air. A series of muffled puff, 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 puff sounds were heard one after another. Then, several streams of red blood immediately spurted out from the throats of the armed guards around Sei Ito. The blood flowed through the gaps between their fingers and onto the ground. After that, Sei Ito, who had completed a round of killing, quickly jumped out from among the fallen armed guards as if he had done something insignificant. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the warehouse where he came from. With a few jumps, he reached the entrance of the warehouse. With a strong pull of his arms, he quickly rushed out of the hole. Then, standing on the ground again, Sei Ito immediately turned around and pressed one hand on the ground. With a flash of blue light, the hole on the ground was instantly sealed and returned to its original state. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, several dense and continuous attacks instantly fell from the sky, hitting the place where he was just standing, causing a large cloud of smoke and dust to rise. Armed helicopters. Sei Ito, who was hiding in the treetops, looked at the several armed helicopters hovering in the sky and said in his mind, "At this time, the armed helicopters once again fire at the place where Sei Ito was hiding, as if they already knew where he was hiding." Equipped with heat-sensing radar, Sei Ito, who was hiding in the treetops again, sneered. He immediately gathered his key and moved in another direction. Fortunately, there is no biological detection radar in the Luxiu world, otherwise it would really take some effort. Reporting, the enemy disappeared from the radar. Sei Ito, who was running in the forest, could faintly hear the report of the armed helicopter pilot. "Idiot, find it for me," a neutral voice scolded. "Yes," the pilot responded loudly. Then, together with a few other armed helicopters, They flew at a low altitude in a line of 3 to 3 and used their naked eyes to search. Seeing this, Ito snorted. 2 solid iron balls the size of tennis balls appeared in the palm of his hand, and he threw them at the armed helicopters in the air in a flash of lightning. The 2 iron balls that flew out suddenly changed halfway. From the original spherical shape, they quickly elongated into 2 thin iron cones with a length of 30 centimeters and a thickness of 1 centimeter, with sharp spikes on both ends. In an instant, they pierced through the windshield of an armed helicopter and flew out from the back of the 2 pilots. Without the pilot, the armed helicopter immediately lost control and fell down crookedly. Boom! Immediately afterward, a violent explosion suddenly sounded at the place where the armed helicopter fell, and a large flame immediately appeared in the forest and slowly spread to the surroundings. At the same time, using the chaos caused by the explosion of the armed helicopter, Ito calmly left the scene from the other end of the forest and returned to the city of Ob. Then he took the hover car back to the hotel room, stepped into the Rubik's Cube world, and appeared on the rooftop of the large laboratory. Chapter 373. How's it going? Ito Seiji, who came down from the rooftop to the laboratory, asked everyone who was busy in the laboratory. The OS has been rewritten. Logging in personal data. Hearing Ito's question, a middle-aged male member of Dawn Society, who looked to be in his 40s, raised his head and answered. Oh. Ito walked to the middle of the crowd, looked at the 2 Gundams in the experimental field, and nodded to show that he understood. After a moment, a researcher who was staring at the screen of the instrument said loudly, "Setup complete. Inform the pilot to enter the initial startup test." The middle-aged man next to Ito ordered loudly. Yes. Another female staff member responded, pressed a button on the instrument in front of her, and said into the communicator on her left ear, "Start the initial startup test now." Yes. Karen and Valletta's voices immediately came out from the 2 Gundams. Then the 2 Gundams' eyes lit up at the same time, and the 2 Gundams immediately moved. At this time, the Gundams that were equipped with the natural OS were no longer as slow as, Ito saw before. They were very agile in running, jumping, flying, and moving in the large experimental field. "Valletta, let's fight again." In the red Gundam, Karen's voice suddenly came out and shouted at the blue Gundam. Okay. Valletta didn't show any weakness and answered straightforwardly. Then the 2 turned on the thrusters and jumped back to the 2 ends of the large experimental field at the same time. After a moment of silence, they rushed toward each other at the same time. Have the 2 of them been like this recently? Looking at the 2 Gundams fighting together, Ito turned to look at the middle-aged man next to him and asked curiously. Yes, basically every day during the test, they will fight here. When the middle-aged man heard the question, he shook his head with a wry smile and explained, "At first, some people tried to dissuade them, but after finding that it was useless, no one cared anymore. So now everyone is used to the battle between the 2 of them." "Oh," the middle-aged man said. Ito turned around and looked at the workers around him. He noticed that they weren't paying any attention to the battle between Karen and Valletta. Instead, they were focused on observing the data changes of the 2 airframes. "Then you should pay more attention. I'll take a look over there." Ito nodded and said to the middle-aged man beside him, "I'll be careful." The middle-aged man nodded and watched as Ito walked to the other side, not far from them. Then, he turned around and returned to the crowd. He continued to observe the Gundam situation. On the other side, "Lloyd, what's the situation on your side?" Ito came up behind Royd, Cecil, Nina, and Lakshata and asked, "Not bad. The information you sent about the lightweight protection belt is very useful. It played a great role in the improvement of the radiation wave weapon. Now, the radiation wave weapon can completely reflect and distort the laser beam of this world. And with the existence of the beam restraining device, the attack power of the radiation wave weapon has been greatly enhanced. I believe that the nightmare equipped with the new radiation wave weapon is not inferior to the 2 big toys over there." Roy turned around and said to Ito in his unique, strange voice, "Oh, Has the nightmare's cosmic usage problem been solved? Seito raised his eyebrows and said, That's not the case. Lloyd frowned when he heard this and said with an unlucky expression, What's wrong? Seito asked in surprise. It's because of the thruster. Lakshata, on the side, said, The nightmare's operating principle is to use the energy produced by the cherry stone through mechanical conduction. Its movement is basically done by the pulley block on the feet. Although this allows the nightmare to display powerful combat ability and flexibility in any terrain. However, it also imprisons it on the ground. It can't leave the ground and move in the sky. That's not right. I remember that you have already developed the Red Lotus 2 flying parts. And with Royd's participation in the improvement, the effect seems to be quite good. Seito frowned and looked at Lakshata in confusion. That's why I said it's the thruster problem. Lakshata took out a box of matches from his pocket and lit one of the matches. He then lit it in the copper pot at the front of the pipe in his hand. After taking 2 deep breaths, he said, Although the radiation wave wings can provide flight and aerial combat ability for the Red Lotus 2, its instantaneous speed is still inferior to the 2 big guys over there. Not to mention its continuous propulsion speed in a weightless state. If the Red Lotus 2 is sent into space with the current equipment, then it's basically a moving target. In other words, on Earth, the Red Lotus 2's ability is on par with the Heretic Gundam over there, or even slightly better, but in the universe, it's no match at all? Seito concluded. That's more or less it. Lakshata said in a casual manner. Can't you change the movement method of the Red Lotus 2? Seito continued to ask. I can, but it will cause the excellent combat ability of the Red Lotus 2 on Earth to be lost. Is that okay? Lakshata asked in return. Then forget it. Let's keep it the way it is. Leave the problems in the universe to the professionals. Seito raised his hand and rubbed his forehead as he said, By the way, has the nuclear power system of the Red Lotus 2 been modified? Seito asked again. It's done, and the anti-neutron interference device that you requested is also installed on it. Lakshata exhaled a puff of white smoke and nodded. That's good. I may need it later. I can help you test the improved performance and the stability of the anti-neutron interference device, Seito said with a smile. Just then, Nina, who was in the middle of the group, rubbed the corner of her shirt with both hands as she carefully said to Seito, I recently researched something. Can you take a look? Of course, Seito responded with a smile. Hee, that's quite an impressive thing, Lloyd on the side praised. Since Dr. Lloyd said so, it must be correct. Let's go take a look together, Seito said with a smile. Then the 5 of them stood in front of Nina's personal computer. Nina operated the computer and presented the thing she researched. This is it. After the screen was filled with information, Nina stepped aside and explained, This is something I came up with based on the nuclear fission, fusion, and neutron interference data you gave me, as well as the cherry stone energy from before. After that, Nina began to explain the mechanism of the thing she had developed. Isn't this the goddess of dawn of love from the Luxiu world? The thing that is similar to a nuclear bomb, but is not a nuclear bomb. There is no radiation pollution after the explosion. As Seito listened to Nina's explanation, he thought to himself, I didn't expect her to make it. Now, she even added the theory of nuclear explosion and neutron interference. I wonder what kind of joke she'll come up with in the end. That's it. Nina, who finished her explanation, looked at Seito with anticipation, waiting for his evaluation. It's very powerful. Seito generously praised Nina's research. However, before Nina could fully express her joy, he changed the topic and sighed. It's just that we don't seem to have any use for this thing. After all, this thing is a weapon of mass destruction, right, Nina? Yes, Nina replied in a low voice, feeling dejected. However, Seito changed the topic again. At the same time, he reached out and gently rubbed Nina's lowered head. He chuckled and said, But since you've already researched it, let's keep it as a knowledge reserve. Maybe we'll need it in the future. Nina looked up at Seito and nodded vigorously. Although we don't need the thing we researched this time, its appearance proves that you're an excellent scientist. So, keep up the good work, Nina. Ito withdrew his hand from Nina's head and encouraged her with a smile. Nina grasped the corner of her clothes tightly and nodded vigorously. Okay, I won't disturb your research anymore. You guys go ahead. Ito looked at the four people in front of him and said with a smile. Then, he waved at them and turned around to return to the Dawn Society's research team. Okay, tell the two of them to stop. When he returned to the Dawn Society's research team, Ito helplessly said to one of the researchers beside him as he looked at the two mechas that were clasping their hands tightly together in the large experimental field. Okay. That person answered and walked to the woman beside him and said a few words. Then, the woman's voice immediately rang out in the large experimental field. Okay, today's test is over. We'll fight again next time. Hearing the order, the red heretic under Karen's control retreated to the side and said, Who's afraid of you? Come on then. Valletta snorted coldly. Then, the cockpits of the two heretical Gundams that had returned to their positions opened from top to bottom at the same time. Karen, who was wearing a red sleeveless shirt and khaki denim shorts with her red hair held up by a hairband, and Valletta, who was wearing a tight red one-piece dress with a yellow vertical band on the left side of her body and long black stockings on her legs, walked out of the cockpit one after another. Her long grayish-blue hair was tied into a bundle and fell naturally to the right side of her body. The two people who walked out of the cockpit stared at each other for a moment. Then, they both snorted coldly and stepped on the rope ladder to land on the ground. They walked out of the door on the side of the large experimental field and entered the laboratory. Chapter 374. Ito, Achung, Karen, and Valletta, who had just returned to the lab, exclaimed in surprise when they saw Ito. Thank you for your hard work, Karen. Valletta. Ito greeted them with a smile. Karen and Valletta, who were also walking towards Ito, blushed. They looked at each other and looked at Ito with embarrassment. Are you embarrassed now? Ito stood in front of them and teased them. Sorry, Valletta said softly as she returned to her weak and gentle self when she lost her memory. Anyway, I'm sorry. Karen's eyes wandered and her face was still red. It's okay. I don't mean to blame you. There's nothing wrong with fooling around. Just don't use your real strength. Ito said softly as he looked at them with amusement. We won't, Karen and Valletta said almost at the same time. That's good. Ito nodded and said with relief. Then, he turned around and looked at the electronic clock hanging in the lab and said to Karen and Valletta, It's already so late. I think you two must be hungry. Let's go to the city for supper. Then, he walked between them and pulled them out of the lab. He drove an electric sports car that was already popular in the Rubik's Cube world and headed to the city. All right, what do you two want to eat? Chinese food, Japanese food, or Western food? Itsunari, who was driving a sports car, asked. Chinese, Western, Karen and Valletta said at the same time. After they realized that their answers were different, they immediately turned around and glared at each other. They silently threatened each other to change their choices. Forget it. Let's have Japanese, Ito sighed helplessly when he saw their reactions from the rearview mirror. Then, without waiting for the two to answer, he drove to the city and stopped in front of a Japanese restaurant. Then, the three of them walked into the restaurant and chose a small private room. After Ito ordered a few dishes, they started chatting. By the way, Chung, why are you here today? While waiting for the dishes to be served, Valletta asked Ito. It's like this. I have an operation tomorrow, and I need a vehicle. However, due to the possibility of a battle, we came to the laboratory to check on the progress of the mech's development. Then, we'll choose a suitable mech based on the situation, Ito explained to the two. Hearing Ito's words, Valletta and Karen's eyes lit up at the same time, and they asked with anticipation, Have you decided which body you want to use? For the time being, I'm leaning toward Red Lotus 2. After all, Red Lotus 2 hasn't been tested after the modification of the power core. This is a good opportunity to test its practicality. At the same time, we can also test the newly developed anti-neutron disruptor and other components of Red Lotus 2, Ito said. Then he looked at Valletta, who looked a little disappointed, and explained, "The key is that the distance is relatively far, and we need to fly. When the Heresy Gundam is used in the atmosphere, its flying ability is relatively low, so it's not suitable for transportation. However, if we're in the universe, the Heresy Gundam will definitely be our first choice." "I see." After listening to Ito's explanation, Valletta nodded in understanding. She said, "But Karen, since you've been using the Heresy Gundam recently, do you still know how to pilot Red Lotus too?" Ito turned to look at Karen and asked with a smile. "Of course, I often cooperate with Lakshata and the others to do experiments, and Red Lotus 2 is my exclusive mech. How can I forget?" Karen said hurriedly. "Then I'm relieved." Ito smiled. At this time, the waiter of the restaurant just happened to bring the food over. He knelt by the table of the three and placed the delicacies on the table. "Please enjoy." After the dishes were placed on the table, the waiter bowed to the three and said. Then he got up. He walked out of the room in small steps and continued to serve the next two dishes. "Let's eat." Seeing the food on the table, Ito invited Karen and Valletta to eat. Of course, since it was a meal, there was no lack of alcohol. More than an hour later, the three finished the food and a large bottle of sake, paid the bill, and got up to leave the restaurant. So heavy. The blushing Karen and Ito carried Valletta, who was also blushing but unconscious, out of the restaurant. They came to the sports car and placed Valletta in the back seat, murmuring softly, "Don't worry, Miss Valletta, Miss Valletta. Okay, you get in the car too." Ito who was standing outside the car, glanced at Valletta, who was lying on the back seat, from the corner of his eye, and said to Karen in front of him with a smile, "Oh." Karen answered drowsily, opened the door, sat in the front passenger seat, and fell asleep in a short while. Seeing this, Ito chuckled, went around the front of the car to the other side, jumped into the driver's seat, and drove back to their residence. Then, Ito turned off the engine, got out of the car, and went to the front passenger seat. He reached out and carried the sleeping Karen, closed the door with his foot, and carried Karen back to her home. Ding dong, ding dong. Ito turned around and pressed the doorbell. "Who is it?" Soon, a woman's voice came from behind the door. "Hello, Auntie. I'm Karen's friend. She's drunk now and is outside the door." Ito replied loudly. "Wait a minute." Hearing this, the woman in the house hurriedly replied. Then, with a soft paw sound, the door was opened from the inside. "Karen." Seeing Karen's appearance, the middle-aged woman standing at the door immediately exclaimed, then hurriedly stepped aside and said anxiously with a concerned face, "Come in." Ito didn't talk nonsense. He carried Karen into her house sideways, and under the guidance of Karen's mother, he came to Karen's bedroom and laid her on the bed. "Sorry to trouble you." Karen's mother thanked Ito. "You're welcome, Auntie." Ito shook his head and smiled, then said goodbye. "I have to send another person home later, so I won't bother Annie anymore. Goodbye." Okay then. Putting everything else aside, it was already very late now. It was somewhat unsafe for Karen's mother to leave a strange man at home, so she didn't hesitate and said immediately. Then she sent Ito out of the house. Just as she was about to close the door, she suddenly asked Ito, "By the way, what's your name?" "I'll tell Karen when she wakes up." "My name is Ito." "Goodbye, Annie." Ito politely told his name to Karen's mother, then turned around and walked downstairs. Ito, who returned to the front of the sports car, paused at the back door. He then opened the door with a smile, leaned over, and carried Valletta out. After closing the door with his foot again, he carried Valletta back to her home. This time, he didn't have to knock on the door. After all, Valletta was the only one living in this house. So Ito gently placed Valletta's legs on the ground, took the key from the string around her neck, opened the door, and carried Valletta back to her bedroom. Just as Ito put Valletta down and was about to get up, Valletta, who had been sleeping with her eyes closed, suddenly stretched out her arms and hugged Ito's neck. She opened her eyes and looked at him. "You're not pretending anymore?" Ito, who was hugged by the neck, said with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Valletta's face, which was already flushed from the wine, turned even redder, but she didn't let go of Seito. Instead, she took the initiative to kiss him. You have to think it through. You should know my situation. There are many things that I can't give you. After a while, Seito, who separated from Valletta again, looked into her eyes seriously and said softly, I've already followed you to this world. What do you think? At this moment, Valletta didn't look weak at all. Her expression was exactly the same as when she was in Britannia's army. She stared at Ito-sei without blinking and replied with the same serious expression. Seito, who understood Valletta's feelings, didn't pretend to be polite anymore. He immediately lowered his head and kissed Valletta's lips. At the same time, his hands quickly moved up and down her body. After a short while, Seito removed Valletta's red dress from her head. Her light yellow bra and panties were exposed to the air. Ito-sei continued to kiss Valletta as they removed the last layer of clothing on each other. Valletta's heavy breathing was heard as they pressed down on each other. Oomph! The sudden pain made Valletta frown and groan. How are you feeling? Seito stopped and looked at Valletta gently. I'm fine. Valletta frowned. All right, bear with it for a while. You'll be fine soon. Seito lowered his head and kissed Valletta's lips. Then, he started to move slowly. Following Ito-sei's movements, Valletta's expression became more and more relaxed. Soon, she fell into a state of intoxication. Her left hand clenched the bedsheet tightly, while her right hand clenched the pillow tightly. She bit her lips and moaned softly. After a while, Valletta hugged Seito, who was on top of her, and clenched her fingers. At the same time, she let out a suppressed moan. Her eyes were closed, and her face was red as she breathed heavily. After a short while, Valletta's half-raised waist loosened slightly as she laid flat on the bed. At the same time, her hands that were grabbing onto Ito-sei's back quietly slipped away. Her chest that was still covered in sweat was heaving up and down violently as she breathed heavily. Chapter 375. Seeing this, Ito-sei couldn't continue to move. He could only endure the discomfort and lie down beside Valletta. He reached out and hugged her in his arms. His right hand slowly and gently stroked her back. Both of them didn't speak as they enjoyed the aftertaste. After a while, Valletta woke up from the aftertaste and felt something was wrong with her body. She looked at Seito in surprise and didn't know what to say. It's okay. It'll be over soon. Seito comforted her gently. Why don't we? Valletta felt the pain in her lower body and said hesitantly, Don't. It's your first time. It's not good to do it too often. Seito stopped Valletta. What about you? Valletta looked at Seito and asked softly, If you really want to help me, there's another way. Ito-sei lowered his head and looked at Valletta in his arms. He smirked and whispered into her ear. Okay. Valletta hesitated for a while and then nodded seriously. She got up from Seito's arms and endured the pain in her lower body. She knelt down on the bed. Then he took out several pieces of tissue from the paper box on the side and wiped Ito-sei's body. A few moments later, Valletta, who had cleaned up all the filth on it, lay down on the ground. Instantly, Ito-sei, who had a relaxed expression, closed his eyes and let out a long sigh of relief with an expression of enjoyment. Ugh! After a while, Valletta let out a muffled groan. Ito-sei, who was leaning against the headboard and admiring Valletta's beauty, suddenly had a relaxed and comfortable expression on his face. He let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, Valletta, who was kneeling on the bed, immediately got off the bed and endured the pain from moving her lower body. She frowned and quickly ran out of the bedroom. Soon after, the sound of water flowing could be heard in the room. After a while, Valletta, who was still wearing her black stockings, returned to her room. She climbed onto the bed and laid down in Ito-sei's arms. She closed her eyes and rested. Good night. Seito kissed Valletta's forehead. He said softly. Then he lay down on the bed and fell asleep with Valletta in his arms. Early the next morning, Ito-sei woke up from a deep sleep with a refreshed face. He carefully let go of Valletta and picked up his clothes from the pile of clothes on the floor. He went to the bathroom to wash up. After a while, Seito came into the kitchen and prepared breakfast for them. Morning, Achong. After a while, Valletta, who was still wearing her black stockings, frowned and walked out of the room unnaturally and greeted Seito, who was cooking in the kitchen. I'm sorry. Sorry to wake you up, Seito said to Valletta as he stir-fried the egg-fried rice in the wok. It's okay. I usually wake up around this time, too. Valletta, who was walking towards the bathroom, shook her head and comforted her. Then she opened the bathroom door and said to Seito, I'm going to take a shower. Okay, but be quick. Breakfast is almost ready, Seito said. Before he could finish his words, the sound of water splashing could be heard from the bathroom. After a while, the door creaked open and Violetta, who was only wrapped in a large white towel, walked to the dining table while wiping her hair with a towel. Let's eat, Seito said to Valletta as he placed 2 plates of egg-fried rice, a plate of stir-fried vegetables, 2 glasses of orange juice, and a few salted vegetables on the table. Okay, Valletta came to the dining table and pulled out a chair to sit down. Then the two of them chatted. While eating this Chinese-style breakfast, Zhang Ziyan was still eating. Rest well at home today. I'll talk to the lab for you, Seito said to Valletta apologetically as he was about to return to the Gundam Seed world. Also, I'm sorry that I can't stay with you. It's okay. I know. Valletta shook her head gently. Then I'll leave first. With their current relationship, being too polite might hurt her. Therefore, Seito didn't say much. He lowered his head and kissed Valletta before opening the door. Be careful, Valletta said to Seito as he walked out the door. Bam! The door was closed again. After leaving Valletta's house, Ito-sei didn't immediately contact Karen. Instead, he went back to his home in the neighborhood to find Ito-rina, who had also just woken up and spent the entire morning with her. Seito felt that Karen had recovered from her hangover. Therefore, he took out the phone he used in the Rubik's Cube world and contacted Karen. They agreed to meet at the lab later. Sister, I'll leave first. Seito hung up the phone and said to Rita Ito, Go. Rita Ito waved his hand at Ito-sei. Then, he looked at Ito-sei and suddenly reminded him, but you have to be careful. It's not easy to open a harem. Seito looked at Rita Ito in shock. He didn't know what to say. All right, hurry up and go accompany your girlfriend. Looking at Ito Cheng's stunned face, Ito-rina waved his hand again with satisfaction and said with a smile, Don't worry, then I'll leave first. Seito said goodbye to Rita Ito again and left the house. He drove back to the lab. Then, he informed the researchers of Dawn Society that Valletta couldn't participate in the test today. Afterward, he brought Karen to the hotel room in the Gundam Seed world. It's a bit far. Let's go now. Seito turned his head and said to Karen beside him. Okay. Karen nodded and agreed without hesitation. Then, the two left the hotel and took the hover car to the coastline in the north of Ob. They then summoned the second style of Red Lotus on a relatively flat reef. At this time, the second style of Red Lotus was obviously different from when it was stored in the Rubik's Cube world. Not only was the body's height increased, but the pulleys on the feet were also improved. The pulleys that were originally movable like skates were now retractable. When not in use, they could be retracted to the heel of the foot. At the same time, the pulleys themselves could also be retracted into the armor of the foot. Then, the huge right claw that was originally metallic in color was replaced with a golden one, and there was an extra pair of transverse bones on the back of the second style of Red Lotus. This seems to be the Red Lotus Saintly Heaven Baji style. Seito looked at the second style of Red Lotus in front of him and thought to himself. He then threw the key in his hand to Karen and said, Go up. Okay. Karen took the key and responded calmly. Then, she walked to the front of the Red Lotus Saintly Heaven Baji style, quickly climbed into the open cockpit, and sat down. And just as Karen sat down in the cockpit, Seito jumped into the cockpit and sat behind Karen. Immediately afterward, the cockpit that was originally open immediately closed. At this time, the transverse bones on the back of the Red Lotus Saintly Heaven Baji style unfolded, and several connected isosceles, triangular, solidified light screens immediately appeared, carrying the Red Lotus, saintly heaven Baji style, off the ground and quickly flying in the direction of the Marshall Islands. How is it? Can the speed still be increased? Sei Ito, who was sitting behind Karen, asked. Yes, Karen replied without looking back. Then, without Sei Ito's instructions, she immediately increased her speed. The invisible airwaves generated by her high-speed movement immediately drew a long trace on the sea. Next, on the way to the Marshall Islands, Karen successively tested the other performances of the Red Lotus, saintly heaven Baji style. The final result was that she had no pressure against the heretic Gundams on Earth. Even against the X-Series Gundams, she would have a great advantage. Although it was not clear how the data compare with the later nuclear-powered Gundams, it should not be too bad. In this way, Karen, who completed the test of the Red Lotus, saintly heaven Baji style, immediately increased the power to the maximum and continued to fly to the Marshall Islands at the highest speed she could reach. Not good. A large heat source is detected ahead. A few hours later, the Red Lotus, saintly heaven Baji style, which was flying at high speed, suddenly made an emergency stop and suspended in the sky. At the same time, Karen in the cockpit said to Sei Ito behind her in a deep voice, "Don't pay attention to it. Keep a vigilant distance and go around it." Sei Ito ordered with a frown. At the same time, he had a rough guess about the large energy source. It should be the Archangel. Okay, Karen agreed, then drove the Red Lotus, saintly heaven Baji style, to the side. She stopped when she reached the maximum distance detected by the radar, then flew in the direction of the Marshall Islands again. After several hours of high-speed flight, the Red Lotus, saintly heaven Baji style, finally arrived at the Marshall Islands at about 11 o'clock at night and landed on one of the large islands. "You must be tired." Standing at the foot of the Red Lotus, saintly heaven Baji style, he looked at Karen, who had just jumped out of the cockpit, and asked with concern, "I'm fine." Karen shook her head slightly, stretched out her hand, and said with a frown, "Okay, don't force yourself. Go back and rest first." Sei Ito looked at Karen with a smile. "Okay." Hearing Sei Ito say this, Karen did not insist and nodded in agreement. Then Sei Ito and Karen, together with the Red Lotus, saintly heaven Baji style, disappeared from the island. After returning to the Rubik's Cube world, Sei Ito still treated Karen to a midnight snack before sending her home. After making an appointment with her to meet the next day, he returned to Valletta's house downstairs and rested at her house for the night. Needless to say, the romance during this period was naturally romantic. Chapter 376. Before dawn the next day, Sei Ito, who had washed up and had a simple breakfast, said goodbye to Valletta, then left her house and rushed to the laboratory. He picked up Karen, who had just arrived, and reappeared on the island with the Red Lotus Saint Baji style. This weather is not suitable for fighting. Karen, who had just appeared on the island, looked up at the clouds that were gradually accumulating in the half-bright sky and said with a frown, "It's okay, we don't have to fight this time. My purpose is mainly to be a lifeguard here." Sei Ito also looked at the clouds in the sky and said with a faint smile, "Oh." Karen nodded, then turned and walked to the side of the Red Lotus Saint Baji style. She quickly climbed into the cockpit, started the system, and began to detect the surrounding situation with a new radar. Sei Ito, 2 large energy reflections have been found. Soon after, just when the sun in the distance had just risen from the sea and most of its body was hidden below the sea level, Karen, who was sitting in the cockpit of the Red Lotus Saint Baji style, suddenly stuck her head out and shouted to Sei Ito. Sei Ito was immediately refreshed when he heard the words. He quickly walked to the side of the Red Lotus Saint Baji style, jumped into the cockpit, and said to Karen, who was ready to go, "Let's go over, but be careful to hide." "I got it." Karen nodded with a serious expression. Afterward, the cockpit cover quickly tightened and closed. Without unfolding the radiation light screen wings, they moved directly on the ground and quickly moved in the direction of the 2 energy reflections. After all, it was a body based on the nightmare. Its speed of shuttling through the forest was not comparable to those bulky toys in the Gundam world. It didn't take long for the Red Lotus Saint Baji style to come to the edge of the island where it was located. It used the electronic eyes to look at the people on the two sides who were already fighting. Is that the performance of the Gundam in this world? It doesn't seem to be anything. Karen, who was sitting in the cockpit, looked at the several X-Series Gundams fighting on the screen and muttered softly. That's because of the influence of Earth's gravity. If it were in the universe, it wouldn't behave like this, say Ito explained with a chuckle when he heard Karen's muttering. Even so, it seems that other than their attack power being very strong, they don't seem to be very strong. The pilot skills are really crude, about the same as the Knights of Britannia, not even comparable to the Round Table. Karen continued to nitpick. That's because of the difference in the way technology is applied, that's all. There's nothing to be picky about. Seito said. That's true. Karen tilted her head and thought for a moment before nodding and admitting. After that, the two of them stopped talking and calmly became spectators. At this moment, the Red Holy Shield Gundam jumped out of the auxiliary aircraft it was standing on and leaped into the air above the Archangel. It quickly transformed into a four-clawed squid and fired a scarlet energy beam at the Archangel. Boom! The beam streaked across the sky in an instant, leaving a huge wound on the left side of the Archangel that was dodging at top speed. Following a violent explosion, a thick smoke rose from the Archangel's wound, causing the Archangel's hull to tilt uncontrollably to the side. At this time, the Holy Shield Gundam that had completed its attack transformed back into its human form and stepped on the auxiliary aircraft that had just returned to its feet. It quickly separated from the Archangel and returned to the sky. Just as the Holy Shield Gundam was rising into the sky, the Assault Gundam suddenly launched a counterattack. A laser beam shot through the Dual Gundam's right leg, causing it to explode. It fell from the auxiliary aircraft, but the Dual Gundam's counterattack also exploded the beam gun in the Assault Gundam's hand, causing the Assault Gundam, which had temporarily lost its long-range attack ability, to be shot at like a moving target by the Holy Shield Gundam. And what was even more amazing was that the Holy Shield Gundam suddenly jumped from the auxiliary aircraft. When the aircraft flew close to the Assault Gundam, it suddenly pierced through it with a laser beam and used the resulting explosion to attack the Assault Gundam. It was attacked by an explosion at such a close range. Even though the Assault Gundam had the protection of the PS armor, the impact still sent the Assault Gundam flying to the side of the island. The weight of the Assault Gundam immediately smashed a large depression in the soft soil of the island. Then, without the assistance of the auxiliary aircraft, the thrusters on the back of the Holy Shield Gundam spat out and quickly landed beside the Assault Gundam, fighting with the Assault Gundam that was about to get up. At the same time, as a thick silver-white lightning suddenly lit up in the sky, fine rain quickly fell from the sky, adding an indescribable atmosphere to this battle. Now, do you still think their piloting skills are crude? Seito controlled the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly 8 Extremes to arrive near the battlefield between the Assault Gundam and the Holy Shield Gundam. He softly asked Karen, who was watching the battle intently. Their skills are very strong, Karen said in a serious tone. If it's a one-on-one situation, I can only guarantee that I can escape safely, but I'm not sure if I can defeat them. Do you know, Karen? The two of them are two of the people with the highest piloting skills in this world. And their physical fitness is also stronger than that of Vermilion Bird. So according to what you just said, you're actually one of the people standing at the top in this world. Hearing Karen's words, Seito softly stated, "Is that so?" Hearing Seito's narration, Karen's eyes flashed slightly, and she whispered to herself. At this time, the situation outside changed again. An air overlord suddenly broke into the battlefield, attracting the attention of the two Gundams that were fighting. Among them, the Holy Shield Gundam that was attacked by the Air Overlord immediately threw the shield in its hand and smashed it into the Air Overlord that suddenly broke in. Boom! The shield flipped and cut the nose of the Air Overlord, destroying the engine. At the same time, the sparks caused by the friction quickly ignited the fuel leaking from the engine, triggering a violent explosion. Seeing the air overlord's destructive attack, the Gundam immediately changed its movements. Its speed and flexibility increased a lot at the same time, and almost instantly, it cut off one of the Holy Shield Gundam's arms with its beam sword. The Holy Shield Gundam that fell to the ground after being injured suddenly became like the Assault Gundam. Its speed and flexibility increased a lot at the same time. Beam blades protruded from both its feet and its remaining right hand at the same time, and it flew and cut off the Assault Gundam's left arm. Then, the two, like berserkers who did not know what fear was, attacked each other in the cruelest way. Almost every attack left an exaggerated damage on the opponent's body. Were they still holding back when they were fighting just now? Looking at the battle outside, Karen said with an incredulous look on her face, "That's not it. The current situation is just that they have stimulated the potential of their bodies." Ito shook his head slightly, looked at the two Gundams attentively, and said in a solemn voice, "Abandon all negative emotions and fight only for the sake of fighting. There is no fear, no hesitation. All attacks and dodging methods are the most appropriate timing and method. Everything is done based on instinct and intuition." "How can there be such people?" Karen said in shock. Just as Karen was shocked, the battle outside changed again. The Holy Shield Gundam suddenly turned into a four-legged squid, but because it was missing an arm, only 3 steel claws grabbed the Assault Gundam's body at the same time. Then, a red light flashed in the center of the Holy Shield Gundam. But before the light stabilized, the bright red color on the surface of the Holy Shield Gundam and the flashing light in the center disappeared at the same time. Then, a pilot wearing a red protective suit quickly flew away from the Holy Shield Gundam with the help of the propeller on his back. Boom! Before the Holy Shield Gundam could fly far, a violent explosion erupted from the Holy Shield Gundam's body. The sudden burst of bright flames and violent shockwaves rapidly spread out, blowing fiercely into the surroundings like a typhoon. In particular, the pilot who had just flown out of the Holy Shield Gundam was immediately blown away by the strong wind generated by the explosion and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Hurry up and save him." Seeing the explosion, Ito immediately shouted to Karen in front of him. The latter did not hesitate when she heard this. She quickly activated the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly 8 Extreme Styles and rushed out of the forest where she was hiding. She rushed into the still burning flames and came to the front of the Assault Gundam's cockpit. Then, she stretched out the transverse bones on her back and unfolded the solidified energy wings, blocking all the flames outside the cockpit. Then, she stretched out her steel claws and took away the Gundam's arm that was blocking the front of the cockpit. She then grabbed Kira, whose protective suit was damaged in many places and was seriously injured, and quickly left the scene. After waiting for an open space in the forest, the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly 8 Extreme Styles, Dwarf put Kira on the ground. Then the cockpit opened, and Ito's figure quickly jumped out. He then quickly walked to Kira and threw several rejuvenation talismans on Kira to quickly heal his injuries. "How is he?" Karen leaned out of the cockpit and asked Ito, who was half squatting next to Kira. "He's fine. He won't die." Ito got up and looked at Karen. Then, as if thinking of something, he quickly said to Karen, "Use the biological detection radar to check the surroundings. See if there is anyone else." "Oh, okay." Although Karen did not know what Ito wanted to do, she still sat back in the cockpit obediently and activated the biological radar to search the surroundings. After a while, Karen, who found that there was no one else around except for Ito and Kira on the ground, leaned out again and said to Ito, "I didn't find anyone else." "Got it." Ito nodded in response. Chapter 377. Ito raised his head and said to Karen in a negotiating tone, "Karen, it's not good for you to appear for the rest of the matter. I want to send you back first." "Okay." Karen nodded in understanding. Then, Karen and the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly 8 Extreme Styles disappeared before Ito's eyes. "Now it's time to deal with you." After sending Karen and the Red Lotus Sacred Heavenly 8 Extreme Styles back to the cube world, Ito turned his head to look at Kira on the ground, who was shrouded in a hazy green light, and whispered to himself. Then he bent down, reached out, and carried Kira horizontally, straightened up, and walked quickly into the distance. Cube, detect the distribution of world power around here. It doesn't have to be too big. Within a radius of 10 kilometers will do. Ito ordered in his mind. Yes. Then, a special wave invisible to the naked eye immediately spread out with Ito as the center. Then, in less than 3 seconds, the cube's information appeared in Ito's mind. South? Ito stopped and turned his head to the south as he thought to himself. Then, Ito carried Kira horizontally, turned around, and quickly ran south. Ito ran at full speed along the way, and he was walking in a straight line, completely ignoring the influence of the terrain. Ito soon came to a beach house-like building and walked forward slowly. Teacher, there's someone there. At this moment, the voices of several children suddenly rang out. Hello, you are Teacher Markio? Ito first greeted politely, and then after seeing the other party's face clearly, he pretended to be surprised. Hello. With his eyes closed, Markio turned his head and said to Ito in a calm tone. Well, my friend is injured, and I want your help. Ito walked to Markio with Kira in his arms and said sincerely, Let me take a look. Hearing this, Markio was drenched in sweat. Under the guidance of the two children, they walked up to Ito and reached out to check Kira's condition. This suit is, as a high-ranking official who could freely travel between Earth and plant, it was impossible for Markio to not have seen the pilot's protective suit before. Therefore, he quickly discovered Kira's identity from the texture of the protective suit. My friend Daisuke Kira is an MS pilot, Ito hurriedly explained. In order to draw out the plot, he even mentioned Kira's name. True enough, hearing the name Kira, Markio's eyebrows twitched slightly. He clearly knew who Kira was. Come with me. Your friend is seriously injured. If he isn't treated quickly, his life will be in danger, Markio said quickly after checking Kira's condition. Okay. Ito naturally knew about Kira's situation. This was the result of his special efforts. Otherwise, how could Kira, who was completely uninjured, go to plant? Therefore, when he used the rejuvenation talisman to treat Kira, he purposely used his energy to only heal a small part of Kira's large burn area. Then, he maintained his vital signs so that he would not explode to death. He did not do any other treatment. After entering the room, Ito laid Kira flat on a bed. Then, with the help of a few children, he took off Kira's protective suit. He watched Markio, who took the medicine and infusion syringe, inject the medicine into Kira with his sensitive hands. This is all I can do for now. If you want your friend to recover completely, you need to send him to plant, Markio said to Ito as he straightened his body after infusion. But with the current relationship between plant and earth, we can't go there, right? Ito said hesitantly. I'll think of a way, Markio said. Then I'll leave it to you, Teacher Markio. Ito stood up and thanked Markio. It's nothing, Markio said. Then, Markio turned around and left the room. No one knew what he was going to do. Phew, it's finally done. Now, all I have to do is follow Markio to plant. In Kira's room, Ito stood up and walked to the window. He looked at the dark sky outside and thought to himself. In the next 3 days, Markio only appeared when he was changing Kira's medicine and during mealtimes. He was nowhere to be seen at all other times. No one knew what he was doing. On the 4th day, after Markio finished changing Kira's medicine, he turned to Ito and said, "The transport is ready. Let's go to plant now." Okay, Ito nodded and agreed. Then, Ito took the initiative to carry Kira and followed Markio to the back of the house. Not long after the three of them arrived at the back of the house, a sonic boom suddenly came from the distant sky. Then, a transport plane quickly appeared above the three of them and slowly landed. Let's go up. Markio turned his head and said to Ito. His clothes fluttered in the air when the transport plane landed. Ito nodded silently and followed Markio into the transport plane. Then, with a slight shake, the transport plane slowly rose from the ground. After reaching a certain height, it quickly flew into the distance. After about 3 hours of flight, the three of them were transported to an unknown city. They then took another plane to the mass accelerator under the control of the neutral organization Equator United. They took a space shuttle to the moon, and with the help of a certain organization on the moon, they went to plant. Just like that, on May 21st, CE 71, Markio took Ito and the still unconscious Kira to plant. They sat in an airtight black car that looked like a business car at the port and went to the home of Siegel Klein, the president of the plant council. "Nice to meet you, Teacher Markio." As soon as they got out of the car, Lux, who was wearing a white dress, walked to Markio, surrounded by many Herods, and hugged Markio happily. "Long time no see, Lux." Markio reached out his hand to hug Lux politely and said with a smile, "Long time no see, Lieutenant Ito." Then Lux, who let go of Markio, turned to Ito and greeted with a smile. At this time, Ito noticed that Markio's face didn't change at all when Lux called him. Clearly, he already knew his identity through some unknown means. "Long time no see, Miss Lux." At this time, Ito naturally wouldn't pretend to be an idiotic, love-struck fool. He nodded and greeted her normally. "Let's go in." Lux smiled at the two of them and turned to walk into the house with Markio's arm. As for Kira, the two black-clothed bodyguards had already sent him to his room and settled him down. Then, Ito followed Lux and Markio to the backyard of Klein's mansion and sat down in one of the pavilions. At this time, Lux, who had helped Markio sit down, turned around and walked to the side. She personally poured 2 cups of black tea for Markio and Ito and walked over with a tray. "Try it," Lux said with a smile as she placed the black tea in front of Ito. "Okay." Ito responded and reached out to pick up the teacup. He put it to his lips and took a sip. After tasting it carefully for a moment, he put down the teacup and looked at Lux, who was sitting on his left. "It tastes pretty good. Looks like it suits your taste." "Then I'm relieved," Lux said as if she had relaxed. Then she changed the topic and looked at Ito curiously. "Ito, can you tell me how Kira got injured?" Upon hearing Lux's question, Ito felt that she wasn't asking about the cause of Kira's injury. Instead, she was curious about how he left Archangel unscathed and how he appeared with Kira to find Markio. It was a stormy dawn. Ito took a deep breath and began to tell a story. Archangel had just entered the vicinity of the Marshall Islands when we were attacked by 3 Gundams: Holy Shield, Storm, and Duel. As a combatant, I naturally piloted the Sky Overlord to fight with Kira, but after a series of exchanges, my plane was shot down. However, I was lucky and forced to land in the sea before the plane exploded. Then, I swam safely to a nearby island. However, Kira was injured by the self-destructing Holy Shield Gundam in the battle with it. If I hadn't happened to be on that island and risked my life to save him, Kira might have died a long time ago. Sigh. In the end, in order to enhance the effect, Ito deliberately sighed. "I see." Lux nodded with a look of realization. Then, she sighed and said, "War really makes people feel sad. Friends will become enemies because of it, and relatives will be hurt because of it. Because the pain and hatred left behind by the dead will make others fall into the vortex of war again, causing more tragedies. I don't know when this sad war will end. War will end sooner or later. The person of destiny has already appeared. I believe that in the near future, dawn will descend on the earth, bringing new hope and life to the people in pain," Markio said softly. Ito did not respond to the words of the two in front of him. He lowered his head and drank the black tea. However, Lux, who was beside Ito, obviously would not let him off so easily. She turned to Ito and asked, "Lieutenant Ito, do you think the current war is the right thing to do? Well, this kind of thing doesn't seem to be something a soldier like me should consider." Upon hearing Lux's words, Ito put down the teacup in his hand, spread his hands, and looked at Lux strangely. Chapter 378. Since you're already involved in the war, then as a part of the war, Lieutenant Ito, you have the right to consider its validity, Lakis immediately said. But so what? The war is still a war. It won't change because of my will. Besides, Lakis, don't you think you're thinking too much? What identity, position, and power do you have to consider this question? What power do you have to convey what you think to others? If you just rely on empty words, you won't be able to change anything. Ito glanced at Lakis and said calmly, I don't think so. Lakis' expression didn't change at all in response to Ito's question. She got up, took the teapot from the table, and filled Markio and Ito teacups with tea. After she sat down again, she said, no matter what identity I have, first of all, I'm a mediator. I'm one of the affected members of the war. Secondly, I have family members who are troubled by the war and friends who are hurt by the war. So no matter the reason, why wouldn't I consider its validity when I'm so close to the war? All right, perhaps you're right. But just thinking about it won't help the war at all, Ito said with a shrug. But if you don't think about it, you won't find the answer, and you won't find the solution to the problem, right? Lakis continued. Indeed, as you said, there won't be an answer without thinking, and there won't be an outcome without an answer. But don't forget, only those in power can get an answer from thinking and turn it into an outcome. And now, the person sitting in the position that can turn the answer into an outcome is one of the main culprits that started the war. What do you plan to do? Ito retorted harshly. Then, he looked at Lakis with interest and waited for her answer. Lakis fell silent. After a while, she looked up at Ito and asked, Is there no other choice? Well, who knows? Ito replied perfunctorily. Then, he turned to look at the backyard of Klein's mansion and changed the topic. Well, let's not talk about such a heavy topic. With such a beautiful time and scenery, it's really inappropriate to talk about such a heavy topic. But how long will this time and scenery last? Lakis also turned to look at the scenery in the backyard and said indifferently, Do you know an idiom in a language of China, the predecessor of the East Asia Alliance? Ito picked up the black tea on the table and took a sip. Then, without waiting for Lakis to answer, he continued, It's called carpe diem. Therefore, instead of worrying about how long the scenery in front of him would last, it was better to cherish it while it was still there. That's what we should do. Carpe diem, huh? Lux repeated in a mumble. Lakis, I'm a little tired. I'm going to rest first. Markio said to Lakis as he gently placed the teacup in his hand on the table. Okay, teacher. I'll get someone to send you to rest. Lakis quickly said upon hearing Markio's words. Then, she bent down and picked up a blue harrow from beside her leg. She smiled and said, Harrow, go inform Doris and ask her to come over. Okay, Harrow. Okay, Harrow. The blue harrow's little electronic eyes blinked continuously. Then it flapped its ears. It flew out of Lux's palm and hopped into the room. Not long after, it led a beautiful young woman in a white apron who looked to be around 27 or 28 years old to their side. Doris, Harrow, Doris. Harrow jumped back on a Lakis leg and called out, Doris, please send teacher to the guest room to rest. Lakis said softly to the young woman standing at the side. Okay, Miss Lakis. The woman nodded. She walked to Markio's side and extended her hand to support Markio, who stood up from his seat as she led him out. Then, she said, Mr. Markio, please come this way. Sorry to trouble you, Markio said calmly. Soon, Markio and the woman disappeared before Ito and Lakis' eyes. After Markio had completely left, Ito turned to Lakis and said, Okay, now that there's no one else here, Lakis, do you remember what I said to you when Kira sent you off the Archangel? Wasn't that an illusion? Lakis looked at Ito innocently and asked, What do you think? Ito looked at Lakis with a half-smile and asked in return, Can you tell me how you did that? Lakis tilted her head curiously and asked, It's a small technique to use spirit. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Seito gave a perfunctory explanation, then frowned and continued to ask, "Didn't you prepare for it? Although I thought it was an illusion, I still prepared the information so that I wouldn't be punished." Leica stuck out her tongue cutely and said. She then stood up and said, "Wait here for a moment. I'll get the information for you." She then turned around and left the table. She walked into the room and quickly disappeared from Seito's sight. A few minutes later, she came back with a thick craft paper bag that was twice the size of a quarto. "Here's what you wanted." Lakis walked to the table and placed the craft paper bag on the table. Then, she pushed it in front of Seito. "Thanks." Seito thanked her and reached for the craft paper bag on the table. He opened the seal and took out the thick stack of white papers and started browsing. "You really know how to find loopholes in my language." Seito put the information back into the craft paper bag and threw it on the table. Then, he looked up at Lakis and said meaningfully. The reason why he said this was mainly because the information Lakis gave to Seito was all about planned civilian technology. They were all basic, public, or semi-public information. There was no secret or military information at all. But even so, Seito was still quite satisfied with the harvest this time. After all, Plant had 12 areas and a total of 120 colonial satellites. If Seito really went to each satellite to steal information and technical personnel, not only would it be troublesome to execute, but it would also take a lot of time. Now, all he had to do was talk, and he received a bunch of information that could fill in the gaps in the Rubik's Cube world. It was a great harvest. This isn't a loophole in my language. After all, I'm just a singer with some influence. It took me a lot of effort to collect this information for you. Lakis complained. "Okay, you pass. You pass. After all, the conditions I offered at that time were too lenient." Ito Mori said faintly with a non-committal look. Then he put his hands on the table. He stood up from his seat and grabbed the craft paper bag on the table again. "I'm a bit tired. Please arrange a room for me to rest." "Okay." Lakis also stood up and said. Then, she walked to Seito's side. She personally led the way. After a while, she brought Seito to the second floor of her house and stopped in front of her room. "It's here." Lakis opened the door in front of her and said, "Thank you." Seito roughly looked at the layout of the room and felt that it was not bad. He nodded at Lakis and thanked her. Then, he walked into the room. He nodded at Lux again and reached out to close the door. Then, Seito locked the door and walked to the sofa in the room to sit down. He poured the documents in the craft paper bag on the low glass table in front of him and quickly browsed through them one by one. Of course, Ito didn't just look at the information itself, but also the names of the people mentioned in the information. He memorized these names one by one in his mind. About an hour and a half later, Seito roughly flipped through all the documents in his hands. At the same time, he also memorized the names of more than 20 people that appeared in the documents. Then, Seito put the documents back into the craft paper bag and stored it in the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he got up and went to the bedroom. He waved his hand to summon a quantum computer. Then, he logged into Plant's network through the network port in the room. He searched through the names one by one. Not long after, Seito found the identities of these people on the network, the project they were in charge of, which satellite they were on, and the location of their laboratories. "I'll leave Lakis' house tomorrow and plunder them." Seito closed the quantum computer in front of him and thought to himself. After making up his mind, Seito put away the quantum computer in front of him, turned around, and walked to the bedroom to rest. Just like that, the night passed peacefully until dawn. "Lakis, since Kira has received proper treatment, I'm relieved. So, I'm planning to leave Plant and return to Earth today," Seito said to Lakis during breakfast. "Aren't you going to wait for Kira to wake up and leave together?" Lakis asked in confusion. "No. After all, I'm a soldier of the Earth United Army. We're enemies now. If I stay here for too long, I can't guarantee that there won't be any problems," Seito said. "Okay then, I'll get someone to send you to the spaceport later." Lakis nodded and said, "Okay, sorry to trouble you." Lakis, Seito thanked her. "You're welcome," Lakis said with a smile. "I just hope that Seito, after you return to Earth, You can think carefully about why we're fighting and who our enemies are. Okay, Seito agreed with a sigh. Then, the two finished their breakfast in silence. Then, Seito, who had nothing to pack, got in the black car under Lakis's gaze and sped toward the spaceport. A moment later, Seito, who had arrived at the spaceport, sat in the shuttle that was prepared beforehand and quickly flew out of the spaceport toward Earth. It's about time. Seito, who felt that the distance was about right, got up from his seat, found the spacesuit he used during the accident at the back of the cabin, and changed into it. Then, he quickly floated toward the pilot seat of the shuttle. As the door of the pilot's seat opened, one of the pilots looked at Seito suspiciously and asked, "What's the matter?" Just as the pilot looked over, Seito's mental power exploded and instantly controlled the two pilots. After leaving the hypnotic command, he immediately retracted his mental power and walked toward the back of the shuttle. "Open the emergency exit and let me out," Seito said as he reached the back of the shuttle and pressed the communicator on the wall beside him. "Yes," the pilot immediately replied. Then, the wall beside Seito suddenly had a line that looked like a door appear. Then, a rectangular metal door slowly opened downwards, and a relative airflow was generated between space and the sealed space at the back of the shuttle. Then, Seito, who was wearing a spacesuit, instantly jumped out of the shuttle and floated in space. This feeling of being alone in space is really strange. Ito-sei, who was watching the shuttle go away, was suspended in the void, looking at the dark space around him, and whispered to himself. Then his body flashed and suddenly disappeared from space. When he reappeared, he was already in the cockpit of the Blue Gundam. Valletta was driving the Blue Gundam at high speed toward the direction of Plant. After a while, Valletta, who was piloting the Gundam, said to Seito, "We're going to enter their radar range if we keep going forward. What should we do?" "Try to reduce the thrust as much as possible and glide over." Seito frowned. "Okay." Valletta responded and immediately overclocked the engine. Then, she instantly reduced the power of the thrusters to the minimum and used the inertia from the overclocked acceleration to bring the Gundam closer to the Plant satellite. After a while, the Heresy Gundam arrived at the solar energy collection panel on the exterior of the Plant satellite and carefully moved toward the central axis of the colonial satellite. "We're here." When they arrived at the central axis of the colonial satellite, Valletta said, "Let's go back first," Seito immediately said. Then, the Gundam suddenly disappeared from space. But the next moment, Seito, who was wearing a spacesuit, reappeared on the spot. Seito, who reappeared on the surface of the colonial satellite, quickly stepped in front of the protective array outside the central axis. He took out a Gantz gun and fired at the protective array in front of him. Chapter 379. Sure enough, after two more shots, the already dented protective panel instantly exploded in front of Seito's eyes and flew in all directions. Looking at the broken gap on the outer protective panel of the central axis in front of him, Seito once again fired at the protective panel until the gap on the protective panel was big enough for a person to pass through. Although the obstacle in front of him was solved, a new problem once again appeared in front of Seito. In the central axis passage under the broken outer protective panel, dozens of crisscrossed laser beams intercepted the entrance of the passage, guarding against all enemies that might invade from here. Well, what did Huang Hong say? "The bolder the man is, the more bountiful the land will be. At most, I will be exposed. What's there to be afraid of?" Ito-sei looked at the dense laser beams below him and muttered to himself. Then he took out a Gantz pistol and held it in his hand. The two guns combined to shoot at the laser beams in front of him. Boom, 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 boom. Immediately afterward, a series of explosions were produced in the central axis passage, and a faintly audible shrill alarm was transmitted from the central axis passage. Seito didn't pay much attention to the alarm. He just continued to clear the laser beams blocking the way while quickly moving forward into the central axis passage. After more than 2 minutes, The dense laser beams blocking Ito's path were finally cleared by him. Without any obstruction, the thruster on the back of Ito's protective suit spewed out and accelerated into the Central Axis passage. At this time, the ZAF soldiers who received the alarm and urgently assembled the guards finally arrived in front of the Central Axis passage and began to rush in the direction of Ito. However, the three-dimensional area in the Central Axis passage was limited after all, and it was impossible for them to enter with weapons like MS-type combat weapons. They could only defend in the form of individual soldiers. This situation was much more advantageous for Ito. Similarly, Ito also had some speculations about this situation, so he triggered the alarm without any pressure and forced his way into Plant's colonial satellite. A moment later, after advancing rapidly, Ito finally bumped into the ZAF soldiers after turning a corner. Before the ZAF soldiers could react, Ito immediately retreated behind the corner. He put away the two Gantz pistols in his hands and took out a high-explosive grenade at the same time. He pulled the bolt and threw into the tunnel. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion rang out, followed by several screams and flaming airflows that came out of the tunnel. Ito, who had only thrown a high-explosive grenade, was still not satisfied. He threw out a few more grenades. He pulled the lock and threw it into the passage. Then, a series of violent explosions sounded in the tunnel, and a large amount of black smoke spewed out of the tunnel. At this time, Ito, who had been hiding in the corner, immediately rushed into the tunnel through the black smoke that had yet to disperse. At the same time, he summoned a light machine gun and fired at the ZAF soldiers behind the smoke under the guidance of his psychic energy. Although Ito did not specialize in using guns, but with the guidance of his psychic energy and muscle control that had reached the microscopic level, it was too easy for him to become a sharpshooter. Therefore, almost every bullet that Ito fired could end the life of a ZAF soldier. Therefore, when Ito rushed out of the smoke, there was no one alive in front of him except for the bodies floating in the tunnel. He took the gun used by a ZAF soldier floating in front of him and carried it on his back. Then, he continued to rush down the tunnel. In this way, he eliminated countless soldiers along the way. Ito finally encountered the strongest enemy he had encountered since the invasion, a tank. What the? Seeing the tank appear, Ito immediately cursed in a low voice. Then, without hesitation, he jumped forward and leaned on the wall of the tunnel. And the moment Ito leaned on the wall, the front of the tank suddenly spat out a flame from the muzzle. A shell instantly shot out from the barrel and landed not far from where Ito was originally standing. A violent explosion and a fireball rose in the tunnel at the same time. After the bombardment, Ito immediately climbed up from the ground and quickly rushed to the front of the tank with the help of the thrusters on his back. When the machine gun on the tank fired, he quickly dodged to the side, and at the same time, he turned his hand and summoned a grenade and stuffed it into the tank's barrel. Boom! The tank's barrel that was stuffed with the grenade immediately let out a loud bang. A large number of fragments and flames that could not be released instantly ignited the ammunition in the barrel. The resulting explosion immediately destroyed the tank. There won't be any more MS in the next part, right? Although the tank was taken care of, Ito was a little uncertain about the size of the remaining part of the Central Axis tunnel. After all, it could even accommodate a tank now, so why couldn't it be wide enough to accommodate an MS? If it's wide enough, I'll release it. I don't believe that an MS can win in such a narrow space with its flexibility, Ito said fiercely in his heart. Then, without stopping, he quickly passed through the ruins of the tank and continued to rush down quickly. Sure enough, as the tunnel got closer and closer to the inside of the satellite, the length, width, and height of the tunnel itself changed significantly. Although it was not enough to accommodate an MS, it was just enough to accommodate it. Seeing this, Ito did not hesitate and quickly called out Karen. Karen, it's up to you now. Ito quickly landed in the cockpit, sat behind Karen, and said with his hands naturally around Karen's waist, Leave it to me. Karen's face was slightly red, but she still responded energetically. Then, her eyes flashed slightly, and under the drive of the pulley under her feet, she quickly pushed down. After all, it was something with wheels. Its speed was much faster than, say, Ito's running. In a short while, they had rushed a long distance in the central axis tunnel and saw the first MS blocking the way. "Get out of my way!" Karen, who was in the cockpit, shouted. Her speed immediately increased, and she rushed to the front of Ms. Karen almost instantly. As she crushed Ms. Karen's beam gun with her left hand, she pressed the giant golden claw on Ms. Karen's chest at the same time. A steam-like red energy was suddenly released from the center of the golden claw and shone on Ms. Karen's body in a circle. Then, the red energy shone on Ms. S' body, and the outer metal surface immediately bulged like blisters on her skin. After holding on for 2 seconds, it exploded, becoming the first soul to perish under Karen's hands in this world. Along the way, all the MS encountered followed the footsteps of the first MS and died in the central axis tunnel. Although there were also beam attacks from the MS that fell on its body in these battles, they were all deflected by the radiation wave barrier released by its giant golden claw and bombarded the wall of the central axis tunnel. As for the physical bullets that were shot over, except for a few sporadic shots that escaped the interception of the radiation wave barrier and landed on its body due to the angle, they were also blocked by the shell made of new metal materials that were plundered from the two major organizations, Dawn Society and DSSD. In this way, after a fierce battle, they finally broke through the central axis tunnel and came to the ground inside the colonial satellite. Then, under the pursuit of the internal guards of the satellite, they quickly fled into a nearby artificial forest and suddenly disappeared from all the radars of the MS. Shortly after they disappeared, Sei Ito, dressed in civilian clothes, walked out from the other end of the forest very leisurely. He took a hover car and headed to the nearby civilian spaceport of the plant satellite. There, with the help of hypnosis, he successfully boarded a shuttle that moved between the plant satellites. He then moved toward one of the several targets in his memory, which was the closest satellite to December. About half an hour later, Sei Ito's shuttle arrived at the target satellite. Sei Ito, who got off the shuttle, quickly walked out of the spaceport, boarded a hover car on the side of the road, and headed toward the laboratory where the target was located. The laboratory where the target was located was a bit far from the spaceport, so it took Sei Ito 40 minutes to reach the outside of the laboratory. "Hello, may I ask?" Sei Ito, who got off the hover car, slowly walked into the unguarded laboratory building and came to the lobby on the first floor of the laboratory building. He walked up to the front desk and asked the beautiful woman in front of him. However, after the woman's attention was attracted by him, Sei Ito immediately released a powerful mental power, broke into the woman's mind, and controlled her. "The professor is in sterile laboratory B on the 3rd floor. You can find him when you go up," the beautiful woman controlled by Sei Ito said in a robotic voice. "Okay, after I snap my fingers, you will wake up from your current state. When you wake up, you will already know who I am and what I am here for. You will also be very happy with the reception this time." After getting the answer, Sei Ito used hypnosis to end the conversation. Then he snapped his fingers, and the controlled woman woke up the moment the sound was heard. She smiled as she watched Sei Ito walk into the laboratory building. Then, Sei Ito, who was deep inside the building, took the elevator to the 3rd floor where the professor was located. He found the sterile laboratory with the word B on the door and pushed the door open. "Excuse me, you are." Hearing the door open, a young woman in a white lab coat with long blonde hair turned her head and looked at Sei Ito with a puzzled expression. Chapter 380. "Excuse me, who is the doctor?" Sei Ito smiled at the young woman and asked, "What's the matter?" Hearing Sei Ito's question, an old man outside the sterile closed window with his hands in 2 holes frowned and said without turning his head, "I'm glad you're here," Sei Ito muttered when he heard the old man's words. Then, under the confused gaze of the woman who asked the question and another young man and woman, he suddenly rushed behind the old doctor and slashed his neck. The old doctor, who was hit by the blade, didn't even make a sound before he fainted on the ground. Seeing this, the two women in the laboratory immediately screamed, but before they could release their voices, they were knocked out by Seito along with the other man. Then, Seito waved his right hand and stored the four researchers and the experimental equipment in the room into the Rubik's Cube world. After doing all this, Seito didn't stay any longer. He slowly walked out of the laboratory and left the laboratory building. Then, according to the distance, he began to plunder the remaining people on the list in his mind. Just like this, in the next 5 days, several strange cases of disappearances occurred on several colony satellites of Plant. Even though Plant sent elite intelligence personnel from Zaft to participate in the investigation, there was no progress. On April 28th, CE 71, Ito Sei, who had completed the plundering operation of scientific researchers, once again took a shuttle and left the plant. He used hypnotism to control the pilot halfway and made him help him jump out of the shuttle through the emergency hatch. He then took the blue Gundam and flew toward the asteroid belt near the Earth at high speed. What do we do next? After 3 to 4 hours of long-distance flight, the blue Heresy Gundam finally arrived at the asteroid belt. At this time, Valletta, who was driving the Heresy Gundam in the asteroid belt, asked Seito, "I don't know the details. I just remember that there's a group of people living in seclusion in the asteroid belt. They have the inheritance of all the ancient techniques of this world. Try to find them," Seito said with a helpless expression. "I understand," Valletta replied. Then, he became even more serious in his search of the asteroid belt. However, the area of the asteroid belt was too large. Without specific coordinates, it would take a long time to find it. So after wasting several hours, the two of them left the asteroid belt from above and returned to the Rubik's Cube world to rest. After he had more or less recovered, he once again drove the Gundam into the asteroid belt to search. Hard work would eventually pay off. After close to 2 days of careful searching, they finally found the hiding place of the people living in seclusion in the asteroid belt near the south pole of the Earth. Be careful when you approach them. None of the guys here are simple. Looking at the optical screen, there was a building built on top of a huge meteorite, covered by a pile of large and small cosmic garbage. Seito reminded him softly. "I understand." Valletta nodded with a serious look on her face. She tightened her grip on the control stick and piloted the Heresy Gundam to avoid the space junk flying around them as they approached the giant meteorite in the center. Just as the Heresy Gundam was about to reach the edge of the meteorite, an urgent alarm sounded in the Heresy Gundam. Valletta's expression tensed up when she heard the alarm. She instinctively controlled the Gundam to dodge to the side. A green laser beam instantly shot out from behind a pile of space trash, brushing past the Gundam's left arm and flying into the distance. "Oomph," Valletta snorted. She quickly adjusted the Heresy Gundam's position. She turned around and fired a laser beam back. Poof! The green laser beam instantly pierced through the pile of space junk that the enemy was hiding in. Then a strange MS with the head of Plant's MS and the body of Dean's body rushed out from behind the pile of space junk. It charged at the Heresy Gundam at a speed faster than Jean. "It's so fast." Valletta was shocked. She immediately stepped on the pedal, and the thrusters spewed out flames as she drove the Heresy Gundam to dodge the attack. At the same time, she turned around and fired a shot at the enemy. The latter, on the other hand, immediately raised the huge shield on his left arm to block the incoming beam of light. Then, he casually fired a shot to counterattack. Just like that, the two sides started shooting at each other in the asteroid belt. On the other hand, there was a strange body that was pieced together and had all kinds of advantages. One of them was a new type of Gundam that was secretly manufactured by Aubrey. It was later developed and modified by the Dawn Society, DSSD, Rakshita, Royd, Cecil, and the others. Its power source was changed to nuclear energy. When the two met, it was truly a match for each other, and the battle was intense. However, The enemy probably realized that guns alone were not enough to deal with the Heresy Gundam. Therefore, after firing another shot, it suddenly sped up and swapped for a sword to slash at the Heresy Gundam. You think you're the only one who knows how to fight at close range, Valletta said with disdain. She took out a scissor-like component from her back and used it to form a large sword that was considered thick even for a Gundam. She began to fight with the enemy. But as soon as the two sides clashed, Valletta was at a disadvantage under the enemy's strange attack. A small part of the Heresy Gundam's left arm was cut off by the enemy's laser longsword. "Let me do it," Ito frowned when he saw the trajectory of the enemy's attack, and immediately said, "Okay." Valletta controlled the Heresy Gundam and quickly charged forward, forcing the enemy to immediately retreat. Then, when the enemy retreated, she quickly completed the exchange with Ito. "Let me see your swordsmanship, enemy pilot," Ito murmured as he controlled the Heresy Gundam to fight with the enemy. The strange body that originally had the upper hand with its swordsmanship immediately fell into a difficult situation under Ito's strange attack. It miserably dodged the attacks of the Heresy Gundam until Ito cut off its right leg and right hand, forcing it to use up all its energy. "Who are you?" At this time, an old voice from the strange body that Ito's sword was pressed against the cockpit of the Heresy Gundam. "Don't you think the environment here is not suitable for a conversation?" Ito asked back. Hearing this, the other party was silent for a moment, then said, "Follow me." Then, without asking Ito, he directly drove the strange body that only had basic power left to fly toward the building on the meteorite. Seeing this, the Gundam's Ito Senari didn't waste any more time and quickly followed after them. Soon, the two airframes landed in a warehouse in a huge building. After the wall above the warehouse closed, a short old man and a yellow dog jumped out of the strange airframe. "What? The pilot of that body is this old man and a dog," Valletta subconsciously exclaimed when she saw the old man on the screen. "That's why I said none of the people here are simple. Now let's go down." Ito smiled and opened the cockpit. He hugged Valletta's waist and jumped out of the cockpit like the other party. "Hello, old man." After landing on the ground, Ito Seisho let go of Valletta's waist and walked to the front of the short old man. He cupped his fist and greeted him. "Oh, I didn't expect a young man to know this etiquette." The old man looked at the young Ito and said, "I'm a martial artist after all." Ito put down his hands and smiled. "Is that so?" The old man looked Ito up and down and said non-committally, "Come with me." With his hands clasped behind his back, he wobbled his way inside. Behind him, Ito and Valletta naturally followed. A moment later, the three of them came to a Japanese-style building and sat down. "Tell me, what are you doing here?" The old man sitting cross-legged touched the head of the dog lying beside him with one hand and stroked the white beard on his chin with the other. He stared sharply at Ito and said, "I'm here for two things. First, I want to see the inheritance information here. Second, I want to contact the people in the recycling house and ask them to send me back to Earth." Ito was not affected by the old man's aura and said calmly, "How do you know about this place?" Hearing this, the old man's eyes immediately flashed with a bright light, and his aura burst out and pressed on Ito Seiji. He looked like he was going to fight if Ito didn't answer him properly. "Did you forget? I said I'm a martial artist, so I know a lot more than others." Ito said calmly. The old man and Ito looked at each other quietly for a moment. When he saw that his aura could not do anything to Ito, he frowned and said, "I can let you see the inheritance information since you're also a martial artist. However, you must pass my test to prove that you're a real martial artist. As for the recycling house, I can help you contact them, but you'll have to talk to them about the details." "Okay, thank you very much." Ito thanked him sincerely. "Okay, let's go to the dojo. I want to see what kind of inheritance you have. How can you be so calm under my aura?" The old man supported his knee with one hand and stood up from the ground. He turned around and walked toward the training hall while muttering softly. Ito smiled at the old man's words and stood up with Valletta. He held Valletta's hand and followed the old man to the dojo. A few minutes later, the 3 people and 1 dog arrived at the dojo. One of the puppies was very intelligent. It sat down at the entrance of the dojo, stuck out its tongue, wagged its tail, and looked at the old people in the dojo. Seeing the dog's behavior, Valletta hesitated for a moment before letting go of Sei Ito's hand and stopped at the entrance of the dojo. Sei Ito smiled at Valletta and walked to the center of the dojo to face the old man. Chapter 381. Boy, don't you want to change your clothes? The short old man's eyes paused on Sei Ito's protective suit and said in a low voice, "No, it doesn't take much time anyway, just make do with it." Sei Ito raised his hand and felt the restraint of the protective suit on his body. He looked at the short old man opposite him and smiled. "Boy, you're very good." Hearing Ito say's words, the short old man narrowed his eyes and stared at Ito Sei with a sharp gaze, then said in a deep voice. Obviously, he was angered by Sei Ito's confidence and contempt for him. "Old man, let's start." Sei Ito moved his hands, then said to the short old man with a shingy fist posture. After all, in the world of Gundam Seed, even if there are ancient skills, kick sensors, and punch iron walls, it is still a game of physical strength. If Sei Ito really uses needle forging technique, lion's roar, or chi strengthening, it will be too much of a bully. After all, the opponent is an old man. "Boy, be careful." Although the short old man was angry with Sei Ito's attitude, he still reminded him. As soon as the short old man's voice fell, a heavy muffled sound sounded. The old man's figure disappeared in an instant and appeared in front of Sei Ito in the blink of an eye. Then he suddenly jumped up from the ground and quickly punched Sei Ito's chest with both fists. Looking at the punch, Ito Sei's extended right arm immediately swept down to block the attack of the short old man. His left fist, which was placed on his waist, instantly punched out like a dragon, drilling through the gap between the short old man's 2 fists and fiercely hit his chest. Seeing this, the short old man's pupils shrank fiercely. Almost without thinking, he retracted his fists and crossed them in front of his chest. At the same time, his short leg suddenly kicked Sei Ito's chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, the old man's body flew toward the wall of the dojo like a cannonball. Before he was about to hit the wall of the dojo, he suddenly turned in midair and stepped on the wall as if he was stepping on the ground. Then he rushed towards Sei Ito again with the help of the wall. Seeing this, Sei Ito smiled slightly. He stretched out his hands in front of him and lowered his waist in a horse stance. When the short old man's attack arrived, his left hand met it. Following the old man's attack, he moved his arms, turned his body, and took a step back. Then his hands and right foot rose and fell at the same time. His palms, wrapped in the power of the short old man's attack, instantly slapped the short old man's back. Bang! Bang! A muffled sound followed by a loud noise sounded in the quiet dojo almost at the same time. The short old man fell heavily to the ground with his face down after being hit by Ito Sei's taiji. He was sprawled on the ground like a swastika. Ouch! 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 After a second of silence, the old man sat up from the ground and rubbed his red nose. He looked at Sei Ito from the corner of his eyes and frowned. "Whose kid is this? You don't know how to take care of the elderly. Are you trying to kill me?" "I'm sorry. It's your fault. You're too strong. I had no choice but to hit you hard." Sei Ito shrugged at the short old man and said helplessly, seeing that it was not his fault and that the short old man was the one who asked for it. The old man choked on what he wanted to say. He humped coldly and stood up from the ground. Then he walked out with one hand on his waist. "You're good at fighting." "I agree," the old man suddenly said as he walked out of the dojo. "Thank you, sir." Sei Ito leaned forward and cupped his fist. "Let's go." Sei Ito walked to the side of the dojo and said to Valletta, who was excited. Then he reached out and held Valletta's hand. Hand in hand, they followed behind the short old man and returned to the room they were originally in. "You guys wait here for a moment. I'll contact those guys from the recycling house for you." In the room, the short old man looked at Sei Ito and said, Follow me to the secret pavilion. Okay. Ito nodded. The old man put his hands behind his back and left the room. About 10 minutes later, he came back with something that looked like a walking stick. Then he said to Ito-say in the room, "Come with me. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon." Ito-say looked at the knife in the short old man's hand and realized that he was the only one who was allowed to go with them. He turned around and said to Valletta. After Valletta nodded, he got up from the ground and followed the short old man out of the room. Under the short old man's lead, the two of them and the dog spent about 10 minutes walking through the maze-like corridors and finally arrived at the secret pavilion that contained the ancient techniques of the world of seed. Ito looked at the huge metal wall in the middle of the corridor. If it wasn't for the old man's guidance, he wouldn't have imagined that there was a secret room behind the metal wall. The old man, standing in front of the wall, didn't explain anything to Ito. He just knocked on the ground a few times with a walking stick in his hand. Then, a rectangular screen that looked like an ATM counter window suddenly emerged from the gap in the wall. The old man quickly entered the authentication password on the small keyboard in front of him and checked his pupils, palm prints, and DNA. Then, with a dull wong sound, a crack suddenly appeared in the middle of the huge wall in front of them. The wall that was split into two suddenly caved inwards and slowly shrank towards the walls on both sides. After a while, it formed a wide crack that was as wide as a person and more than 3 meters tall in front of the two people. Then, a strange wooden building with many national characteristics appeared in front of the two of them. "Come with me." The short old man looked at the building in front of him and said solemnly, "Okay." Ito agreed softly. Then, Ito walked into the strange wooden building under the lead of the short old man. The moment they entered, the crack on the metal wall closed up immediately, returning to a seamless, gigantic wall. In the strange wooden room, the short old man led Ito through rows of wooden shelves with English letters written on them. They went straight to the rows of wooden shelves with Chinese characters written on them. He pointed at them and said, "Boy, I saw that the kung fu you used just now were all from East Asia, China, and the kung fu on the shelves in front of you are similar to your kung fu. But I have to remind you that you only have 2 hours to choose and browse here. After 2 hours, you must leave here no matter what. Otherwise, you will be killed by the mechanism here." When he finished speaking, a cold smile appeared on the short old man's face. "I understand." Ito nodded and agreed. "That's good. Go ahead and look for me outside if you finish reading. I will wait for you there." After the short old man finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the wooden house and disappeared from Ito's sight. Let me see what the inheritance in the Gundam Seed world is like. After the old man was out of sight, Yi Zichen thought to himself. Ito turned his head and looked at the many books on the wooden shelves in front of him. Then he stepped between the wooden shelves. As soon as he stepped in, Ito felt a burst of danger from his body and feet. He knew that this was the mechanism mentioned by the short old man. Regarding this, Ito didn't care. He casually took a secret book recorded with special materials from the bookshelf next to him and flipped through it. Should I say that it's worthy of being a subsidiary world of the main world? Although the degree of technological development is different, the inheritance of ancient skills is still so similar. Although there are no messy ways to use power because of the rules of this world, the skills that have been passed down are not much weaker. After more than an hour, Ito, who had read most of the secret books in China, sighed in his heart. Then he closed the secret book in his hand and put it back to its original place. He turned and walked out of the building. After all, there were only a few minutes left. 2 hours were about to end. Although Ito was not afraid of the mechanisms of this world, there was no need to use his own body to test the sharpness of this world's mechanisms for something that he already knew. Who knows if there were any laser particle beam weapons or other defensive measures under this seemingly wooden building. Ito has not yet reached the point where his body is not afraid of any attacks. "Let's go." The old man who had been sitting cross-legged outside the wooden building stood up and said when he saw Ito come out. Then he brought Ito out of the secret pavilion and returned to the original room. "You can rest here today. The people from the recycling house will arrive around noon tomorrow. I will ask Chuanba to inform you then. The short old man looked at Ito and Valletta in the room and said, Chuanba. Valletta asked curiously, Chuanba, say hello. The short old man turned his head and looked at the dog beside his leg. Woof woof. The dog called Chuanba was very obedient. It immediately barked as soon as the old man finished speaking. Okay. Ito looked at the dog called Chuanba. The corner of his mouth twitched as he replied. Since Ito agreed, the old man did not stay any longer. He left the room with the dog and found another place to rest. Without the old man disturbing them, Ito and Valletta chatted for a while before falling asleep. Woof woof. The next day, Ito and Valletta, who were sleeping in each other's arms, were woken up by the dog barking. Could it be the people from the recycling house? Valletta asked in a daze. I think it's something else. Let's follow them and find out. Ito said. Ito and Valletta followed Chuanba to a place that was obviously a washroom. Ito and Valletta immediately understood that Chuanba was here to tell them where to wash up. He would probably bring them to eat later. This old man is really lazy. Valletta scooped some water on her face and muttered. Maybe it's because he has been in space for too long. Ito, who was pouring some oral cleanser into his mouth, replied vaguely. After washing up, the two were brought to the dining room by the dog, called Chuanba. They enjoyed their breakfast together with the short old man who was stuffing himself with food. It was noon in the blink of an eye. Uncle, why did you call us here? While Ito and Valletta were drinking tea with the short old man in the room, the closed door was suddenly opened from the outside. A young man who looked like he was in his 20s walked in with a suitcase on his shoulder and shouted at the short old man. Bastard, don't you know how to knock? Seeing the person who had come, the short old man immediately jumped up from the ground and ran in front of the person. He swung his fist and smashed the person's head as he said angrily, Well, I'll remember next time. The young man scratched the back of his head with his left hand and said with a smile. It was obvious that he did not take it to heart. La, why didn't you wait for me? At this time, a little girl with short blonde hair, who looked very young and weak, stood at the door panting. She complained to the young man named Luo while leaning on the door frame with one hand. Shu Li, where is the doctor? Law turned to the girl and asked. Still in the ship. He said he had something to do and would not come down. The girl straightened up and replied. She then walked to the short old man and bowed. Long time no see, uncle. Well, Shu Li is more polite. The short old man nodded with satisfaction. Well, uncle, why did you call us here this time? Law asked again with a box in his hand. I'm not the one who asked you to come here. The two of them asked me to contact you. You could talk about the details. The short old man pointed at Ito, Sei, and Valletta and said. After that, he walked to the side and sat down and continued to drink tea. Hello, I'm Sei Ito. This is my girlfriend, Valletta. Seeing Law and Shu Li looking at him, Sei Ito nodded to them and introduced himself with a smile. I'm sorry to bother you this time, because I want to ask you to send us to Earth. Enter Earth. Law frowned and asked doubtfully. Yes, because of some special reasons, we can't enter Earth through the regular channels, so we want to use the power of the recycling house to return to Earth. Sei Ito explained. Be a transporter? Law said to himself, then looked up at Sei Ito and asked. It's not impossible, but where are you going? How many people? Is there anything you want to take with you? We just need to return to Earth. There is no specific location, but it would be best if we can land near Alaska. There are only two of us, and there is a Gundam. Sei Ito replied. Chapter 382. Gundam. Hearing the word Gundam, Law's eyes immediately lit up, and he shouted excitedly. You said there's a Gundam here? Where is it? Take me to see it. Law, we are talking about business now. It is not the time to mess around. Shu Li quickly pulled Law's clothes and whispered. I know, Law. Law responded and then said to Sei Ito again. It is not a problem to send you back, but can you guarantee that your Gundam will not cause trouble? Will it not drag us into trouble? No, I can assure you of this. Sei Ito said with certainty. If that is the case, it will be much simpler. Law lowered his head and silently calculated. then looked up at Sei Ito and said, 2 people and a Gundam. There is no special requirement for the landing location. This mission is relatively simple. I will charge you 700,000. Okay, but we don't have that much cash at the moment. We can only find someone to pay you when we arrive on Earth. Sei Ito did not reduce the price at all and said straightforwardly, okay. Law tilted his head and agreed. Well, when can we leave? Sei Ito nodded and asked. As long as you have no problem, we can leave at any time. Law replied. Then let's do it now. I am in a hurry. Sei Ito immediately stood up from the ground and looked at Law condescendingly. Then he turned to the short old man who was drinking tea and bowed slightly. Sorry to disturb you. It's okay. It is good to see the successor of ancient skills. The short old man glanced at Sei Ito and said lightly, Then we will leave first. We will regret it later. Sei Ito did not say anything when he saw this. He said politely and turned to leave the room with Valletta, walking towards the big warehouse where the Gundam was placed. Uncle, we are leaving too? See you next time. When Law saw Sei Ito leave, he immediately got up, said hello to the short old man casually, and chased after him with a suitcase. Uncle, I'm sorry. I have to go now. See you next time. Seeing Luo run away, the remaining Shu Li quickly bowed to the short old man and ran out of the room in a panic. Is this a Gundam? It's much more powerful than what I saw in the information. In the big warehouse, Law looked at the Gundam in front of him and said with admiration. Then, ignoring the eyes of the trees beside him, he surrounded the Gundam and observed it like a fanatic. At the same time, a pile of professional data immediately came out of Law's mouth one after another. Can he get so much data just by observing and touching with the naked eye? Is this guy really a natural? Sei Ito looked at Law strangely and thought, Law, it's time to get down to business. Looking at Law, who was immersed in mechanical frenzy, Shu Li quickly reminded him. Oh, hearing Shu Li's reminder, Law slightly recovered from the frenzy, looked up and shouted, Our ship is hovering outside. You can fly directly over. We will arrive behind you. I see. Valletta's voice came out of the Gundam. Let's go too. Law turned to Sei Ito and said, Let's go. Sei Ito agreed and followed Law and Shu Li to the construction ship they came on. Then they took the construction ship back to the strange ship docked outside the meteorite and received the Gundam waiting outside. Is this a Gundam? Just as the heretic Gundam docked in the ship's cargo hold, a woman with long brown hair and a height of 1.7 meters appeared in the cargo hold. She was wearing a white lab coat and a pair of glasses. She looked to be in her late 20s and was nearing her 30s. She had her hands in the pockets of her lab coat and looked up at the heretic Gundam as she spoke softly. Doctor, hearing the voice, Shu Li, who has been accompanying them all the time, quickly turned his head and looked at the woman. Yes, the woman called Doctor nodded and continued to observe the Gundam. After a while, she suddenly turned to look at Sei Ito and Valletta standing next to him and asked, I heard that you want to land near Alaska? If it's possible. Sei Ito shrugged. Got it. The professor nodded slightly and left the cargo hold. No one knew what he was going to do. Who is that woman? Valletta frowned and stared at the doctor who left and asked. The person in charge of this ship, I don't know the specific name, but most people call her doctor. As for the rest of her background, I don't know anything. Sei Ito explained softly, then moved his body and said softly, but no matter who she is, it has nothing to do with us. Don't worry about it. Understood. Valletta responded softly. After everything was ready, the ship that has been hovering outside, the huge meteorite slowly turned its bow, quickly left the asteroid belt, and then flew to Earth through a hidden route. In this way, after a few hours of sailing, the ship steadily landed in an extremely remote and desolate area on Earth. Where's this? Sei Ito, who walked out of the ship, looked at the endless plains in front of him and asked in confusion. Siberia of the Eurasian Union. Law said next to Sei Ito. It's really remote. Sei Ito said in surprise. Siberia, whether it was the Earth of his previous life, the main world after his rebirth, or the current war-torn Gundam world, Siberia is the absolute synonym for vast land but sparsely populated. Can I just transfer the money to that account? After being stunned, Ito asked again. Well, yes. Law nodded. Then wait a minute, I'll ask someone to transfer the money to you. With Law's confirmation, Ito immediately dialed Chundiran's phone and asked him to transfer the money to the account designated by Law. Fortunately, the transportation charge of the recycling house is not very expensive, so Chundiran quickly transferred the money. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Ito turned to Law and said, Wait. Law heard this, turned back and shouted, Shuri, see if they transferred the money. Let me see. It's on the line. It just arrived, Shuli shouted back. Okay, this is our contact information. Next time you have this kind of easy business, remember to contact us. Hearing that the money has arrived, Law looked at Ito next to him and handed over a business card with a hearty smile. No problem. Ito took the business card, glanced at it, and put it in his arms, then shook hands with Law, turned around, jumped a few times, climbed up the Gundam, got into the cockpit, and disappeared. Then the blue Gundam's eyes lit up, and flames suddenly spewed out from the thrusters on its back, and immediately lifted the Gundam into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The distance is about right. Let's do it here. Ito said to Valletta after seeing that the ship could no longer detect the recycling house on the radar. Okay, Valletta agreed, then stopped the Gundam. Thank you for your hard work. Take a good shower and sleep when you go back. Ito, who walked out of the cockpit with Valletta, rubbed Valletta's head and smiled gently. Well, be careful. Valletta also said gently. Don't worry, Ito said with a smile, then put Valletta and the Gundam back into the Magic Cube world and summoned Karen and the Red Lotus St. Baji style. Then Karen drove the Red Lotus St. Baji style with Ito on board, heading towards Alaska at high speed. The route this time was to start from Siberia, cross the Pacific Ocean from a high altitude, and fly straight to the United States. Therefore, except for a little trouble when they passed over Russia, where they were chased by a plane, the rest of the journey was safe and sound. They landed on the American continent smoothly. Then the Red Lotus St. Baji style started from the western United States, went straight through the Mojave Desert, and finally stopped near Alaska. Later, Ito also sent Karen and the Red Lotus St. Baji style back to the Magic Cube world and walked into the Alaska Control Area and entered the city of Alaska as an ordinary person. It was late at night on April 30th, C-71. In other words, there were less than 2 days before the Archangel returned to Alaska. In these 2 days, Ito didn't stay idle. He changed into a military uniform and used hypnosis to successfully enter the Atlantic Federation's confidential data room. He stole a lot of scientific and technological information from it, including the initial manufacturing technology of MA, the complete technology of the space battleship, the complete technology of the PS phase transfer armor, and other important things. It could be said that Ito made up for several key technical information that he had been lacking. Although other than the information on the PS phase transfer armor, the other information is a bit ordinary and not as advanced as the information on the Archangel, but with the scientific researchers of the organization and the Dawnlight Society, plus Lloyd, Cecil, and Lakshata, and most of the data on the Archangel, I don't believe that they can't master and improve these technologies. Ito, who was hiding in the hotel, recalled the gains of the past 2 days and thought to himself. Then he took off his clothes and rested. After a good night's sleep, it was May 2nd, C-71 in a blink of an eye on this afternoon. On the east coast of Alaska, a scarred white battleship slowly drove into Josh, Alaska, under the supervision of several helicopters, and stopped there. Then, after half a day of briefing and handling of issues, such as post-handover, all the members of the Archangel above Sergeant and the bridge personnel were led by an officer to a barracks near Josh to settle down temporarily. Chapter 383. It's time to see Margui and Bucky Lulu. After Margui and the other members of the Archangel entered the room to rest, Sei Ito, who had been watching the Archangel in the corner, walked out of the corner and approached the barracks where they were resting. Although this was Alaska, one of the most heavily guarded places in the Alliance Army, and now he had to break into a barracks, it felt very exaggerated. But those difficulties were for ordinary people. With Sei Ito's current level, it was no pressure to sneak into a heavily guarded barracks without alerting anyone, so it didn't take much effort for Sei Ito to successfully enter the barracks. Bucky Lulu and Margui. I'll go see Margui first, then Bucky Lulu. After all, Bucky Lulu has strong principles. I'm not sure if she will be stupid enough to sell me out after seeing her. Sei Ito, who sneaked into the barracks, glanced at the doors of Bucky Lulu and Margui and decided in his heart. Later, Sei Ito, who had made a decision, quietly came to Margui's door, entered the universal authentication password to open the door, and then immediately flashed into the room the moment the door opened. What? Margui, who heard the sound of the door, immediately got up from the bed. She was about to ask with a serious expression, but before she could finish her words, a black shadow had already rushed in front of Margui and kissed her lips. At the same time, he stretched out his hands and hugged Margui's arms. He leaned over and pressed her down on the bed. He didn't let go until the door closed again. Who are you? Margui, who regained the right to speak, immediately asked. It's me. Sei Ito turned over and laid down beside Margui. He reached out and tightened his arms around Margui, who was only wearing a loose vest and underwear, and said softly, It's you. Hearing the familiar voice, Margui's originally vigilant and struggling body immediately relaxed, and she whispered in surprise, How did you get in? How else can I get in? Of course, I sneaked in quietly. Sei Ito's right hand slid down Margui's back, reached into Margui's underwear, and clasped her full chest. You bastard! Feeling the attack on her chest, Margui immediately reached out and pushed Sei Ito away. She grabbed the sheet and turned around to get off the bed. But Sei Ito, who was lying on the bed, naturally wouldn't let her leave so easily. He stretched out his hands and feet and imprisoned Margui's limbs in his arms and looked at her with a smile. Do you know that because you left without permission, the student of Heliopolis to die, Kira also disappeared during the battle with the Holy Shield Gundam? Don't you feel guilty? Margui not soldiers. Margui, when not soldiers or soldiers are, we choose to us. Margui, don't forget that we're soldiers. We were on the battlefield. Death can happen at any time. It doesn't matter if I left or not. If there's any impact, at most, Dole wouldn't have died, but I might have met with misfortune in that battle. Have you ever thought about such an outcome? Ito-sei stared at Manuma Ryu's angry eyes and said in a soft voice. Margui instantly calmed down. She looked at Sei Ito in front of her, and a trace of tears gathered in her eyes. But Kira, Margui said, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. She buried her head in Sei Ito's arms and cried softly. Kira, Sei Ito gently stroked Margui's back and said indifferently, Kira isn't dead. Really? Hearing Ito-sei's words, Margaret immediately raised her head. She looked at Ito-sei nervously, expectantly, and suspiciously. That's right. I had just escaped from Ob when you guys were fighting. I wanted to chase after you guys, but when I arrived, I happened to see the Gundam self-destructing. The assault was almost destroyed, so I didn't chase after you guys. Instead, I stopped and saved Kira from the assault. Then, I found Teacher Markio, who was living in seclusion nearby, and sent Kira away for treatment through his connections. Sei Ito explained softly. Kira isn't dead. That's great. Margui let out a long sigh of relief after hearing Sei Ito's explanation. Then, tears flowed down again, but this time, they were tears of joy. Then what are you doing now? After a while, Margui, who had calmed down, looked at Sei Ito and asked, I know your goal is Alaska, so I thought that since you will be here sooner or later, I might as well wait for you here in advance. Then, I secretly sneaked into Alaska until I saw you again today. Sei Ito explained, then said softly, It's great to see you again. After that, he kissed Margui again. This time, Margui didn't resist and surprisingly cooperated with his actions. Then what should we do now? The higher-ups should already know about your situation. It's not appropriate for you to appear here again. They are likely to treat you as a deserter and execute you on the spot, Margui said worriedly. That's why I came to see you. Seito reached out and patted Margui's buttocks, then explained with a smile, I didn't stay in Alaska for the past few days for nothing. I heard some things. Although I'm not sure, I feel that it's better to tell you. What is it? Margui asked in confusion. The higher-ups seemed to be preparing to get rid of the Archangel. Seito said softly. What? Margui immediately sat up from Seito's arms and looked at Seito in surprise, hoping to get confirmation. It's indeed like this. Seito turned slightly, looked at Margui's exposed skin, and said with certainty, although I don't know their specific plan, I'm more worried about your safety based on the recent actions of the higher-ups in the army. Why is it like this? Margui whispered to herself in disbelief. Why not? After all, we used to belong to the 8th Fleet. You know Admiral Halberton's attitude towards the higher-ups. In the past, when Admiral Halberton was there, they still had to consider what they wanted to do with the power of the 8th Fleet. But now, the 8th Fleet is basically wiped out except for us, and Admiral Halberton is dead. Without any restrictions, why would they care about an Archangel that has the 8th Fleet's mark on it? Anyway, the data has been obtained. With the strength of the Atlantic Federation, they can just build another one. It's not a problem. Then, they can find an obedient officer to be the captain. This way, they can clear all traces of the 8th Fleet, especially Halberton. They can also get an Archangel that completely obeys their orders. Why not? Seito said sarcastically. They shouldn't. Margui still couldn't believe it. Margui, do you believe a bunch of higher-ups who dare to use nuclear bombs to blow people up? Seito asked. Margui was completely silent. So now, instead of worrying about my problem, let's think about how to protect ourselves in the upcoming changes. Seito reached out and pulled Margui back onto the bed. He hugged her and said softly, but don't worry, I will try to figure out their plans in the next few days. Thank you, Seito. Margaret unconsciously reached out and wrapped her arms around Ito-Sei's waist. Her body leaned into his embrace, looking like a woman seeking protection when she was vulnerable. It's nothing. Who asked you to attract me so much? As Ito-Sei said this, his hands once again reached into Ma Lu's underwear, grabbing the soft flesh on her chest and rubbing it. This time, Margui didn't resist. It was as if she silently agreed to let Seito play with her. Of course, Seito knew that he couldn't go too far. Otherwise, Margui would definitely resist fiercely. Okay, it's getting late. You should rest early. I will leave here first to help you investigate the situation. After a while, Seito pulled his hand out of Margui's chest and looked at Margui's rosy face. Be careful. Margui sat up from the bed and looked at Seito, who turned over and whispered, Don't worry. Seito leaned over and kissed Margui's lips and said with a smile. Then, he carefully left the room and quickly rushed to Baki Lulu's room. He used the universal identification code in the barracks to open the door and quickly enter the room. Then he saw Baki Lulu sitting on a chair in a military posture and writing something. Seito. When Buggy Lulu heard the door open, she immediately turned her head. When she saw who it was, she subconsciously exclaimed. Fortunately, she still remembered that this was a military camp. After the first word came out, she immediately lowered her voice and called out in a low voice. What are you doing? At this time, the door was closed. Seito walked slowly to Baki Lulu's side and asked while looking at the things on the table. Making a report on some problems on the battleship, Baki Lulu replied honestly. Oh. Seito raised his eyebrows, reached out and took the things on the table in front of him, and looked carefully. It recorded all the decision-making differences and objections encountered in the battles since the Archangel set sail from Heliopolis, but Baki Lulu wrote very impartially. She clearly wrote the result of each objection and whether it conflicted with the military code. If there was a conflict, what should be done was written clearly. You even wrote about me in it? It seems that you're going to be punished. When Seito saw that it recorded that he left the Archangel without permission and disappeared Nob, he turned his head and looked at Baki Lulu with a smile. I am a soldier. It is my duty to truthfully record the abnormal situations that happened. Baki Lulu, who was a little uncomfortable under Seito's gaze, said with an unnatural expression, but no matter how you look at it, it felt that she lacked confidence. Chapter 384. Well, if you want to write it, then write it. I don't care anyway, but your punishment won't be small. Seito put the document in his hand on the table and walked towards Baki Lulu with a playful expression. Don't be like this. This is a military camp. It's not good. Baki Lulu subconsciously took 2 steps back, blushing and begging in a low voice. At this time, where was her usual rigid and serious appearance? I like to see you like this the most. Looking at Baki Lulu's appearance, Seito unconsciously raised the corners of his mouth and reached out to touch Baki Lulu's cheek. When the latter thought that was it, Seito stepped forward, picked her up, and gently threw her on the bed, turned her body over, and waved his hand at Baki Lulu's buttocks. Clap, clap, clap. 3 crisp sounds immediately echoed in the room. This is punishment. Looking at Baki Lulu, whose cheeks were red as if blood was about to drip out, Seito leaned close to her and whispered softly. Who? Feeling the warm breath in her ear, Baki Lulu took 2 quick breaths to suppress the throbbing in her heart. She got up from a bed with a red face and sat next to Seito with her legs closed, not daring to look at him. Well, it's time to get down to business. I came here for 2 things. One is to see you and let you know that I am safe and don't worry about me. Seito smiled at Baki Lulu, who was staring at the wall in front of her, reached out and flicked the black hair on her forehead, and said slowly, Then I want to tell you that I will disappear for a while. After all, my current identity is not very bright, and it's not good for me to suddenly appear among you and attend a report. In that case, won't you be wanted by the higher-ups? Baki Lulu said in a barely stable voice. It doesn't matter. They can't find me anyway, and even if they find me, they can't take me down. Seito said with confidence. It's just then your identity. Baki Lulu frowned. What? Are you worried that your father won't accept me if I lose my military status because of this? Seito reached out and forced Buggy Lulu to face him, looking at her playfully. No. Buggy Lulu blushed and whispered evasively. Have you forgotten what I told you on the Archangel? As long as you like him, it's fine. After all, you are the one looking for a boyfriend, not your father. Seito leaned on Buggy Lulu's lap and looked up at her with a smile. By the way, if I leave later, will you also write about me appearing here in the report? Seito asked Baki Lulu, whose body was a little stiff. Yes. Baki Lulu stuttered. If you're not afraid of the trouble, then go ahead and write it. But what do you think the higher-ups will think about a man and a woman alone in a room in the middle of the night? Seito moved his head, letting his hair slightly rub against Buggy Lulu's delicate thighs, and said, I don't know. Buggy Lulu wanted to pull her leg out from under Seito's head, but after thinking about it, she didn't do so. She still maintained the posture of being on Seito's back. Although I don't know what they will think, there will definitely be a lot of dirty thoughts, and then they will look at you with colored eyes. Well, it's the color of a man when he sees a beautiful woman, Seito said frivolously. No, people who can sit in high positions won't have such dirty thoughts, Buggy Lulu immediately retorted. Obviously, in her mind, the military, especially the high-ranking soldiers, were still pure. Well, who knows? Seito said indifferently. Then he turned over, lying on Buggy Lulu's lap, and closed his eyes to rest. Aren't you leaving? After a minute or so, Buggy Lulu saw that Seito didn't intend to get up, and she had to remind him in a low voice with a red face. Wait a minute. Let me enjoy your leg pillow. Seito deliberately rubbed his face and said softly with his eyes closed. Although the latter's face was still red, she did not ask any more questions. After a while, Seito, who felt that it was about time, sat up from Buggy Lulu's lap, stood up, and stretched out with a smile. He looked back at Buggy Lulu, who was still sitting on the bed and didn't dare to move, and leaned over to kiss her. Buggy Lulu instinctively made a low moan, and then responded to Seito's kiss. "Okay, I should go. Remember to wear the necklace I gave you at all times." Seito reached out and unzipped the collar of Buggy Lulu's tightly closed military uniform. His fingers slowly slid down from her neck, past her collarbone, and finally stopped at the necklace pendant between her breasts. "Okay," Buggy Lulu agreed. "That's good, and don't stay up too late. That kind of report won't be taken seriously." Seito straightened up and looked at Buggy Lulu with a smile. "Good night, my lovely Buggy Lulu." After that, without waiting for Buggy Lulu to answer, he turned and left her room, disappearing into the night. After Seito left, Buggy Lulu immediately took a few deep breaths. Then she got up and returned to her desk to continue writing the report. But when she wrote about what happened tonight, Buggy Lulu hesitated for a long time. Then she suddenly exhaled a long breath, put the pen away, got up, took off her military uniform, turned off the lights, and rested. In the end, Buggy Lulu didn't write what happened today in the report that was about to be submitted. 2.5 days later, on May 5th, Margaret, Moo, Buggy Lulu, the bridge operators, and the non-commissioned officers and above on the Archangel were brought into the combat conference room in the depths of Joshe for a review and evaluation hearing. During this period, Colonel William Salander, who was the presiding officer of the hearing, repeatedly pushed the blame and responsibility onto the captain's incompetence. Although he did not state any reward or punishment measures in the end, the rest of the crew on the Archangel were ordered to return to the Archangel and wait for the next arrangement. Although the 3 of them were announced to be changed on the spot, the rest of the crew on the Archangel were ordered to return to the Archangel and wait for the next arrangement. Of course, for people like Seito who had no military ethics and behaved suspiciously, an internal arrest order was also announced at the hearing. That night, Seito sneaked into the Archangel with ease, went to the captain's lounge, and saw Margaret dressed neatly. "I knew you would come." Behind the desk, Margaret, with a sad face, looked up at Seito and said softly, "I have heard about what happened to you." Seito walked to the chair next to the desk and sat down. He looked at Margaret and said with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I just didn't expect that all our efforts would end up like this. If Admiral Harbarton was still here." Margaret smiled bitterly. "Are you disheartened and lazy?" Ito Seisho leaned back his chair and looked at Malu and said softly, "Am I? Maybe." Margaret shook her head slightly and said in a low voice, "Why don't you just come with me, and then we'll find a place to live? What do you think?" Seito leaned back to the table again, reached out and grabbed Margaret's hand on the table, and looked into Margaret's eyes with a serious expression. Hearing this, Margaret frowned. She neither agreed nor objected. She just looked at the table in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. Seeing this, Seito didn't rush her. He just sat there quietly and waited. "I want to try harder." After a while, Margaret let out a long sigh. She turned to look at Seito, who was still holding her hand, and said softly, "I don't want Admiral Harbarton's dream to end like this." "Okay then." Seito quietly looked at Margaret for a moment, then slowly nodded and said, "But I'm afraid that the result you will get may be even more disappointed than now." Margaret heard this and was speechless. Then she changed the topic. "How is the investigation on the Archangel?" "There's no progress for now." Seito let go of Margaret's hand, folded his arms on the table, and rested his forehead on his arms. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Margaret looked at Seito and said with concern, "Okay, I know." Seito moved his head and replied in a muffled voice. Then Seito chatted with Margaret for a while, then got up, slipped out of the Archangel, and disappeared. Then 2.5 days later, it was May 8th, CE 71. On this day, the higher-ups finally issued a new order for the Archangel to be stationed in Alaska as a protective battleship. This was a very absurd assignment order. The Archangel was a starship. It was a waste to let a battleship, which was originally meant to compete with enemy ships in the universe, stay on Earth as a seawater ship. But an order was an order. Even if it was absurd and unbelievable, as a soldier, obeying orders was an iron rule. So even though Margaret couldn't accept it in her heart, she still saluted and accepted the assignment order. On the same day, Mullah Flag, Nadelbaku, and Fryalsta completed the transfer procedures one after another, packed their luggage, and left the Archangel and walked to the underground dock. Less than an hour after they left, a series of urgent sirens suddenly sounded in the sky above Alaska. A large number of defensive facilities automatically rose from the hidden places around Asraga along with the sirens, launching defensive attacks against the large MS troops that were flying rapidly in the sky. However, a dead object was a dead object after all, not to mention a dead object under no one's control and command. It was not an opponent of the flexible Dean and Baku at all. Therefore, except for a few unlucky ones, the other airframes broke through Alaska's first line of defense without even breaking their skin and quickly rushed to the central area. It's finally begun. Sei Ito, standing on a hillside somewhere, looked at the Zaft army that was quickly rushing to the center of Alaska and thought in his heart. Then his figure flashed, jumped off the mountain, and disappeared. And when he reappeared, he was already in a protective area of Alaska. Then he changed into the Earth's military uniform and began to look for the airport. After all, he always needed a reason to return to the Archangel. Maybe Sei Ito's running figure was too attractive. Baku or Dean always came up to harass him along the way. Fortunately, Sei Ito was not an ordinary person. Otherwise, it was really possible for these two steel guys to play human meat buns. In this way, Sei Ito, who hid, fled, and fought all the way, finally came to the military hangar in the defensive area. Then, ignoring the wailing wounded and the desperate and dull soldiers in the hangar, he quickly ran toward a seemingly intact air fighter. At this moment, a Dean suddenly landed at the exit of the military hangar. Its electronic eyes swept and locked onto the wounded in the hangar, and it fired with its machine gun that was no different from the machine gun of the armed helicopter. F***CK. Seeing this, Sei Ito quickly stepped on the ground and quickly dodged the scattered physical bullets. He jumped to the side and rolled away, then pressed a piece of broken, very condensed soil next to him with one hand. In the flash of electricity, it turned into a slender steel lead and aimed at the muzzle of the Dean's machine gun and threw it fiercely. Swoosh! The sound of a sharp spike piercing through the air was heard. The long, thin piece of lead shot into the muzzle of the machine gun in Dean's hand in the blink of an eye, blocking the bullets that had yet to be fired and causing the barrel to explode. Let's see what you're going to use to fight me without a gun. Seeing that Dean's weapon was destroyed, Ito-sei quickly ran to Dean's side, who was still looking around with his electronic eyes. Then he jumped onto Dean's shoulder and kicked Dean's scarlet electronic eyes with a powerful kick. Boom! Boom! With a flash of electricity, Dean's electronic eye immediately exploded. At the same time, Sei Ito immediately slid down and dodged Dean's palm. He kicked Dean's chest with one leg and jumped back to the ground. Then, without hesitation, he grabbed a palm-sized rock next to him and used alchemy to create a slender and sharp steel lead. Holding it, he jumped back to Dean's body, which had lost its detection ability. He then waved his hand and stabbed Dean's neck, which was the weakest part of Dean's body. Ziti, a clear tearing sound was heard by Sei Ito's ear. The sharp steel lead instantly sank into the dense electronic circuits on Dean's neck, destroying all of Dean's energy, movement, and other transmission systems, turning Dean into a pile of scrap metal. All of this happened in a flash. Except for one or two soldiers who happened to see it, the rest of the soldiers were either shot to death by bullets or hiding and crying. None of them saw Sei Ito's domineering might. Chapter 385. Do you think I can't deal with you if you don't come out, idiot? Sei Ito looked at the cockpit that was still closed with disdain then quickly ran back to an intact fighter jet and jumped into the cockpit. Without waiting for the hatch to close, he directly fired 2 missiles at Dean, who was standing there. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive explosions rang out, and the Deans immediately burst into flames, scattering all over the ground. Then, after dealing with the Ito blocking Dean, he immediately put on his helmet, started the fighter jet, and flew out from the exit in front of the hangar. Then, Ito who wanted to fly to Archangel, destroyed 4 of Dean's fighter jets after a few simple exchanges of fire. Finally, he flew above Archangel. Archangel, please answer if you hear this. I'm Ito. Please answer if you hear this. Ito, who flew above Archangel, immediately used the military communication channel to contact Archangel below. Ito, Captain. Soon, Margot's voice came from the plane's communicator. At first, she subconsciously called Ito by his usual name, but then she remembered that this was a battlefield, so she quickly added. Fortunately, they were in the middle of a battle, and Ito suddenly appeared, so Margot's intermittent greeting was just a surprise. Leave Alaska as soon as possible. Even if you can't leave right away, you have to try to get within a 10-kilometer radius of Alaska, otherwise it will be too late. Ito, who was piloting the fighter jet, controlled the plane to make a dodging action to dodge the enemy's attack. While attacking the Zaf's MS, he hurriedly added, "Those bastards from the upper echelons have already run away. Now in the entire Alaska, except for us who stayed here as cannon fodder and bait, the central control building has long been empty. Not even a single guard is left. And the most abhorrent thing is that those bastards from the upper echelons even activated the Cyclops system before they left. It looks like they're going to swallow us and the Zaf's forces together. How is that possible? What about the rescue team from Panama?" Margot asked in disbelief. There's probably no rescue team at all. The message of resistance order was also reserved long ago. No matter who contacted it, the answer would be the same. Ito replied hurriedly after destroying another MS near him. Not long after he answered, another fighter jet arrived above the Archangel. However, this fighter was unlucky. As soon as it arrived, it was hit by a laser beam from an MS fighter jet. Then, it slid toward the damaged ejection port of the Archangel. Shortly after Mullah Flag's voice, he spoke in an excited tone about everything he saw on the base in Alaska. And the content was exactly what Ito said. What he said was exactly what Ito said before, with Mullahs. In addition, this is the arbitrary decision of Archangel's captain, Margot Lamias, and the members are not responsible for this decision at all. Margot's voice sounded again from the communication channel, but this time the tone was obviously different from before. There was no longer any hesitation or disbelief. She said in a sonorous voice, "The ship will abandon the current combat area and leave. Inform colleagues to follow us. Engines at full speed. Break through left wing of the Gulf. The rest is up to you, Lieutenant Ito." After all the orders were conveyed, Margot said to Ito, who was piloting the fighter jet. "I see," Ito said in a deep voice. "Lieutenant Ito, I'll be right there." As soon as Ito's voice fell, Mu's voice immediately came out. "I'll look forward to fighting side by side with you again," Ito replied with a smile. Sure enough, shortly after the communication ended, an air overlord equipped with a Gundam backpack flew out of the damaged ejection port of Archangel. It guarded Archangel with Ito and fought against the countless MS in the sky. After a while, just as Archangel, which was guarded by Ito and Mu, gradually left the combat area, a Gundam suddenly appeared above Archangel and attacked it. Seeing the situation, Ito and Mu controlled the fighter jet and the air overlord to meet the Gundam. It's just that a fighter jet was a fighter jet and the air overlord was an air overlord. The performance of the two fighters was not the same at all. Therefore, in the case of heavy bombs at the same time, the air overlord only damaged the Gundam backpack. It only needed a simple disassembly to solve the problem. However, Ito's fighter jet directly damaged the left engine, forcing him to return to Archangel. "Can't I kill flies without a fighter jet?" Ito, who jumped out of the damaged fighter jet cockpit, that was forced to land in Archangel's garage, threw away his helmet and sneered in his heart. Then he quickly ran to the bridge without stopping, and after arriving at the bridge, he sat in front of the fire god cannon with ease. In an instant, he took control of a self-propelled fire god cannon and fired at the MS in the sky. The power of the fire god cannon was different. As soon as it was fired, 2 MS that couldn't dodge in time were destroyed. The thrust has decreased. We can't maintain a low-altitude flying posture. At this time, on Archangel that was hit again, the helmsman who was trying to maintain the stability of the warship said in a deep voice. Just as Archangel was trying to stabilize the hull, a Zaft MS suddenly appeared in front of Archangel's bridge. It raised the laser gun in its hand and aimed at the bridge. A yellow energy light quickly gathered in the muzzle of the gun. What the F***CK? Looking at the MS that suddenly appeared outside the bridge, Ito's heart suddenly jumped. Just as he was about to release Red Lotus without hiding, a green laser beam suddenly shot down from the sky, instantly destroying the laser gun in the MS's hand and saving Archangel. Freedom Gundam. Ito looked at the powerful Gundam that suddenly appeared on the optical screen, and he secretly said in his mind. Then Ito immediately felt a gaze fall on him, and following the gaze, he found that the owner of the gaze was Ma Lu. Seeing this, how could Ito not understand what she meant? He nodded slightly and confirmed the guess in Ma Lu's heart. Then, just as the 8 laser muzzles on his back stretched out like an angel's wings, Kira Yamato's voice sounded in Archangel. "This is Kira Yamato. I'm here to rescue you. Please withdraw the ship quickly," Kira Yamato said. Next, Kira Yamato showed his power. Like a multi-turret believer, he fired all the cannons around him, instantly destroying the gun-wielding arms of more than a dozen MS, causing them to temporarily lose their combat ability. "Captain Ma Lu, withdraw the ship quickly." Kira's voice sounded again in Archangel and emphasized, "There's a Cyclops system underground in the headquarters, and we're used as bait. We don't know about this battle plan at all, so we can't withdraw the ship at all. At least, we have to withdraw some distance." Ma Lu said emotionally. "I see." Kira answered briefly and cut off the communication. Then he once again transformed into a multi-turret believer and fired at the many MS in front of him. It's just that although he was a multi-turret believer, he didn't kill. So all the MS hit by his gunfire would at most temporarily lose their combat ability, but no one would be injured or killed because of it. Then, Kira Yamato's voice sounded in the all-channel communication. "Notice to Zaft, everyone in Earth United, Alaska will soon activate the Cyclops system and self-destruct. The 2 armies please stop fighting immediately and retreat immediately. Repeat." Hearing Kira's words, Ma Lu whispered as if she knew him for the first time. Kira is no longer the Kira of the past. Ito, who came to Ma Lu's side at some point, put his right hand on the top of the back of the captain's chair, put his left hand on his waist, and his right foot half-bent on the ground. He looked at the Freedom Gundam on the screen and said softly, "The Cyclops is activated." At this moment, who was sitting on the second bridge, suddenly shouted in shock. "What? Engine at full speed. Retreat." Ma Lu was shocked at first. Then she quickly ordered loudly. Immediately afterward, a pink circle full of electromagnetic radiation suddenly rose from the ground where the Alaska headquarters base was located and rapidly expanded to the surroundings at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the machines and humans that were affected by its radiation immediately exploded uncontrollably, turning into balls of flames or meat paste that did not even leave behind a corpse. Then a large number of continuous explosions sounded in the center of the radiation wave, destroying the Alaska base into ruins. After a while, the Archangel, which was propelled at full speed, finally left the range of the electromagnetic radiation wave and stopped at a bend more than 10 kilometers away from Alaska. Looking at the people on the bridge who looked like they had just survived a disaster, and Ma Lu, who was shocked speechless by the actions of the higher-ups, Ito reached out and patted her on the shoulder. He turned around and walked out of the Archangel without saying anything. He came to Mu's side and looked at the sky exuding strange colors in the distance in silence. Soon after, everyone in the Archangel walked out of the Archangel one after another and came to the land outside. They were eager to see the young Kira, who was called a disaster by the higher-ups of the Atlantic Federation, but was the guardian of the Archangel. It was just that when they really saw Kira, who was wearing the protective suit that only the red coat elites of the Zaf could wear, walking down the hill, they were all shocked and speechless. It's great to be able to make it in time. Kira, who walked in front of Malu, Sei Ito, and Mu, smiled with joy. Chapter 386. It's really you, Kira. Although she had Ito Sei's previous words as a foundation, when she really saw that familiar but obviously changed face again, she still couldn't believe it and said hesitantly, "Yes." Kira nodded affirmatively. Kira, after receiving confirmation, Mirialia, who was behind her, immediately ran toward Kira without waiting for her to speak. With Mirialia taking the lead, everyone who was still a little reserved all ran to Kira's side, expressing the joy of reunion and the disbelief of his survival. After a short but warm reunion, Kira once again walked back to Marjorie, Sei Ito, and Mu. He looked at Marjorie with a gentle expression and asked, "Captain Marjorie, you have a lot to say to me, right?" "Uh-huh." Marjorie responded softly with a smile. "I also have a lot to say to Captain Marjorie." Kira looked at Marjorie in front of him and said seriously, "Okay." Marjorie agreed. "Are you with the Zaft?" Mu on the side interrupted and asked. After all, Kira was now wearing the red coat protective suit of the Zaft, and Mu and the others were still in the Earth Army. Even if they were familiar with each other and were friends, there were still some things that needed to be clarified and mentally prepared. "Yes." Hearing Mu's question, Kira turned to look at him and answered with a serious expression. "But I'm not in the Zaft Army, and I'm no longer in the Earth Army." Hearing Kira's answer, not only were Marjorie and Mu shocked, but even the other members of the Archangel standing here were also in disbelief. "I understand." Marjorie lowered her head and sighed. Then she half turned to look at the Freedom Gundam and said, "That body is... and what should we do?" "If you're talking about preparing supplies, you don't have to worry for the time being, because this body is equipped with a neutron interference mediator," Kira said seriously. "Are you talking about a neutron interference mediator?" Mu repeated in surprise. "Then is it powered by a nuclear power source?" Among the crowd, a bridge staff member also said in surprise, "Where did this thing come from?" Another bridge staff member asked, "If you want to extract the data, I will refuse and leave this place. I will protect it even if I have to become everyone's enemy," Kira said in a low voice. "Kira." Maureen looked at Kira in surprise. "You mean..." Mu also looked at Kira in shock. "This is my responsibility as the one who accepts this body," Kira said. "I completely understand. We promise that we won't touch that airframe." She then turned around and shouted to the members of the maintenance team behind her, "Did you all hear that?" "Yes, sir." The members of the drill squad answered in unison. Then, he turned to Sei Ito and stared at him with a serious expression. Seeing this, Sei Ito shrugged nonchalantly and agreed. "Thank you very much." Kira smiled. After a short break, everyone returned to the Archangel, ready to discuss the next issue. "Thank you for saving me, Mr. Sei Ito." On the way back, Kira thanked Sei Ito. "It's nothing." Sei Ito smiled at Kira, then asked, "Did Lux ask you to tell me anything?" "No." Kira shook his head. "That's good." Sei Ito smiled easily. "Huh?" Kira looked at Sei Ito, who was smiling inexplicably in confusion. "It's nothing." Sei Ito patted Kira's shoulder and smiled. Using the Alaska garrison and the Archangel as bait, lure the attacking Zaft army into the center of Alaska, and then remotely activate the Cyclops system to eliminate the garrison and the Zaft army together. This is the battle plan of the Atlantic Federation's upper management, right? In the bridge, Kira, who had changed back into the Earth military uniform, repeated the Alaska battle plan again. "Well, yes." Mu confirmed, "and we didn't receive any notice." Margaret frowned and said in a low voice. She was obviously resentful of the upper management's behavior of being sacrificed without informing them. The headquarters should have known that the target of the Zaft army was Alaska a long time ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been in a hurry to install the Cyclops system underground. Moose speculated. It's the same with the plant. Kira whispered to himself, then looked up at Margaret and asked seriously, "What are your plans next, Archangel and Captain Margaret?" "I don't know," Margaret said helplessly, then looked at Mu and Sei Ito and fell silent. Because of a neutron jammer and magnetic field, communication is completely impossible in this place, CIC said. Then do emergency treatment, and then go to Panama on our own? The helmsman asked. Will they welcome us? We know so many things. Mu said with a conflicted expression. Of course not. Have you heard of anyone who has a good ending after knowing a secret? Seito on the side said. Also, if we leave the battle line without orders, we will also be regarded as deserters. Margaret said in a heavy tone, even if we return to the original team, we will still be subject to a military trial. The helmsman whispered to himself. That is to say, there will be a bunch of additional charges. The radar officer also said with a depressed face. I don't know why. I don't know what I'm fighting for anymore. Margaret whispered to herself in a somewhat decadent voice. To end this situation, will we have to fight Captain Margaret? Have you thought about it? At this time, Kira, who was listening to Margaret and the others discussing the next plan of the Archangel, suddenly said, I think we have to fight that. Kira, are you going to be a devil or a hero? Hearing Kira's words, Sei Ito suddenly said aloud. Everyone, including Kira, looked at Sei Ito in confusion. In the war with one's own strength, Sei Ito sneered and did not continue, but the general idea was pretty much expressed. Then, everyone ended the discussion in a dull atmosphere, and then left a few bridge personnel on duty and returned to their rooms to rest. Actually, there's a place we might be able to go. In the captain's lounge, Mu, who was holding a cup of coffee in his hand, looked at Margaret and Sei Ito and said, You mean Aubrey? Sei Ito said with a cup of water in his hand. Yes. Mu confirmed. Aubrey, Margaret repeated in a low voice. You definitely don't want to go back to the army at all. Mu looked at Margaret, who was sitting behind the desk with a listless face. Everyone is the same. We will definitely be shot if we go back. Margaret sighed and said the main reason why everyone didn't want to go back. After all, no one wanted to die. Kid, you've changed. Hearing Margaret's answer, Mu immediately changed the topic. Yes, Malu replied. Do we have to fight something? Mu whispered to himself. You guys. Seito looked at the two people who were deep in thought, shook his head helplessly, and sighed. In the end, after much consideration, Margaret agreed to Mu's proposal to go to Aubrey. In this way, after 7 days of sailing on the water, the battered Archangel finally entered the Aubrey waters on May 15th, and then under the guidance of the plane sent by Aubrey, they once again sailed into the secret port of Anxiety Island. Shortly after they stopped, the real leader of the Aubrey Alliance, Himiru Ashar, led the head of the Dawn Society, Erica Simmons, as well as several people, including the foreign affairs, the government, and the military personnel. Kisaka boarded the Archangel and came to the bridge to see Captain Margaret. We are very grateful that you can accept our unauthorized request. Margaret, who stood in front of Himiru Ashar, said in a sincere tone. Due to various reasons, the members can't move freely for the time being. I hope everyone can understand. Himiru Ashar said apologetically, but you can have a good rest first. Thank you very much. Margaret, who was slightly relieved, thanked him. Because of the destruction of the Earth Alliance headquarters, the Earth will once again fall into turmoil. After you rest, let's talk about this. Himiru Ashar looked at everyone and said, but when his eyes fell on Sei Ito, he unconsciously paused. This strange reaction was immediately noticed by Margaret, who had been observing him, and she remembered it in her heart. I've heard and seen, and then think about it carefully, including the meaning of the military uniform you are wearing. But after a pause, his eyes fell on Margaret again, and he said solemnly. After that, He led the people behind him out of the bridge and left the Archangel. Can we talk? Lieutenant Seito. Just when Himurashar and others just walked out of the Archangel, Erica, the person in charge of the Dawn Society behind him, suddenly turned around and said to Seito, who followed Margaret and Muao to send them off. Hearing Erica's words, Margaret immediately turned her head to look at Seito beside her, and a flash of concern appeared in her eyes. Of course, Seito first turned his head and signaled Margaret to be at ease with his eyes, then said to Erica, who was looking at him. Then he followed behind Erica and left the Archangel together. They walked to a place in the port where they could see the Archangel without being disturbed. Let's stop here. After stopping, Erica said softly. Then she turned to look at Seito with a half-smile on her face and said, Lieutenant Seito, I didn't expect you to dare to enter Obe's territory. Why not? Seito asked in surprise. Chapter 387. First, you sneaked into Aub, forced your way into Dawn Society to steal our confidential information, and then broke into our secret factory last time to steal our newly developed Natural Person OS program. Do you really think Aub won't punish you? Erica questioned sternly with a serious face. Erica, although we know each other very well. Seito paused deliberately when he said, know each other. His eyes fell on Erica's chest, and then he continued, but you can't frame me like this. When did I enter your secret factory and steal your newly developed Natural Person OS? Are you trying to quibble? Erica sneered before continuing. Since we found you on the Archangel, we have been monitoring the Archangel closely. During this period, although you have been acting very normal and didn't even leave the Archangel, you suddenly disappeared the day before the Archangel left the port. You haven't appeared until the Archangel left the port. Then, on the night the Archangel left the port, our secret factory was stolen. As someone who has a record of sneaking into Dawn Society to steal information, disappearing from the Archangel for no reason, and possessing enough skills to sneak into the secret factory, you are the only suspect. In this paragraph, Erica obviously concealed some of the information that they had not figured out so far, such as how the 3-test Heresy Gundams disappeared in the secret factory and how the parts and materials disappeared. She did not mention a word. She just focused on speculating about Seito's infiltration. This speculation is too unreasonable, Seito said with a speechless expression. Then why is it that every time you come to Aub, our Dawn Society will be invaded, but when you don't come, there is no trace of crime at all? How do you explain this problem? Erica questioned. How would I know? Seito sighed, then raised his head to look at Erica in front of him and asked with a strange expression, You didn't call me out just to tell me these inexplicable speculations, right? Then what do you think I should tell you? Erica frowned and asked in a deep voice. There are many things you can tell me. Seito immediately put on a playful look, spread his hands, and said to Erica, For example, did you miss me after we parted that night? Oof. Upon hearing this, the humiliation of that night that had never been forgotten clearly surfaced in Erica's mind again, causing anger to immediately emerge from the bottom of her heart. Fortunately, she still knew that she came to see Seito this time for business, so she immediately suppressed the anger in her heart, snorted coldly at Seito, and said in a deep voice with a serious face, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. Now, I only want to ask you one thing. Is the blue Heretic Gundam in your hands? So that's what you're asking, Seito said with a look of realization. Then he looked at Erica with a smile and said, Yes, it's in my hands, but as expected of the secret body developed by Dr. Erica that I admire. Its performance is really good. Then that red Heretic Gundam should also be in your hands, right? Erica continued to ask. Yes, it is, Seito admitted honestly. According to the information we obtained, you had already boarded the Archangel when Heliopolis collapsed. In other words, you obtained those 2 bodies when you were in Heliopolis. Then those staff members of the Dawn Society who mysteriously disappeared also have something to do with you, Erica said with a hostile expression. That's right. Seito admitted. What exactly do you want to do? Erika questioned again. Nothing, Seito said. Do you think I will believe that? Erika asked rhetorically. It's up to you to believe it or not. Seito shrugged, then asked Erika, is there anything else? If not, I will go back to the Archangel. After all, I still have to deal with the Kimi representative later. Someone wants to see you, Erika said with a frown. Who is it? Seito asked curiously. You will know when you get there, Erika said, keeping him in suspense. Okay, time and place, Seito said. After 8 o'clock tomorrow night, I will pick you up here, Erika said. Don't tell me the person who wants to see me is you. Seito took a step forward and leaned in front of Erika. Then he whispered with a teasing smile. The latter glanced at Seito coldly, then turned and left the secret port silently. Someone wants to see me, and it's because of the heretic Gundam. Then it should be that guy, but I don't know if it's the crazy sister or the stupid brother. On the way back to the Archangel, Seito guessed in his mind. After returning to the Archangel, Seito shrugged his shoulders to indicate that he was fine. Then he rested quietly. In the evening, the car sent by Aubrey brought Seito, Maru, Mu, and Kira to the Ashar mansion to meet the Kimi representative. Then, after a simple greeting, Kimi asked them about the specific situation in Alaska. The Cyclops system, but even if the enemy's information was leaked, this strategy can only make people feel that it is against common sense, Kimi said in a deep voice. However, this time, Alaska reduced the combat power of the Zaf attack army by 80%. Based on the sacrifices designed by the authors, the calculations on the table were ruthless to the extreme. Although Kisaka agreed with the final result of the battle, he did not agree with the plan itself. And then this. Sammy raised the remote control in his hand and pressed a button on the TV on the wall beside him. Then, a middle-aged man with a bald head said in a sorrowful tone on the TV, The garrison fought bravely to the last soldier. We must write the day of Joshua's collapse in a history with grief. Then the picture turned to the Alaska base that had become a huge pit, giving a close-up of the water in the deep pit, the broken buildings around the deep pit, and the remains of weapons on both sides. Then the picture turned again, and a large number of wounded soldiers wrapped in bandages and the beds under them were covered with blood, as well as the images of innocent civilians and children who were also seriously injured appeared on the screen. Then the picture turned again, and the crowds of people who were protesting everywhere, the recruits who were ready to go, and the government personnel who were angered by propaganda were shown on the screen. But we will never give in. What right does the regulator have to take away the peaceful land and safe sky that we rely on for survival? The sacrifice is great, but we must overcome it and face it in order to protect the safety, peace, and future of the Earth. Now we must unite our forces and fight against the arrogant regulators. In the background of the picture, the middle-aged man said hoarsely, Although we know the result, it's really unacceptable. Moose said softly, In other words, whether we die or not, we are dead outside. If we appear again, then it's not a question of whether we are dead or not, but a question of why we are not dead. Seito said in a sarcastic tone. As soon as this was said, Margot and Moo's faces were a little ugly. Kimi looked up at Seito, standing behind Margot, and said again in a deep voice, The Atlantic Federation also exerted strong pressure on many countries that were originally neutral. They even said that if they did not participate in the war as a joint force, they would be regarded as hostile countries. Of course, Ob is no exception. They want Ob's power. Carrie, who was wearing Ob's special military uniform, said, I think you all know that our country will not refuse the regulators. Kimi ignored Carrie's words and continued, As long as they abide by Ob's ideals and laws, there are only a few countries that allow anyone to enter and live in. There's no right or wrong in manipulating genetic factors. It's only because you're a regulator or because you're a natural person that you're prejudiced against each other that there's a conflict. Then he turned to look at Carrie and Kira. Carrie is a natural, Kira is a regulator. These are only themselves. That's true, Kira agreed. However, I absolutely do not approve of the Atlantic Federation's method of treating all regulators as enemies and attacking them. Amy said in a low voice, just who and what is fighting for? But, although I understand what you are saying, forgive my rudeness, but isn't this just an ideal? Moose suddenly said, even if this is an ideal, the regulators are still looking down on the natural, and the natural are jealous of the regulators. This is the reality. I know, Kimmy said. She stood up with her hands on the edge of the table and walked to the oil painting on the side. With her back facing everyone, she continued, of course, our country isn't all smooth sailing. However, if we give up because of this, there will be a day when we will truly walk the path of mutual destruction. When that day comes, it will be too late to regret. Or, if this is the world, should we just silently follow it? Whichever path you choose is your freedom. If you can't betray this uniform, please do your best. You are young and powerful. I hope you can see clearly that there is still time for the future that you truly desire. What does Lord Kimmy think? Kira looked at Kimmy with a serious expression and asked, in the current situation, swords are no longer purely decorative. That's what I think, Kimmy replied. After hearing this answer, a smile appeared on Kira's face, expressing her agreement with the answer. Then, everyone was sent back to the Archangel while pondering over Kimmy's words. In fact, after saying so much, there's only one meaning. Our Aubrey is an ideal country, and I am now fighting for my ideals. I need your strength, especially the strength of the Archangel, Mu, and Kira. In the captain's lounge, Ito leaned back in his chair with his hands hanging naturally by his side. He looked up at the ceiling and spoke very straightforwardly to Maureen, who was sitting behind the desk, as well as Mu, who was leaning against the wall with his hands crossed in front of his chest. Chapter 388. Although Ito was straightforward, Mu and Marlu were not idiots. How could they not understand the meaning behind his words? They just didn't want to think too deeply about it. After all, Awe was the last place they could find to stay. Since it was appropriate for them to contribute, the two did not refute Ito's words and remained silent. After a while, Mu stood up from the wall and sighed softly as his hands hung down. Ideal. Then his expression changed, and he returned to his usual frivolous appearance. Forget it. This kind of thing can't be thought of in a day or two. Let's see how the situation develops before making a decision. Okay, Marlu said softly with her hands clasped in front of her. I'm so hungry. I'm going to eat first. I won't disturb the two of you. Mu patted his stomach and turned around to walk out of the lounge. At the same time, he waved his right hand with his back facing Ito and Marlu. Hearing Mu's teasing words, Marlu's cheeks unconsciously turned red. He's quite observant. Looks like he's been paying a lot of attention to you, Ito said with a smile as he looked at the door of the lounge that closed again. Then he turned to Marlu and asked, do you remember what I said on the night of the end of the Alaska trial? Hearing Ito's words, Marlu's eyes unconsciously flashed. She was clearly not calm. You know the current situation. No matter what the final result is, you can't return to the army. Why don't you just end it here and choose to come with me? Ito said softly. Marlu's expression was conflicted. She could not make up her mind. However, Ito did not rush her. He quietly sat to the side and waited for her to make a decision. My heart is in a mess right now. Can you give me some time to think about it? After a long while, Margot let out a long sigh of relief. She turned her head to look at Ito and said with a painful expression, okay, I won't rush you. Think about it slowly. We still have time. Ito got up and walked to Marlu's side. His left hand hugged her shoulder and pulled her into his embrace. His right hand gently stroked the back of Marlu's head as he softly comforted her. Thank you, Ito. Marlu naturally hugged Ito's waist and nodded with her eyes closed. After a while, Ito let go of Marlu and lowered his head to look at her and said softly, okay, it's late. You should rest first. Okay. She then stood up from her seat with Ito's help and was brought to the bed to lie down. Good night. And go back. And the next day, starting early in the morning, a large number of OB engineers appeared in the dock with instruments and began to repair and replenish the damaged Archangel. Of course, this had nothing to do with Sei Ito. So Sei Ito, who had nothing to do, spent the day leisurely. At 8 o'clock in the evening, he walked out of the Archangel and went to the place where he talked to Erica Simmons, the director of the Dawn Society, as agreed. Not long after he arrived, Erica Simmons, who was wearing a dark red single-button top with a white undershirt exposed from the left and right sides of her waist and abdomen. She was wearing a pair of blue jeans. "Your clothes are really the same." Seito looked up and down at Erica, who walked over and teased. "Come with me." Erica ignored Seito's teasing. After a simple sentence, she turned around and walked back the way she came. "You're so cold and heartless. After all, I'm a man who once satisfied you, right?" Seeing this, Seito had to keep up with her, but during the process, he deliberately whispered in a voice that Erica just happened to hear. Hearing this, Erica Simmons, who was in front, unconsciously paused and then continued to walk forward as if she didn't hear Ito say's words, ignoring him at all. Tisk. Seeing Erica's performance, Seito curled his lips and followed her silently. They walked out of the secret port of Slave Island and sat in the front passenger seat of a black car not far from the entrance. Erica drove with Seito to the meeting place. When the car started, Seito's eyes suddenly rolled, and he looked at Erica with a smirk. He suddenly put his hand on her thigh and gently stroked it. "Let's see where you can hide," Seito said with a smirk. A sharp breaking sound sounded in Seito's ears, and then a forward inertia acted on the two people in the car at the same time. But just as Seito's body, which was not wearing a seatbelt, rushed to the side, Erica's hands quickly left the steering wheel. She reached behind her with one hand and took out a pistol, aiming at Seito. "Please don't touch me again, or I can't guarantee whether you will see that lady safely." Erica looked at Seito, who had returned to his seat, and said in a cold, expressionless voice, "It seems that no one has been with you recently. You're very angry." Seito didn't even look at the pistol pointed at his head. He still looked at Erica with a playful smile. Erica didn't say anything. She directly pushed the gun forward, and at the same time, she retracted her index finger on the trigger. "Do you really think this thing can hurt me?" Seito looked at Erica's action and raised his eyebrows. "I know you're good at fighting, but it's such a close distance. I think my gun is still a threat to you," Erica said coldly. "Is that so?" Seito looked at Erica with a faint smile. Then, before Erica could react, he suddenly reached out and flicked the numb tendon on her right wrist. A strong numbness instantly spread from her wrist to Erica's heart, causing her to unconsciously let go of the gun in her right hand, and it fell to the ground. Seito reached out and caught the gun. With a slight movement of his fingers, he held the gun in his palm and pointed the muzzle at Erica. "You're a little overconfident, Erica," Seito said with a smile. Then he transferred the gun to his right hand, placed his hand on Erica's thigh again, and stroked it. Feeling the gradual warmth on her thigh, Erica's chest heaved up and down rapidly. Anger kept attacking her rationality, and she wanted to kill the man in front of her at all costs. But Erica also knew that this was basically impossible. Putting aside Seito's incredible skills, no one in Aubrey could take her down without that man whom she had met by chance. He was now an important member of the Archangel. During this special period, touching him would definitely trigger the sensitive nerves of the other members of the Archangel. Although there might not be any consequences in the end, it would definitely reduce the effect of Sir Jimmy's efforts. With this thought in mind, Erica immediately took a few deep breaths to suppress the anger in her heart. Then, she ignored the hairy hand on her thigh, started the car again, and rushed to the meeting place. Looking at Erica's appearance, Seito chuckled. He put away the gun and the palm, stroking her thigh at the same time, then casually threw the gun on the front of the car, leaned back in the seat, and quietly looked at the road ahead that quickly slid to both sides. Looking at Seito's quiet appearance, Erica snorted for some reason. She suddenly increased the speed of the car to about 100 kilometers per hour and quickly drove to an unknown place. About 10 minutes later, the car stopped at a huge platform that was completely built with a metal bridge. "Get out of the car," Erica said in an unfriendly tone. The latter shrugged indifferently, pushed open the door, got out of the car, and walked up the huge platform with Erica, who was waiting by the side. They stopped in front of a Gundam hidden in the shadows. Experimental test machine, heretical as high as P01. Looking at the body in front of him that exuded a faint golden color, even in the dark, Sei Ito said softly. "Not bad." As soon as Sei Ito's voice fell, a nearly neutral voice sounded in the darkness. Then a person nearly 8 meters tall, with a slender figure, long, straight black hair, and a somewhat oval face with distinct facial features, but a sinister gaze walked out. "Who are you? Mina or Gina?" Sei Ito turned to look at the person and asked with interest. Upon hearing Sei Ito's question, Erica Simmons behind him and the person who walked over frowned at the same time. But even so, the person didn't stop at all. It wasn't until she was about a meter away from Sei Ito that she stopped completely. "Your intelligence system is really developed," the person said with a face full of praise. Then, she shook her cloak, lifted her chin slightly, and said arrogantly, "I am Longinus Ahak. You should be honored, commoner. You really are as the rumors say. You're a psychopath." Sei Ito, who was displeased with Longinus Ahak's attitude, mocked mercilessly. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some value, I would have sentenced you to death based on what you said just now." Longinus Ahak looked at Sei Ito with disdain. "Believe it or not, if you talk to me with that attitude again, I'll have you report to the Grim Reaper first." Sei Ito frowned and said softly, "How funny." Longinus Ahak sneered disdainfully. He raised his hand and clapped twice. Then, several bright searchlights immediately shone on Sei Ito. At the same time, a group of armed soldiers suddenly ran out from hiding and aimed their guns at Sei Ito. At this time, Erica Simmons, who was behind him, quietly retreated a distance to avoid being affected by the possible attack. "I know all about you. You have strong physical combat skills, but no matter how strong your body is, it can't withstand so many bullets. Now, do you still have the confidence to send me to the Grim Reaper?" Longinus Ahak said proudly. "I've always wanted to say something, but I never had the chance. I didn't expect you to give me this chance." Hearing Longinus Ahak's words, Sei Ito sighed for no reason. "What do you want to say? I allow you to say it now." Longinus Ahak said as if he was bestowing a gift. "People won't die if they don't ask for it. Why don't you know that?" Sei Ito looked up at Longinus Ahak and said softly. Then, without waiting for the others to react, his body suddenly disappeared. When the others caught sight of him again, he was already behind Longinus Ahak. He gripped Longinus Ahak's neck with one hand and said softly, "Now, who do you think will go to the Grim Reaper first?" Clap, 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 clap. Just then, another round of applause sounded in the night sky. Then, a searchlight shone on a platform not far away. A person who looked and wore the same clothes as Longinus Ahak appeared there. "Lund Mina Sahak," Ito said as he looked up at the newcomer. "Calm, decisive, and powerful. You're the perfect example of a soldier." Longinus Ahak praised. "Okay, don't beat around the bush. Just say it." Sei Ito waved his hand impatiently. "Okay." Longinus Ahak nodded and said, "First, I want to confirm with you whether our 2 experimental Gundams are in your hands." "Correct." Sei Ito frowned and nodded. "In that case, I hope you can return them." Longinus Ahak said. "Are you kidding?" Sei Ito laughed as if he heard a joke. "No." Longinus Ahak shook his head slightly and said, "I think it's a waste to leave those 2 bodies in your hands. They should have a bigger stage to perform on, to fight for more benefits for me and for Aubrey. I don't care about benefits or disadvantages. I only know that once something is in my hands, it's impossible for me to give it back. If anyone wants to take it by force, then be prepared to die," Sei Ito said firmly. "Is that so?" Then I'll change my proposal. Lunge Sahak nodded slightly and said, as far as I know, you're now a fugitive. Are you willing to join me and work for me? You're starting to target people after you can't get your hands on the bodies? Say, Ito said, but I feel like I'm living a good life now. I've never thought about working for anyone, so I refuse. Bastard, sister's recruiting you because she thinks highly of you. Commoner, don't be ungrateful. Before Lunmin Sahak could say anything, Lunmin Sahak, who was being held by Ito Seiji, took the lead and shouted loudly. Looks like you haven't figured out the situation yet. Say, Ito sneered and kicked Lunjin Sahak's knee, knocking him to the ground. Chapter 389. You, as the heir of the House of Sa, one of the five houses, Lun Zinar Sahak had never suffered such humiliation before. He immediately screamed in rage. Enough, Zinar, Lun Zinar Sahak said from the platform. Hearing her words, Lund Gina Sahak, who had been causing a ruckus, surprisingly quieted down. This dramatic change in attitude made Ito say sigh. Indeed, there was always one thing to conquer another. My apologies, my brother was rude, Lun Zinar Sahak said. It's fine. Ito waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Then, he changed the subject. But you better keep your crazy brother in check. If possible, tell him not to bother me anymore. Otherwise, I won't care about being the heir of one of the five houses and destroy him. All right, Lun Zinar Sahak replied with a slight nod. That's good. Ito nodded and turned to Erica. Erica, send me back. Erica immediately turned to Lund Zinar Sahak on the platform and asked for her opinion. After Erica nodded, she walked out of the shadows and came to Ito and Lund Zinar Sahak, who was still in his grasp. She silently followed Ito out of the platform and back to the car. It was only then that Ito waved his hand and threw Lund Gina Sahak in front of several armed soldiers. Then, he got into the car that had just started. Shoot! Just as the car started moving, Lund Zinar Sahak's frantic screams came from outside. But perhaps because they had received Lund Zinar Sahak's signal, the soldiers did not shoot at the car and let them leave. If there are any more lunatics like this who want to see me, just tell them I won't see them, Ito said to Erica Simmons in annoyance on the way back. However, the latter did not even pay attention to him. She continued to drive the car back in silence. Well, it seems like you won't talk to me unless I do something to you. In that case, I'll let you talk to me. After saying that, Ito Mori quickly got up from the co-driver's seat and stepped on the brake. Then, he reached out both hands at the same time. He pulled out the car key with one hand and moved the fixed handle beside the driver's seat with the other hand. The back of the seat was put down and connected with the back seat to form a bed. Then, he turned around and pressed Erica's body. His hands pressed down on her hands and quietly watched Erica's calm face. Watching Erica's look, Ito frowned. However, he didn't take any further action. In this way, the two faced each other with their chests touching each other and gazed at each other quietly in the carriage. Ding! You have a phone call. At that moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded, breaking the silence between the two. Ito raised his eyebrows, loosened his grip on Erica, and quickly slid his left hand down. He took out a phone from Erica's trouser pocket and handed it to Erica, who didn't resist even when his hand was released. Looking at the number displayed on the phone, Erica's expression changed, but she still didn't say anything. She let the phone ring until the other party hung up. It seems that you really don't want to talk to me. Ito threw the phone that had stopped ringing on the back seat. He looked at Erica in front of him and pretended to be fierce. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, he released his right hand from Erica's grip again and quickly reached for her waist. His 5 fingers deftly undid her belt and the front buckle of her pants. Then he slid his hand down the loosened pants and into Erica's pants. After passing through a furry area, he stopped in front of a secret path. As Ito's finger moved, Erica couldn't help but let out a muffled sound from her throat. Just like that, Ito laid on top of Erica and his fingers moved continuously. And as Ito's finger moved continuously, Erika's breathing gradually quickened. Then, she couldn't suppress her voice any longer and let out a moan. Erika, who let go of her voice, seemed to have broken through some kind of restraint. She suddenly reached out and hugged Ito on top of her, raising her body to meet his. It wasn't until a few moments later that Erika suddenly let out a high-pitched cry. Her body relaxed abruptly, and her hands rested weakly on Ito's body as she panted violently. But in the corner of Erika's eyes, tears suddenly flowed from her tightly shut eyes. "I'm sorry." Upon seeing Erika's tears, Ito couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. He wiped away the tears from her eyes with his clean hand and said in an apologetic, gentle voice, "Are you satisfied now?" Erika, who calmed her breathing slightly, opened her eyes, looked at Ito, and said coldly, "Although I admit that I did go overboard, I don't regret it." Ito Carey pulled his hand out of Erika's pants and wiped it on the coat of the chair. Then he got up from Erika's body and sat back in the front passenger seat, saying faintly. Then there was another long period of silence in the car. "I want to know why you did this to me." After a long while, Erika, who had been lying flat on the ground, suddenly spoke. "How should I put it? The reason is a bit complicated, but I can tell you that one of the reasons is that I want to get your body." Ito gazed at the dim road under the night sky outside the car window and said softly, "I want to hear the other reasons." Upon hearing Ito say that he wanted to get her body, Erika didn't know what to feel. In short, it was very complicated, so in order not to let herself be too conflicted, she asked again, "I want to control the Dawn Society through your connections and get the technological information inside." Ito said straightforwardly. Erika chuckled self-deprecatingly upon hearing this, and then fell silent again. It wasn't until a few minutes later that she said resentfully, "I won't help you." "I know, so I don't expect to get the Dawn Society or the information inside through you. I just want to wait for the right time to take you away from here." Ito nodded slightly. "I won't go with you either," Erika said immediately. "That's hard to say." Ito smiled mysteriously and said non-committally. After that, the car was quiet again. After a long time, Erika, who was lying flat on the chair, suddenly sat up from the chair, retracted the seat back to her back, took the car key that Ito threw on the dashboard, started the car, and drove to Slave Island again. A few minutes later, the car stopped at the ground entrance of the secret port of Slave Island. Ito got out of the car alone, watched Erika drive away from him at high speed, then walked into the port and returned to the Archangel. For the next 10 days or so, peace was maintained on and off Earth. However, everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. As long as one side was ready, a war could break out immediately. The only thing that was uncertain now was who would start this war that could break out at any time. This answer was soon revealed. Just 10 days after the Archangel entered the neutral country of Ob, that is, on May 25th, C-71, the attack and defense of Panama broke out. But what was shocking was that the ZAF took less than 2 hours to completely take down the Panama base, destroying all the guards, including the main force of the Atlantic Federation, and destroying the mass accelerator on it. The reason why the ZAF could achieve such a result, in addition to the overwhelming advantage of the Miz Army over the Earth Army, was also because of the powerful new combat weapon Odin's Divine Thunder invested in this battle. It was just that with the destruction of the mass accelerator in Panama, there were no other mass accelerators in the hands of the Earth Alliance. This was tantamount to directly cutting off the Earth Alliance's path to the universe, trapping them in the Earth and allowing the Zaft army to bully them. So in order to change this situation, the Earth Alliance's attention immediately fell on the Ob and Victoria port, which still had mass accelerators. But after all, Ob was a neutral country, and it was not a good choice to use force without any reason. Therefore, after some discussion, although the Republic of East Asia and the Eurasian Federation did not agree to attack Victoria Port, they had to pass the proposal under the strong request of the Atlantic Federation. Then the Atlantic Federation used the reason that the Eurasian Federation and the Republic of East Asia as the main force to launch a counterattack against Victoria. Subsequently, the Republic of East Asia and the Eurasian Federation entered intense pre-war preparations. On June 1st, the Earth Alliance began to call for the either us or the enemy policy to the neutral Equatorial Union, Scandinavian Republic, and United Emirate of Ob. It was just that the Earth Alliance used media and other channels to make large-scale publicity to the public. But in private, they asked the governments of various countries to join the alliance with an almost threatening attitude. In this way, when the time reached June 13th, all the other neutral organizations, except for the United Emirate of Ob, joined the Earth Alliance and became the protectorate of the Earth Alliance. At the same time, an ultimatum was issued to the United Emirate of Ob that was still stubbornly resisting. They were ordered to remove the representative of Ashar within 48 hours, and the parliament would immediately disband and remove the military force. Naturally, Ob would not agree to such an unreasonable request, so on the afternoon of the day they received the notice, they issued a national evacuation order and prepared for the upcoming attack by the alliance. Everyone gather. Margaret, who also received the news that Ob was about to fight with the alliance fleet, ordered everyone after thinking for a moment. Chapter 390. Then, whether it was the workers doing maintenance and supply outside or the soldiers resting on the Archangel, they all rushed to the garage and waited for Captain Margaret's instructions. Now, the 4th Fleet of the Earth Alliance Army is marching towards Ob. After a while, Margaret, who walked into the garage with Ito, Mu, Carrie, and Kisaka, stood on a podium temporarily built with 3 ammunition boxes and said with a serious expression. Immediately, some soldiers who were still unclear about the current situation immediately let out a low exclamation. If you don't join the Earth Army to fight against Plant, you will be regarded as a ZAF supporting country. This is the reason. Margaret ignored the exclamation of the soldiers below and continued to explain the reason why the Alliance fleet was marching towards Ob. What is this? A soldier said in surprise. The Ob government still wants to maintain a neutral position, although they are still continuing their diplomatic efforts. Unfortunately, as long as you see the current situation of the Earth Army, the possibility of avoiding the battle is very low. Margaret sighed and said, Now Ob has ordered the people of the country to evacuate from the cities and military facilities to prepare for the upcoming battle and enter a defensive state. Therefore, we have to make a choice. Now that the Archangel is a runaway ship and our position is uncertain, what should we do in this situation? This is not an order, and I have no authority to ask you to do this. If we can't avoid it, the battle will start at 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Should we fight to protect Aubrey, or should we not? We have to judge for ourselves, so those who want to take this opportunity to get off the ship, please leave the ship quickly and follow the instructions of the Ob government to take refuge. Thank you for following an unreliable captain like me all the way here. At the end of her speech, Marmor bowed to the soldiers standing in front of her. Don't worry too much. Even if you fail in the end, you still have a way out. Don't forget what I said. After the speech, Ito, who returned to the captain's lounge, said to Margaret. Margaret, who was sitting on the bed, responded in a low voice. But for the next battle, I should prepare. Ito sighed. Hearing this, Margaret looked at Ito in confusion. That guy Mu has been upgraded from the MA pilot to the Assault Gundam pilot. I can't fly the Sky Overlord to make up the numbers, so I'm also going to get a Gundam to pilot. Ito smiled at Margaret. But will the Dawn Society agree? Margaret asked in confusion. It doesn't matter whether they agree or not, because the property rights of this Gundam belong to me. Ito winked mysteriously at Ma Lu and smiled. What? Margaret exclaimed as she looked at Ito Chung in surprise. You will understand in the future. Whoosh, the door automatically opened and then closed again. It's Sanari. Looking at the sensor door that was closed again, Mauve put her hand on her chest and felt the strange feeling from the crystal necklace in her uniform as she muttered to herself. Then he lay back on the bed, raised his hand to his forehead, and stared at the ceiling in a daze. On the other side, Ito, who had left the captain's lounge, slowly walked down the Archangel and walked out of the secret port. He waved his hand and summoned a motorcycle in a hidden place. Riding it, he quickly left Slave Island and headed toward the Reef Cave, where he traded nuclear fuel with Chundiran. Half an hour later, Ito once again arrived at the Reef Cave south of Obu. He did not put away the motorcycle, but directly jumped over the safety barrier on the side of the road near the sea and slid down the gravel ramp into the cave. Looking at the nuclear fuel piled up in the cave, Ito took out his phone and made a call. "Hello, sir." Chundiran greeted respectfully on the other side of the phone. "Good job." Ito praised Chundiran on the phone, and then without waiting for Chundiran to respond, he said again, "From today onwards, you are free. You can do whatever you want in the future." "Sir?" Hearing Ito's words, Chundiran on the other side of the phone was surprised and happy, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Well, I won't contact you again in the future, and thank you." After that, Ito hung up the phone, crushed the communicator in his hand, and opened the Rubik's Cube world to store all the nuclear fuel in front of him. Looking again at the empty cave, Ito immediately turned around and left. He returned to the road, restarted the motorcycle, and headed toward the city of Obu. Now that the national evacuation order had been issued, all the places in Orb were empty except for the streets. It was the most suitable time to plunder Orb's resources. Ito-san naturally had no reason to give up such a good opportunity and miss it. So while other people were moving to the suburbs with their families, Ito went against the flow of people to the bustling urban area. Because of the evacuation order, the traffic situation on the road was too bad. The speed of the motorcycle could not even keep up with the speed of walking. Seeing this, Ito decisively stopped the motorcycle, went to the dense forest next to him, and rushed to the city with his powerful physical ability. After a long while, Ito finally arrived at the first factory district. He carefully avoided the eyes of the crowd and sneaked into the various shopping malls, supermarkets, and manufacturing factories to collect all the daily necessities, electronic products, components, and various production lines in the factories. Ito was no longer the same as when he needed to bring skilled workers to collect a production line. With the current population base in the Rubik's Cube world, he could easily gather enough production personnel to start the production line by simply changing the division of labor. Not to mention, this was the Gundam world. The production line was close to being completely automated, and there was no need for a few workers to operate it. As for what to do if they did not know how to operate it, was the group of researchers from the Dawn Society just for show? Just teach them a little. Not only that, but it also allowed them to take time to optimize and upgrade the existing factories and production lines in the Rubik's Cube world, accelerating the automation process, freeing up more labor to carry out the division of labor and solve the problem of the original employees in each industry. In this way, after more than 30 hours of looting like a locust swarm, Ito finally collected all the visible objects in the Obu City area near the Slave Island and the first factory district into the Rubik's Cube world, and placed them in the ecological area of the southern plains of the Rubik's Cube continent according to the category. I can only collect this much for the time being, but the harvest is not bad. After all, a small part of the first factory district is the production line for the military supporting industry, and the rest is related to electronic components. At least quantum computers can be mass-produced and popularized in the Rubik's Cube world in the future. This way, the development of science and technology will definitely speed up a lot. After completing the looting of the last factory, Ito thought to himself with satisfaction. He then turned around and walked out of the now empty factory. He quickly left the first factory area and left the city through a secluded path. He then stopped at a reef nearby. He then waved his hand to summon the blue Gundam that had been re-equipped with the PS transfer armor. After a few jumps, he entered the cockpit, started the engine, and quickly flew toward the Slave Island where the Archangel was located. Warning, unmarked machine ahead. please stop your actions immediately and stay in place to wait for inspection. Otherwise, we will judge based on the situation. Not long after the heretic Gundam took flight, a male voice sounded from the communicator in warning. This is the Astray Test Machine P03 identification number. You can contact Erica Simmons, the director of the Dawn Society, for confirmation. Hearing the warning, Sei Ito, who didn't want to cause a misunderstanding, immediately stopped the Gundam and replied through the communicator. Wait a minute. After receiving Sei Ito's answer and the machine number, the other party's tone immediately became polite. In less than a minute, the male voice sounded again. Machine identity confirmed. Please report the name of the pilot. Sei Ito replied. The name of the pilot, Sei Ito, confirmed. Please receive the identification number. The male voice replied immediately. Signal received. As Sei Ito spoke, he reached out and pressed a button on the dashboard in front of him, and then a set of identification signals was transmitted into the machine. Then, with a soft beep, the identification signal that had been displayed in red immediately jumped to green. Then, after receiving the identity confirmation, Sei Ito didn't stay any longer and started the thrusters again to fly toward Slave Island. A moment later, with the help of the staff at Slave Island's secret port, he entered the port and boarded the Archangel. Swoosh! The deck of the Gundam's cockpit suddenly opened from top to bottom, and then Sei Ito, in casual clothes, got out of the cockpit and landed on the ground. Lieutenant Sei Ito. At this time, Kira, who was staying in the garage to maintain the machine, looked at Sei Ito, who landed from the Gundam, and shouted in surprise. I didn't expect you to really get a Gundam. Mu, who was also in the garage, looked at the Gundam and said with a sigh, After all, you've been upgraded. If I don't upgrade, I'll really become a logistics staff. Sei Ito smiled. Well, Mu didn't know what to say and could only secretly sigh at the difference between people. By the way, Maddock, the data of my machine has been adjusted. You don't need to adjust it. Also, don't mess around. Don't blame me for being rude when the time comes. Sei Ito turned his head and looked at the maintenance team leader, Kedro Maddock, and said seriously. Chapter 391. Got it. Maddock nodded and agreed. Okay, I'm exhausted from this trip. I'll go back and rest first. Seeing that Maddock agreed, Sei Ito immediately put on a smile and said to Mu in front of him, Have a good dream. Mu raised his hand and said, Thanks. Sei Ito nodded with a smile, then turned and left the garage. However, he did not go back to the dormitory to rest as he said. Instead, he went to the captain's lounge first and saw Margaret sitting in the chair behind the desk with her elbows on the table and her hands on her forehead. She looked tired and was lost in thought. I'm back. As the door opened, Sei Ito's voice immediately came into the room and awakened Margaret from her thoughts. Welcome back. Margaret put down her hands and looked at Sei Ito, who walked into the room with a smile. How many people decided to get off the ship? Sei Ito, who sat on the chair on the side of the table, used his butt to move the chair closer to the table, then put his hands on the table and looked at Margaret. 11. Malu sighed. Not bad, it's only this little. It seems that they all want to use this battle to get back some of the debt they owed to Alaska. Sei Ito said. Margaret responded in a low voice. But in this way, it seems that the day you leave with me will be delayed again. Sei Ito sighed. I'm sorry. Looking at Sei Ito's appearance, Margaret said apologetically. It's okay. I know you still have something in your heart that you can't let go of. Sei Ito shook his head slightly and smiled, then looked at Margaret, who was looking at him, and said, So it's still the same sentence. I will wait for you. Thank you. Margaret's eyes flashed with emotion. After the two chatted for a while, Sei Ito got up and left the captain's lounge and returned to the dormitory to rest. The next day, those who decided to stay on the Archangel got up early. After taking a simple bath and having a meal, they immediately rushed to their posts. Similarly, as one of the main combat forces, Sei Ito also rushed to the changing room next to the garage after breakfast. He changed into a protective suit and went to the garage. He sat in the cockpit of the blue Gundam and waited. They didn't have to wait for long. When the scarlet numbers on the electronic clock jumped to 9 o'clock, the Fourth Fleet, which had already set up a combat formation in Orb's territorial waters, immediately launched an attack. Countless small missiles were quickly launched from the ships of the Fourth Fleet, dragging long white trails of smoke as they flew in Orb's direction. Immediately, Orb, who was forcibly dragged into the battle by the joint forces, also launched a defensive counterattack at the same time. A large number of laser beams shot out from the muzzles of the guard fleet in the Obsea area, rushing toward the dense cluster of missiles in the sky, intercepting them. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a large number of explosions and fireballs appeared in the blue sky at the same time. However, the interception of the artillery fire was not comprehensive. There were still many missiles that passed through the interception of the artillery fire and flew toward Orb's territory behind. However, they were immediately stopped by the Orb troops guarding the territory. Although there were still a few scattered missiles bombarding Orb's territory in the end, they could no longer cause much damage. At this time, the Archangel, which received the order to counterattack, also sailed out of the secret port of Slave Island and came to the front line of the battle between the Orb Defense Fleet and the Fourth Fleet to participate in the attack. The moment the Archangel joined the battle, Earth immediately sent out their mech warrior troops. Together with the mech warrior troops parachuted from Louis Island behind Orb, they attacked Orb's territory. Yamato, Freedom Gundam attack. Seeing the Earth's joint mech warrior troops move out, Kira immediately piloted his Freedom Gundam and flew out of the Archangel to meet the Earth Army on Orb's coast. Moolah Flag, Assault Gundam attack. Following closely behind the Freedom Gundam, the Assault Gundam equipped with artillery backpacks also flew out of the Archangel and landed on Orb's territory. It cooperated with Orb's M1 Heresy Gundam troops and launched an attack on Earth. Seito, Heresy Gundam 03 attack. In the end, Seito also flew out of the Archangel amidst the shouting and met the Earth Army's MS. Although the Earth Army's mech warriors were also MS, whether in terms of appearance or performance, they were inferior to the Heresy Gundam mass-produced by Orb. Not to mention the Blue Heresy Gundam that Seito piloted by the Dawn Society, the organization, Lakshata, Royd, and Cecil had participated in the modification. In addition, Seito's cheat-like physical advantage and piloting skills brought about by him were practically massacring all the Earth Army's MS that were fighting with him. This reduced the pressure on Orb and the other Gundam recruits. However, the good times did not last long. With the addition of 3 new strange-looking Gundam mecha suddenly sent out by the Earth Alliance, the advantage created by Seito, Mu, and Kira was quickly made up for by them. Then, without stopping, they expanded the results of the battle in the opposite direction. Anyway, what should be done has been done. Now, we just have to wait for the final result. So, I'll gladly accept this fellow that has delivered itself to my doorstep. Looking at the Disaster Gundam that was painted dark blue all over, with orange paint on its shoulders, chest, and joints, and carrying 2 linear cannons on its shoulders and a shield wrapped with 3 beam guns in its hands, he muttered to himself as he drove the Heresy Gundam towards the Disaster Gundam. However, the one who was one step faster than Seito was Mu, who was piloting the Assault Gundam. The Assault Gundam that he was piloting suddenly rushed in front of the Disaster Gundam, and the battleship slicing blade in his right hand swiftly slashed towards the Disaster Gundam. However, the Disaster Gundam's reaction was not slow. It immediately raised a shield with 3 laser gun muzzles on its left hand and blocked Mu's attack. Then, it casually counterattacked and forced the Assault Gundam to retreat. And the moment the Assault Gundam retreated, Seito suddenly appeared behind the Disaster Gundam with a greatsword in his hand. He drove the Gundam from bottom to top, and a blue and white light flashed in an instant. One of the linear cannons on the Disaster Gundam's shoulder was immediately cut in half. The front end of the cannons fell to the ground, stirring up a small cloud of dust. Perhaps it was angered by Seito's sneak attack, But the Disaster Gundam directly gave up on attacking Aubrey's army and focused all its attention on the Heresy Gundam piloted by Sei-Ito, firing at it with all the cannons on its body. However, Sei-Ito was not Aubrey's natural recruits. His consciousness could not keep up with his movements, and he could be shot to death by the Disaster Gundam. Therefore, with Sei-Ito's nimble dodging, the Disaster Gundam's attacks did not even graze the Heresy Gundam's outer layer of metal, other than causing secondary damage to the already ruined buildings. But because of this, the Heresy Gundam could not get close to the Disaster Gundam. It could only move quickly on the periphery, dodging the laser beams. The two Heresy Gundam were in a stalemate as one dodged and the other shot. And while the Heresy Gundam and the Disaster Gundam were in a stalemate, the Freedom Gundam in the sky, which had been fighting against two new Gundams from Earth, was also in a bitter struggle. But just as the two new Gundams found an opening in the Freedom Gundam and were about to attack, a red Gundam suddenly descended from the sky and blocked the Freedom Gundam. The red Gundam used the shield in its hand to block the scarlet energy beam shot out from the mouth of one of the new Gundams. Then, it raised its hand and shot an attack at the two new Gundams, repelling them and removing the threat to the Freedom Gundam. Then, the red Gundam that had appeared and the Freedom Gundam cooperated with the two new Gundams from Earth and started fighting together. That must be the Justice Gundam, which means that Aslan is here. Sei-Ito, who was still dodging the laser beams, looked at the information on the optical screen and thought to himself. Then, he ignored the situation in the sky. With the help of the two Heresy Gundams that had suddenly barged into the battle between him and the Disaster Gundam, he immediately escaped the pursuit of the Disaster Gundam. At the same time, he raised the giant sword in his hand and swung it at a collapsed wall that was about the same height as the Gundam. Then, the wall that had been swung out immediately broke into two from the bottom and flew toward the Disaster Gundam. Then, Sei-Ito drove the Heresy Gundam out from behind the wall and moved in a large arc, quickly arriving beside the Disaster Gundam. When the Disaster Gundam turned around to shoot at it, he suddenly jumped up and dodged the scarlet beam that was shot at him. He flipped over and landed on the other side of the Disaster Gundam. The moment the Disaster Gundam was hit by the whistling wall, he swung his sword down. Boom! A muzzle that was accumulating energy suddenly exploded from the Disaster Gundam's shoulder, blocking its vision. Then, using this opportunity, Sei-Ito controlled the Heresy Gundam's giant sword and immediately cut off one of the Disaster Gundam's legs. Clang! The Disaster Gundam, which had lost a leg to maintain its balance, immediately fell to the ground. 4 laser beams, 1 thick and 3 thin, shot into the sky at the same time it fell. Swoosh, swoosh. Then, 2 laser beams shot out from the laser guns in the hands of the 2 Heresy Gundams that had suddenly entered the battlefield and shot toward the Disaster Gundam's body. However, although the Disaster Gundam was now lying on the ground, it did not mean that its pilot did not react. At this time, the Disaster Gundam raised its left hand and used its shield to block the laser beam that was shot at it. Then, its remaining leg kicked at the leg of the Heresy Gundam driven by Sei-Ito. Then, the Disaster Gundam's thruster flashed and quickly retreated from the ground. Then, it flew into the sea without looking back. Trying to run? Sei-Ito sneered. He stepped on the pedal, increased the power of the thruster to the maximum, and chased after the Disaster Gundam. This time, the 2 Heresy Gundams did not chase after him. Instead, they immediately moved to other positions to help their comrades clean up the Earth Alliance's mobile battle. Just as Sei-Ito chased after the Disaster Gundam into the sea, 2 green laser beams suddenly fell from the sky and hit the sea in front of the Heresy Gundam, stopping Sei-Ito's pursuit. Then, a Gundam that had transformed into an airplane suddenly appeared, caught the Disaster Gundam, and rushed in the direction of the 4th Fleet with it. Sigh. Looking at the 2 Gundams that were rapidly disappearing into the distance, Sei-Ito sighed helplessly and thought to himself, in the end, the Heresy Gundam is not an air combat type Gundam. The pressure of flying on Earth is too great, and its speed is simply not comparable to a professional air combat type Gundam. Just after the three new Gundams of the Earth Alliance retreated, the Alliance fleet immediately issued an order to retreat. Then, Ito, who had ended the battle, piloted the Heresy Gundam back to the coastline of the battle and landed with Mu's Assault Gundam and Diego's Storm Gundam. Not long after them, the Freedom Gundam and the Justice Gundam also landed on the ground one after another. Then, Kira, who was wearing a blue and white protective suit, and Aslan, who was wearing a red and white protective suit, walked out of the cockpit together and grabbed the rope ladder to land on the ground. Then, the two of them, who had been playmates when they were young and were now enemies, walked slowly towards each other at the same time. "Hello, Aslan." A moment later, the two of them stopped 1 meter away from each other and looked at each other. At the same time, Kira's mechanical bird, Toli, suddenly flew down from the sky and stopped on Kira's shoulder. Then, Kira, who was broken by Toli, greeted him with a gentle smile. "Kuh." Seeing Kira's appearance, Aslan unconsciously clenched his fists and called out emotionally. But just as he was about to say something, Carly suddenly rushed out of the crowd and ran to the two of them. She opened her arms and hugged their necks. There were tears in her eyes, but she said happily, "You two idiots." Then, the tense atmosphere between Kira and Aslan was destroyed by the sudden appearance of Carly. Then, the three of them laughed happily at the same time. Looks like the relationship between Carly and Aslan has been partially repaired by the world's corrective power. Ito, who was standing in the crowd, looked at the three of them who were laughing with their heads held in their hands on the ground between the Freedom and Justice Gundams. After that, everyone calmed down and operated their own bodies. They followed the Archangel back to the secret port of the Slave Island not far away and repaired all the bodies except the Blue Heresy, Freedom, and Justice Gundams. At the same time, Kira and Aslan sat together for the first time at this time and had a serious conversation. In the end, Aslan did not continue with the mission he accepted when he came to Earth. Instead, he began to think about the meaning of this war and his personal reasons and beliefs to fight for it. Then, it was a day and night of battle and repair. But compared to Aubrey, who kept sending out invitations for talks in search of a peaceful solution, the Atlantic Federation was determined to take down Aubrey by force. So, on the morning of the 16th of June, without any notice, they launched an attack on Aubrey's territory again. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.